Hello, hello, and good morning, Americas, North, Central, and South, and Canada. Uh, they're part of the Americas, right? You guys
But
count too.
you already said North. You don't have.
Yeah,
Yes,
but
and
they're
part Canada. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it.
they're
Part
they're more
Canada.
like a hat, from what we understand.
Right.
So
They are the Canadian hat or the toques, as they call it for the beanie hats.
good old Took. Good morning. How's everybody in chat? Welcome to the A.W.O.L X Equinox WCQ. Like I said, this is for the Americas. As of now, if I refresh, we have 679 players, 10 minutes to go before groups start pairing. I am Kohlrabi, and I am joined here by the ever wonderful and handsome Gus the Bus.
Hello, the world.
How you doing this morning?
I'm doing pretty good. I can't wait for the sequel of the BGA Online. Obviously, everyone knows when it comes to movies, sequels are always mid, and based on our numbers, we are not out on par with the first movie, but we'll still have a pretty good watch today.
Listen, this is the type of sequel that maybe it won't be as hyped, but it will become a cult classic.
I believe it.
Let me see what kind of players we have here. So we have A Claudius, we have Tempet in here for some reason, just wanting to ruin people's days. Giacomo, oh, so Giacomo as well in here. But other than people not already qualified, we have Vittorio, we have Talk. What are you wanting to see today, Gus?
Um, I don't know. There's a lot of players. There's so many players that the participation list does not list all of them. So I see some new names. I see some old names. I see Elwiwi all the way in the bottom, just chilling there. I did see Giacomo, and I'm like, man, this person want to double dip here. Crazy.
Yeah, there are at least two players that are here already qualified. Scrolling down, I see some more names like Imbruza, very good player, has come close to qualifying, I believe. There's
They
so
made
many
it. They
tournaments.
made it. They made a top cut in the
Yeah,
Pro qualifier, where they're like unique drawing Muna deck they have going on,
yep.
and no
We
one said it
have
could be done.
Freeloader from Team AQZ. We have Arthur Basilar. He told me how to pronounce it once. I think I forgot. So hopefully that was good. Oh, Zarp is in here as well. So another qualified player.
Yeah, I
Boston Beaver. So shout out to Altered Corner frequenter Boston Beaver.
I do see Vint back on here again, tempting another try for the trophy here. And good old American Vint.
watching watching Simon have to deal with the tournament chat is hilarious.
Ah
Uh
man, I wish I could see that.
Yep. Also, whoever gets matched against me first round, you're welcome for the first round bye. The only reason I am signed up is so just in case Simon needs to step away or something and there's a question in the tournament chat, I am available to help answer because you cannot have access to the tournament chat unless you are signed up for the tournament. So, uh, yeah, well, the list here is super stacked. We also have a French and a Spanish stream. So if you would rather listen in Spanish or French, those streams have been shared in the AWOL Discord. They're on social medias, yada yada. You want to listen to all three languages at once and track different players, be my guest. You want to pull all three up and mute the cast for one and watch the video for the other, also possible. Looks like we're getting some player picks from the streams. we're letting the French and Spanish streamers pick first because us Americans are always very humble and giving. So what players are you wanting to see more of today, Gus?
Um, I just wanted to see W's. There's no particular person I want to see. I mean, I am rooting for Vint as always. So Vint will always have my support 100%. But I'm not sure who to really for. I mean, there's so many players we don't know who are playing, right? Because we can't see the whole list. So whoever else is playing here, I'll say good luck to them.
Yeah, I see a good handful of players that play in the Ace tournament pretty often. We have Ed Ensor who's in here. We have Argon 11. Some of the other names I've already mentioned. One of my favorite names in BGA history, Chef Breadstick. But yeah, we cannot see the whole list. So hopefully we'll see some different names, maybe some first time names that appear on the stream here. Oh, right at the very, very bottom, before it says 479 players not shown, gotta give it up for the true legend, El.
That, like I said, we earlier, Cole. Were you not paying attention?
I don't really listen to you very much, so you know.
My goodness gracious. We have a lot of people here going on. And I told you, hey, we got LWE all the way in the bottom of the list, right before it says other people are not being shown.
Yeah. What about chat? What does chat want? We
Yeah,
are also entertainers. We want to make sure chat is entertained. There are any players that you would really love to see. No promises, but if I know about it, I can do it more than if I don't know about it, right?
that's true.
All right, we got 4 minutes, and let's see. We have some picks coming out from France. Spanish has not picked any players yet. Um, all of the marbles should have been on this bigger list, shouldn't he have been?
I'm not sure how the list goes by. Does it goes by elo? Because some people
Yeah,
elo doesn't are not
it
shown on here. I never recognize some of these names. So
yeah, it
I
goes
wonder,
by elo.
and how come some of the elos are not being shown here? Or is that
Because
other they're privated?
you don't have BGA Premium, which is only $5 a month.
That's true. I mean, $5 a month, guys. Support this. Support the website that so it can stop crashing on us. We
Yep.
host these big, beautiful tournaments.
I
With
think
your support, it helps.
is am I friends with all of the marbles? That'd be funny if I'm not. I'm probably not. I'm not cool enough. What's his elo? Let's see.
You know what you could do is when you go to later result, you could see more, and then you could just keep seeing more, and then you just keep seeing more, and then you just keep seeing more until you hello Florian's first time A.W.O.L. Hey, welcome, welcome. Good to have you. I think I saw I swore I saw you on the list. Are you playing today? Never mind. I'm mistaking you with somebody else's name.
Yeah, all of the marbles is
Oh, I see. I
524.
see. I see all the marbles right there.
Okay,
There,
so he is
yeah,
signed up.
he is signed up.
Ah, there we go. All right. Our dream was about to be crushed.
Yeah, he's like slightly scroll down. You'll see him.
There's the legend. Um yeah, we'll have to see what kind of matchups we have here in 2 minutes.
Yeah,
Chat really only called out El so far. Yeah, good luck, Florian. You can do it. Uh, Thaddeus, of course. Is Thaddeus playing? I assume yes. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because earlier he said, "Don't ruin my day." So another player shout out.
that sounds like him. We do gotta be careful with the casting curse here. So
In the WCQs, there's no casting curse. That only happens during normal
Are you
weeklies.
sure? Remember the last incident when it came to all the marbles and we watched him roll a one and then he lost? I remember
Uh,
that.
yeah, that was just Navenka being Navenka.
Speaking of Echo, who do you think is make it to the top today? Who do you think is going to be the number one hero of this tournament?
The number one, I mean, I hate to say it, but probably Traced again.
I don't know. I don't know.
uh,
I'm feeling a little bit spicy. I think I'm gonna go with I don't know. I was gonna say something dumb. I was gonna say Afonis, but I was like, no, dude, I can't joke too big. Man.
yeah.
That's a pipe dream. A
The
Stadi. Yeah, I can believe a Stadi. Stadi is the last hero of Bravo to have not won a WCQ, correct?
um I know that all of the Bravos heroes have been in the top like 4 or 8.
Yeah.
I don't remember if Anatsadi has expressly qualified.
I don't think so.
Um
I know Basira is, and I know Kojo did, but I don't think a Stadi has.
yeah. I
Asia. Hmm.
Yeah, I would love to see someone else, but just how strong Traced is right now, and I think more people are pivoting to Traced because of that. I think it's highly likely and an easy bet.
Yeah, but thing
Um,
is with Trace, a lot of people don't run removal, so I think kind of makes Moon a little bit more favorable, don't you think?
I mean, if the
Or
Tasia players
yeah,
don't
Tasia,
get
yeah.
taken out by all the other removal.
All right, I think the game has started. I don't think BJ is crashing this time since there's less people. Or I guess they got more ready. They started a
Yeah.
little bit later.
So I already have a game picked. Um, Shoot, what group did I go into though?
Well, that's
I
a
think
SOL for me.
I think group 3, table 24. Tell me what that is for you.
Group 3, table 24 is Basti and Ita.
Yeah, yeah, Bijitak.
BG Talk.
At least that's how we've been saying it.
I say Bihita.
Yeah, it's they are a player out of Greece, and
Oh,
I am loading up the table. If your round 1 opponent is not there, sit connected to the table, wait
yep,
5 minutes, and get a free win if they don't join.
that's true. That is true. Oh, never mind. BJ did crash. I spoke too soon.
Yep. So I have the game coming up here. They are just loading in. eh,
Florian. So people who are new to BGA, if you have not experienced the BGA bugs before, just be patient. Wait in your table. If you are in your table and you're seeing bunch of errors and it tells you to refresh, just do what it says and refresh.
Yep. When you see a
Don't
big
spam
red
refresh.
error, you either just wait or F5. Uh,
So
so when we're first loading in for the very first round with this many people, it does slow down a little bit, but it will speed up rather quickly throughout the rest of the day. So
yeah,
no
I think
worries there.
after the third round, people start dropping. So
Yep.
just wait a little bit. It'll slowly become faster. How many rounds we got going on today, Cole? After you
How
wait,
many rounds?
yeah,
10 rounds of
10 rounds.
Swiss.
I got the game up, and they are deciding what to do here. Nobody panic. This is all normal. It is to be expected. Actually, it's a lot better than it was last time. Last time, I'm pretty sure the actual website crashed, not the
Yeah.
game itself.
The tournament chat is going insane. Also, if you just waited for it to load instead of typing in the chat, it would probably load faster. Unfortunately, I do know that it is scary if you are trying to connect, but it's just slow to load because so many people are doing it at the same time.
Yeah.
But if you wait, it should slowly load. And honestly, if you are connected to the table and your both players are in, unfortunately the time is ticking down. You can't do anything about that, but it won't kick you from the tournament and you both players will be able to play when it goes through.
Yeah. So do be careful on time here. BJ does need more servers, and with your $5 donation of help on the BJ Premium, they can also expand their servers. So cases like this would be an issue, would be less of an issue. Hi, Vint. Rooting for your buddy.
After 10 reloads and a lot of patience, it just worked. Yep,
There you go. See?
yep. It's just server load.
Yeah. I was lucky to be the first one to select it. First one to select the deck on the first round typically wins. That's what I go by.
Does Vint know what group he is in?
I don't. Can you tell what group you're in when you're? I mean, I can just take my time here and find it out.
Starters only?
Artists only. Yeah.
What is going on? I'm loaded into the game here. I'll try to load up another group to see if we can hop over and get some game going here. Let's see. It's just
Um,
group 4. Perfect. That's the one that I clicked into. It's just server load across the board. I'm sure all of the deck selection against Alter's website has a little bit of load, but this many people loading into a BGA game at the same time also probably bogs it down a little bit. And it's not entirely crashing out, it's just a little slow. So usually patience is going to work.
I see.
Where are you?
I see one. I looked at the group stages, and the classic thing is where like people get like a buy. And you just see rhubarb as first in group one.
Let's go rhubarb.
Already getting W's. Everyone's crashing. It's perfectly normal. Just be wary of time when you guys both connect to the table here.
Oh yeah, so Vint was able to connect and still has over 14 minutes worth of time, but their opponent unfortunately is not selected a deck yet. So it does look like the server load is
Yeah, it's
hitting a
more
little
getting
harder than
harder.
last
Yeah,
time. Can
I'll
we
go. I'll
remake for the people this is affecting?
yeah,
I wish.
I'm so sorry. I thought it'd be. I thought this would be a lot better than what happened last time. But I think this might be actually worse.
Is this becoming blitz format? Right? Yeah. Um it is. Yeah, I don't know. Just unfortunate timing. I know there's some bad weather across the
Um,
country right now.
I can tell you right now. I'm not sure if these are people playing in ultra now, but the general message on BGA, people are also complaining in different games that the server's crashing.
Oh gosh, are we crashing the whole BGA with this tournament? There are less players this time, which is why it's interesting. Um it is connecting, but it's very slow. When does round 2 start? It should start in 30 minutes or less. But
I thought it's 35 minutes.
I meant 30 minutes from now.
30 minutes for that. Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
But you can't really you can't really rely on an exact 30 minutes. So you just have to kind of pay attention.
Yeah,
Um,
once you guys start playing your cards here, go fast. And
yeah.
I'm talking to European people, you know who you are. And Go rank players, you definitely who know who you are. We are so sorry, guys, for the technical. Did not, I did not expect the server to go down.
Yeah, I thought
Actually,
it would be a lot smoother because there's a lot less players.
honestly, Group 4 has like a lot of our people. I'm not sure you want to stay. I see all the marble. I see Maddox in here.
Do you
I
see any
see
of them that have
I see L
progression?
Wheelie. No, I think Group 4 might be our group in for a bit.
Ouch.
I see
Yeah.
Argon.
I yeah, if no tables are progressing,
This is
I
not
don't
looking good.
know anything we can do. I would assume the most we could do, and I'm not saying this is gonna happen. I'm just thinking as a person myself, the most we could do is maybe for the people. It's hard because like we can't control the tournament to be like, let's just restart round one. The only thing that I think would maybe be possible is offering a like makeup tournament or something. There is still the APAC BGA qualifier, which is open to anyone. Little different of a time zone, but if you cannot play in today's event or it just doesn't go how you want, that is always an option. But other than that, there's not why not show the groups? I can do that if you would like. Uh it's not as um pleasant as you would think. But I will show you.
I'm wondering there's could be like a good. I'm trying to think of good ways of like fix, but there's no way for this to be fixed.
Yeah. We'll just do the gameplay screen if I don't have to.
I kind of forgot what table we're at. I kind of went all over the place.
Yeah, I'm just gonna show the duh. So this is um yeah, Simon's managing it as much as he can, both in the Discord and in the tournament chat.
Yeah, Simon is doing the best right now around the clock trying to fix the situation.
Yep. So Gus likes to cut off the bottom of his mouth with his camera, but
What? Because hold on.
so this is what it looks
There we
like
go.
when you are going into the groups, and then this is group 4. So then we scroll down and find tables here. So like all of the marbles right there, Maddox faction, Phobius, a wee wee. So if I want to find a specific player, I will like control F their name or something. Um, yeah, unfortunately, there's not really anything we can do. It looks like some players were able to select their deck, which then means that the other player is like their clock is running down. So
There's no
just
jawcast.
just unfortunate. There is this whole handsome face. Yeah.
Yeah, there it is. I had to tilt my camera down because the bar might be a little bit too big. I always notice that, and I just keep forgetting to.
Yeah. S- So I will say that I know like A.W.O.L as a team and Simon, and if there's anything that we can figure out, we will do it. I don't know if players that no showed are having an issue or they just actually no showed. It seems like all players that were here and trying were able to connect, but just nobody is able to select their deck quite yet. So very unfortunate.
I do see. Oh, there was a game that just happened, but it said it ended.
Let's see. Let me
What is
read some
going
of this
on?
tournament chat. I'll look into the Discord. Let's see.
I just joined a random table. The game was going on, but it ended for some. Hmm.
Let's see.
I mean,
I
it
mean,
could be a potential. Maybe might need to actually stagger future tournaments to reduce the amount of people.
I mean,
Wow.
can't really do
Yeah.
either and allow the same amount of
Yeah.
opportunity.
That's also true too. Is there just we are limited in our choices, guys. So
Yep. I mean, the real answer is that this is just unfortunate. You know, technology things happen. Even like think of it like when a new game launches and everyone hits the server at the exact same time. It will either be mostly fine or it'll kind of crash out. And that's exactly what happened. I don't really know what staggering a tournament would mean because to allow up to 2,000 players, it all kind of has to start at the same time and be in the same um, bracket so that you get the top 32. There is only this tournament on BGA right now, as far as I know, but maybe there are other reasons that there are a lot more people on BGA right now than there were for the EU tournament. Um, so we'll do anything that we can. Um, I can say that much, but it might just be something that comes out later.
I didn't know skip was allowed during this tournament. Hope you could clear kick out of time. Huh.
Uh, Um, do we? Let me ask a question.
Anyways, I'll distract the chat. You guys ever watch Subway Takes? Anyone on Subway Takes?
Subway take? Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
seen that.
So
Yeah.
I was watching them yesterday and the shorts, and one person take was Bluetooth does not work. And what does it mean by not work? Mean working mean if something works, it has to work all the time. And when it comes to Bluetooth, Bluetooth doesn't work half the time because you have to reset it, you gotta forget it, bring it back to your phone to remember it, reconnect the device. And I'm like thinking here to myself, like, it's like internet, internet is does not work. And I think at the end of the take, person said, Bluetooth does not work. Bluetooth is just a good idea. And I'm thinking to myself, maybe internet is just a good idea, it just does not work.
Oh yeah. Um, I'm seeing if there's anything that I can do to help out from my side. We do have different areas of communication with like different teams and things like that. But like at the end of the day, you know, technology is technology. Vent is starting. Okay, let's see. Oh my gosh, Vent is starting. This may be a very unfortunate game based on the deck selection, but
I lost where he was at on.
I refreshed and then now I can't get back in. No. But it's the loading game art thing, so
I remember Vint was group 4, right?
yeah, I might be able to send you the table
No,
directly.
no,
Let
no, no,
me
I got it, I got it, I
okay,
got it.
okay.
I got it. I got it.
There we go. Alright.
Vint is 142 place right now. Come on, man, you got this. Get those numbers up there.
Yeah,
I'm in the table. I see everything. Looks good. Looks beautiful.
yep.
Is it you got the game on?
Yep, yep.
Okay, cool.
We have a Mulan coming out of Exominiate that out of Belgium. I don't know how you would say that in German or similar, but Kojo v Kojo here. At dusk, I lose fleeting, and from reserve up to one target character gains fleeting. Very cool. One for one progression on the board. Looking at the time, the good news for Bois here is Vint was able to connect really quickly, which means the table has those 13 minutes sort of at least. So if both players play, nobody is taking too long, they might be able to finish this game fully out without a timeout. Yep.
We
There
got
will be no round 2 until round 1 is over. This is
yeah.
Swiss, so if you lost your game, your opponent didn't show up, whatever happened, but your game is over for Swiss round 1. Once Swiss round 2 starts, you'll get a second game.
Don't worry, guys. I think Simon said something earlier in the judges call channel in A.W.O.L Discord. We got 10 rounds today, so you still have plenty of chances to get up there, regardless if you win or lose from the technical difficulty you had in round one. Oh boy. The Hualuman unique, man. I lose fleeting. A reserve up to target character gains. Been coming here with the order spy, unique from anywhere, sabotage from anywhere. If you have one more landmark, resupply. Restore portability. The next character you play this turn loses fleeting. Both positions are tied neck to neck here. We're looking at more of a trade opportunity, most likely happening this day. If Vint decides to play the Haven or not, that will depending on him. Ooh, decides to actually play the Fire Rabbit. Who he's gonna boost? Boost the Buddha, trying to get more guarantee on the Pan Expedition. Oh, this is something you don't see often. A out of faction Grams. Not something I would expect to be played, but it's more than welcome to be shown. That's for sure.
All right. Thanks for carrying some of the weight there. Had to answer some of the other
That's fine. You're good.
questions.
You're good. That's why I'm here for. This is the Gus and Friends show today.
It is the Gus and Friends show today. Which is a good note. I can tell you for stream who you will be seeing today.
All right.
Gus and I will be here until about 11, and then Rinku and Gus will be casting, and I'll be in the director's seat. And then around 1 p.m., these times are Central Standard. I'm in Texas, just quicker to say it that way. Um, Blue will be taking over the stream host and casting with Rinku. Then Gus will come back to be with Blue, and then after Geo and Gus, the what's your guys' duo name for you and Geo?
We don't have one, but you know what? When I talk to them later today, we'll come up with one.
All right, all right. And then at the very end, me and Blue will be here to wrap up. Tomorrow, we'll see some other casters get in the mix, but for now, we see a Grams
coming
from
in.
Exom. I'm just gonna say Exom, uh, to take out the Haven from Vint. Right now, Vint is in the lead. I love seeing this mirror with both rare spies here for each player. But do you notice the one key difference on Vint's side here, Gus?
What from inside? Are you talking? I thought you were talking about the Exo side. From inside?
Yeah, on Vint's side, there's the Isunboshi, the very
Ah, the
famous,
Isambushi, yeah.
yeah, Rinku Isunboshi tech.
It is.
Uh,
I would say Riku is 1% spot on with that Isambushi tag because I use that Isambushi tag for my Kojo deck, and it definitely won me a couple games. So hey, learn from the best, right?
exactly. I'm gonna fix up this time here. Nobody yelled at me in chat, and I was dealing with all the other stuff. So I got your time on the overlay now.
And looks like we got both guys trading expeditions here. Exo will be drawing an extra card thanks to the Serengar is fleeting. Oh
I
my
swear
goodness.
BGA changes like how it displays very slightly, like once a month, because we make these overlays to fit in perfectly easily, and now everything's slightly off.
Yeah, you can zoom in and zoom out, right?
Well,
Maybe
I
definitely
know that, but that is it's I gotta
is
complain
you gotta complain.
because it should just work.
It should. I mean, you're not wrong. It should just work. Mess in coming in. We do have a mess mirror here going on. Ooh, Tracer. Fighting Jin coming in in the hero expedition from Vint. EXO throwing in their own Bastion, their own Haven Bastion, saying, haha, I got this card and you don't. Haha, hee hee. Interesting to note too that Vint decided not to throw any cards for mana here. Ozma unique coming in when I leave Expedition Zone. If I two more boosts, draw a card. From anywhere, you may put a card from your hand in reserve. If you do, I gain 2 boosts. And they threw down a Haven Serengar, which would be pretty strong in the companion expedition. See, he is also on Forest.
Very what I guess it's when I leave. Yeah, because you saw the mana eruption come in from Exom here. But notably, if you discard the Ozma, it'll still draw a card. And right now, it has no cards in hand.
Oh, he
So
actually decided to throw everything down in the companion expedition instead of solidifying on the companion expedition. I'm sorry, I say companion expedition twice. Hero expedition versus the companion one.
yeah. So what do we see on the hero here? I mean, going into it is an interesting choice.
Yeah.
Because the way I mean, I'm still kind of just catching up to what's going on here, but if Fint moves on the hero side here, locking himself in a solo mountain. Whereas if he was able to find a move on the companion side, would go into a mountain water zone, which is a little better. But maybe seeing the future ahead, knowing that getting out of the forest is actually easier in the long run
That's
with this Tracer and Ozma. Maybe that was the play.
that's true. I mean, it's going to be Exo's turn here any second, so he's going to start the day with nice Buddha token out. It's going to make it a little harder for Vint here to win for this day, but I mean, it's still possible. They have a lot of resources in hand, 2 cards in reserve. Exo is down a little bit. He decided to throw another card into mana, which is interesting because not only has 1 card, I mean, he has a mess to play with and does have a nice Buddha token out, but is it going to be enough to stop the unstoppable force of Vin? Oh, he actually had an order spike coming in.
Yeah, that hurts. It also is very scary that there's a mana eruption here.
Oh, he top
Oh,
deck. That's with
no.
the physical training.
If that Haven Bouncer was in hand, it would be perfect.
Oh, that's even good for Exo right there. And Mighty Jin with that 4/4, you could play it place it anywhere, honestly, at this point. Real question is, do you place it on the Hero Expedition or the Companion Expedition? The Companion Expedition.
Yeah, gotta just super block that forest stat there. Um, Vint has to play this very carefully because of that mana eruption. I almost Yeah, you just play out the Tracer, then, Exo's gonna have to play one of these, and then hopefully you have something in hand that's 2 mana, and then you have your physical training. Very, very interesting to see what comes out of this from Vint, whether it's a single move or there's some kind of, Hadouken from downtown. We'll see. I think the companion side for Exo is pretty locked up though.
Yeah, I think at this point it is. Probably just take with the Haven Bouncer with a double boost coming in and just call it a day right there.
Yeah. Yep, save the physical training unless you really well, yeah, you can't do it now. That's 3 and you have 2 mana left. I can count.
It's all right. It's the first game of the day. We are just a little bit rusty up here.
Yep. I need to get my secret Chinese medicine um so that I can have a silky smooth voice, but I haven't been able to find it. So,
Yeah. Well, I'll probably lose my voice at the end of the night, so it's all right.
do you know who Ben Schwartz is?
That sounds familiar.
Yeah, so he was in like Parks and Rec and stuff like that, but he's the voice of Sonic in the live action movies.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, so there's this like Chinese like cough syrup kind of, and he uses it for voice acting, and it's like this really like thick syrupy stuff. And I tried to find it, and I found something that's similar, but it was a different brand. And so I
Mm,
tried to get it. It is not quite the same. So I got to find the very specific one so I can have the secret tech.
right. It's not looking good here for EXO here. But it's one move away from winning here. Does have enough mana to play the physical training, and most likely gonna just stop the Hero Expedition here, unless EXO has a unique has been shown. A snowman unique. From anywhere, unless I'm in water, I gain fleeting. If you control a fleeting character, I gain 2 boost. That's a pretty strong one right there. In fact, even with physical training, well, never mind, they're not in water, so it's not like they could.
Yeah, I think the hard part here, even with that Pathfinder, is going to be stopping both sides, and then
They would
also,
they would need to have another Pathfinder in their hand just
yep,
to if the
Vince
math.
Mountain stat is very
Yeah,
strong.
it is very tough, very tough.
Yep, yep. As I mentioned earlier, if there's something that we as the AWOL team can do, of course we will do it to help negate any of these server issues. If you don't already know, once a tournament goes, we have actually even further back than that. Once the first person signs up for a tournament, we have no control over the tournament from there on out. We cannot adjust rounds, we cannot adjust any settings. We don't have any specific TO controls where we can like pick a person or, restart a round, none of that. So, but I know Simon and the rest of the team were always willing to do whatever we can to help fix it. So,
Yeah. Looks like they actually had Daedalus in Dadius. in their hand and actually scouted it for one. Probably targeting the one of the cards from the hero or the companion expedition, most likely. Rolling three, so it gains a boost. So tying up the right side. So all they really need is
Needs a good
to
roll right here.
here do not just tie but advance as well. They need a 4 plus to get a double boost. Actually,
Let's
no,
see.
they actually don't need to get no boost.
If
Oh
they
yeah,
wanna if they wanna move, yeah.
The Haven fashion, I forgot what's in play. So they would need to target the right expedition here
Mhm.
and the Roll of Dallas here, do double advance here. Ben is not in a good situation. It really comes down to the dice rolling. Here it comes. And
Oh, 5. I can that
oh,
oh,
and that was
no!
no,
No.
no.
The
That should
penalty
have.
was canceled, so that means if you see this, that does mean that there was an issue with BGA specifically, so BGA is aware of it.
Yeah,
That was a very clutch final situation,
yeah. That would
though.
have been a win for EXO right there, but Ben got saved by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah. Very, very, very cool game there. And no matter what the result ends up being, that last move was perfectly just Exo did a great job and rolled well and appreciate it. Look at the bacon, but I am also an admin for A.W.O.L, so I got to kind of double duty here. But from here forward, we will be looking at games now that we have a bunch more. And we also will have more casters throughout the day. Let me go here. So we have the French and Spanish streams as well. Looks like Spanish is prioritizing group 4, and
Yeah,
then French stream is just focusing on specific players. So we should be going into round 2. Let
yeah.
me
Some groups
go.
started, I believe. Some group have not started yet.
Okay,
That's
cool.
correct.
So we got to see Vint. So let's check group 3. And oh, you know what? Right here, table 2, in group 3.
Able
It's
to.
showing they're loading in. We should have a game here.
Man, that was very that was a very good game right there.
Yeah.
That was close. That was very close. Having the
So,
Grams as a tech in the deck is kind of wild to have, but I get it.
yep. This is Legal against Idyllic. Idyllic is another member of Team AQZ. Did pretty well in Dallas. Was ninth place, so just barely missed out in the top 8. But get to see a Tasia versus Siggy. I would say before season 3, if we're considering seasons as like sets, because we're in the third set, this was the hardest matchup. Tasia versus Siggy. Nowadays, maybe still because of license withdrawal and other things, but what do we see resupplied there with the flow of
We
fans?
should do. Dude, we just saw something. It's like, oops, I kind of show what my deck is about. Lyra Festival,
Yep, yep.
which is
Like, uh-oh.
honestly, it's a kind of a good card to use against. Or this deck, they don't play sticky note anymore. So the license withdrawal, oh no, license withdrawal targets. Sorry, I was thinking about the rare version of license withdrawal, not the common version. Never mind. That's what I said.
Yep. So I do not recognize this player's name. So this Ozma should be new to us, which it's just if you have less than 8 mana orbs, draw a card. Um do you know the thought process in the wording of these less or more than mana orbs?
No, I have several cards that have these type of words. I have like two order cadets that have these type of words.
Yeah,
I
so
never understood the principle behind them.
I saw someone ask the question, like, why do they not have consistent wording? Like, why isn't it always less than 8 mana orbs, do a thing? And I think it was one of the game designers, I want to say like Nathaniel, sorry if I pronounced that wrong, said if it's a positive benefit, then it'll be less than 8 mana orbs. If it's like a downside, or I'm probably explaining it very poorly, but there is an express reasoning behind why some are less than 8 and others are more than 8. And I'll if I find the explanation, I'll read it word for word a little later here. But Siggy's storming the castle here.
You know, drawing, spamming little guys. Not a really big surprise when it comes to Siggy coming in. I mean, they only played two characters, it looks like, and then just advance.
Yeah. Get the free 1/1/1, and then just put out a little Ozma and a trooper and call it a day.
Yeah, we got a little recruit, throw in the trooper, and just pass. I mean, the Siggy play does have to be worried about the Lyra Festival in here, so they could potentially win this day if they have the right cards, but they also could just play license withdrawal at any moment's notice.
Yep, yep, yep. I haven't part of the reason why I'm not too sure about this matchup as it is I haven't really been tracking my games as of late. Um I usually have a spreadsheet where I can like track my matchups and what my good matchups are versus my bad. But with the WCQ season and everything, I've just been really
That's
not
fair.
grinding as much.
I mean, there's another orders trooper coming in, so there's a little bit slow play going on. I guess they're just waiting to see if they have the cards they need to play to win the Lyra Festival condition here, which is fair. I mean, definitely take it slow if you have the removal in hand. Definitely wait till you have the last mana to play it out. Ooh, Kodama. They do have the condition, and they do play this to this user room from reserve. They have everything what they need here.
Yep. The note here is license withdrawal cannot get rid of.
It does get rid of the target discard permanent. I was mixing up with the rare version.
Yeah, the rare has a little more limitation.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was gonna say it cannot get rid of the Kodama, and if it targets the Spindle Harvester, it'll just remove the anchored.
yeah,
But yeah, common, which is what you run, is just straight up discard target permanent.
yeah. So they missed the opportunity to trigger Lara Festival, but I'm sure there are gonna be more opportunities down the road here. I'm assuming they're not surprised that this matchup might be a little more difficult for them if they have the removal in hand or not. Do a unique Luna caregiver comes in from anywhere. You control two or more plants other than me. Target one character gains the sleep. They have it gain 2 boost.
Ooh, nice.
Let me go in for advancement instead of the Flower Festival condition here. At this point, they might have to dig the other landmark, and they might not have the cards or resources to do so anymore.
Yeah, so the good news about what's in the reserve here for Idyllic is there is a sleep condition on the shroom, and there is an anchor condition on the Muna caregiver. The unfortunate side is usually if you have that, you want to have one of these characters that stayed around be the fleeting one, because now fleeting is going to be your hardest thing to get.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't
Yeah.
know. After seeing the Canadian World Qualifier, I'm all for. mid loaners like Rin Festival deck.
Yeah, festival can be sneaky, but so far we've seen it go into top cuts, but not make it out alive.
I mean, this tournament could be the day. Can Muna take it this tournament, or do we just wait for another tournament to possibly happen?
Yeah. I found the exact wording. On uniques, you will generally find if you have less than 8 mana orbs before a positive effect, unless you have 8 or more mana orbs before a drawback. So, pretty cool.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Use the legate coming in, blocking the companion expedition. How will Idyllic survive this situation? I mean, they look pretty strong on stats based on the hero expedition. Decided to play the Moon and Caregiver. I mean, they could potentially have Lyra Festival again back in their hand. Potentially, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I would if gains asleep.
They do have all conditions met without the landmark. So if they have another
The
festival in hand, that might be a good game.
yeah, the unfortunate part is they can't delay it anymore. But it is Legal's turn. So unless they have, a perfect one drop or something to kind of save enough mana for another license withdrawal.
Ooh,
Uh
no. This guy had all the troopers
yep.
the past couple days. So I'm sure Idyllic did not like that whatsoever. So now it just comes the whole mental game itself. Like if I have festival in hand, do I play festival or am I just really pretending that I have festival, making him drop more cards for no?
Yep.
Oh, I have festival in hand. It was just dropping cards. Uh, they mind games.
Yeah, a beauty sleep with enough mana to play it twice though is very strong.
It is.
So the unfortunate thing here is there is the Legat on the other side for Siggy. Not too terribly unfortunate. It'll only be able to get rid of one sleep for sleep.
Sleep for sleep.
But yeah, I was gonna say,
Ah,
do they
sleeping
just
the
sleep
same man.
themselves?
Yeah. Do you hit the beauty sleep and sleep to the gate so you don't get sabotage? But the problem with that one is now they have a whole army ready to
Yeah.
wake up the next day. I mean, it's already bad enough they got something in the sleeping in the other expedition as well.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what Sigismar is going for here. Like, all right, you're putting my things to sleep. You can do it once more. What if I just also play along with that and I just need a double move, win the game? So I'll just have a really strong next turn.
I'm sleeping the legate. They will have two cards getting sent to reserve here. Unless they decide to play this snoozer room. I guess the only place you could really play it at is either. I mean, there's plenty of selections actually. You could select a card from the Hero Expedition. Well, only the Spindle Harvester. You can also select the any card from the Companion Expedition. You want them to stay. So there's other choices you could do here.
Yeah, I would think you sleep the caregiver because it has that fleeting on it, like I said. But then well, no, you're not sacrificing a move. Yeah, so
Nah,
that's exactly what Idyllic does.
yeah. Coming in for a double advance here, but it's not like a double advance day one. It seems more like a desperate. I need something to happen here. Double advance.
Yep. I would not be surprised. Is this one card that's in Siggy's hand been kind of there for a bit? Yeah.
Yeah.
I would not be surprised if that's another type of removal just chilling, sitting there, waiting.
The legate does sabotage the Kadama, so leaving the little spindle harvester, which is also not sure if I would have done that. I think I would have just got rid of the spindle harvester just for somehow they are able to get festival off this day. I mean, it would be very hard to pull off if they had anything like that crazy in their hand here. I'm gonna gift yourself just for the double draw. Decided to get rid of the legacy. I have plenty of stats on board now.
What I am very obviously not a vocal fan of Festival. I won't play it personally. It's just not the type of gameplay that I enjoy. Idyllic though, super great, sweet man. What I do enjoy watching is the tiptoeing around trying to make it happen. And one of my favorite interactions is trying to have the fleeting there goes teamwork training.
Little
Trying to
teamwork.
have the fleeting character out before, you play the festival and have it there in the expedition.
Yep. DG was called in the chat. Ooh, that's when the harvester was still there. They could have no, they would have not. It would have not been enough stats. Never mind.
Yep, Siggy wins off of the stats, and there we go.
Yeah, good game.
A full game, played well by both sides, but Siggy takes it. Let me get us back here to take a look. We are close to bringing in Rinku. I will see where we're at in the round. Let me take a look at all of these. Let me know if there's anything that you see, Gus.
On this group.
Yeah. Well, it's whatever group. We can look at group two.
You told me whatever I want. Now you
Well,
just pick it.
yeah. Just tell
Yeah.
me, Gus. Tell me. Say with your chest.
Uh, I'm not really feeling this group anymore.
Uh,
I saw a guy's cool name. His name is Poker Boy, but they already finished their game. So, I kind of want to look at Group One. On Group One here, we could do Group One table, table 13.
all right. Why are you laughing when you say
You'll see.
it? Group one, table 13. It's Phobia against Breadstick.
Yeah, of course. Phobia versus Breadstick, and it's a very close game between the two. Well, when I say close, I mean Breadstick is one move away from winning, but we all know Asadi doesn't mind playing from the back a little bit.
Yep.
Granted, it might
Where
be a little bit too far in the back.
let's see, what does this Sakuraru do? It does discard target character from anywhere, so that's pretty nice. There could be another one coming out. You know what I'm really worried about here though?
Is it the Mana Flare hungering type of thing?
Yeah, because Chef Breadstick is a breadstick, and the hunger, I would assume, enjoys breadsticks. So
So and roll. We will be checking a lot of groups, a lot of different tables throughout the day. So we were just on table group 4, I think, on round 1.
yeah, they're just being facetious because
Yeah.
Group 4 is locked up. uh,
It's interesting to see that, like, I mean, we're in day 6. There's only 2 cards in this card from Phobia.
the milk and the skater.
We do have a Ouroboros caster unique from the reserve. From anywhere you may return a card from your reserve back to your hand. And if anti-bounce, I mean, not anti-bounce, it's a bouncing card that you don't really expect on Triss to really do often. Usually it's the opposite. Usually they put a card from the hand to reserve. But a Inkcaster doing that from anywhere is actually very nice, unique.
Yeah, yeah, it's a very low cost
Low
too, and it
cost.
doesn't sacrifice too many stats.
Group 4 is watching stream.
Hello, group 4.
Log Group 4.
I did like this comment in the chat, saying that the player was playing the most effective prison deck yet, so I'm glad there are some people that, have some good humor. I know it's unfortunate, but as, the bacon demanded, we are here casting this game. And then return a Kellenburst to hand, right? There it goes.
Elon Burst. I don't know why you keep saying Kellen. Who
'Cause
the
that's
heck's
how you
Kellen?
pronounce it.
Who the heck is Kellen, Call? Tell me.
It's Kellen Burst, Kellen Cylinder, but it's Kelon Guy.
I need Keyline Guy on here. I need to correct you.
Well, that's his name, and that's how he pronounces it, so I'll pronounce his name how he wants it pronounced. But the
We do
name
have milk
in
coming in.
the game is pronounced Kellen.
Caster got in play. Milk was thrown into the board. And when we see milk, there could be one possible option that might come out of this, or it could be a psych gotcha moment. I would say Phobia had not been hitting their counters as quickly as most studies players have been lately. So I
You
wonder
know
what kind of cards they've been drawing here.
yeah, you know what is really unfortunate for Breadstick here is they seeing the milk Helen burst it. But now they only have 2 mana left, and they only have this ink caster
Yeah.
in Expedition. This is a very
They
good turn for Atsadi.
Yeah, but Breadstick does have the hero ability still ready to go at a moment's notice. And they could just play a single Amelia Earhart. And I mean, they kind of are locked up a little bit on the right side since they are only in Mountain and that single Tiny Jin is being nuisance. So the real question is for Phobia is like, what cards do they play at this point?
Yep. Let's do a little experiment here. I can see the likes as they come in on the stream. If you are in group 4 and watching because you cannot play yet, like the stream, and we'll see how many likes it goes up to.
Group 4. I want my Group 4 people to just spam the like button. Spam it. They actually decided to throw the code.
Oh, I forgot about
No,
tray stability.
this guy doesn't listen to me.
I don't listen to you. I try
This
to
guy,
tune you out.
I literally said, jeez. Can't bring you on here. I'm done with you.
I'm working on it. That's probably honestly why I didn't hear you is I was asking Rinku if he's almost ready.
All right, you actually were. All right. Got my eye on you, buddy.
It jumped up to 17 likes. So at least 7 people so far. That's great.
Oh, that is a threat right there. It's like, I have this. You're getting hooked. See ya. The last thing is, does Phobia have anything for 5 mana? Anything. Oh
No.
no.
No. I forgot about
Not
Hooked.
hooked. GG.
You can never forget about Hooked.
Never forget about hooked. Good game, breadstick. Good
GG's to
game.
the chef himself. Let me go back here. We're gonna get Rinku on here in a couple minutes, but also want to make sure we're keeping the entertainment rolling. Let me refresh. Also, yeah, shout out to everyone in the chat chatting with us. It makes it a lot more enjoyable. Scary Gary,
Yeah, I love you guys.
Alpakusha, Wyvern, Elio, Look at the Bacon, M Roll, Breadstick, Emiliano. I forgot to say hi to you earlier, Emiliano. Gathering cards. Jen, Agent Potato, Thaddeus, Vint, all you legends. Kari in there. Let's see what we got in the tournament though.
Yeah, breadstick. I feel like the sucker robbery might have been the better play, but you know, you don't know what you guys had in hand, right? So you talked at the hook, and you had it before,
Yeah.
it's hard. It's always hard to tell, right?
Yeah. Interesting, we have some matches that are stuck on 0%, even though the round started and was able to
Hmm.
go.
Yeah, I kinda
Um,
jumped to a group. I forgot what group I was in a second ago.
cool. Yeah, so we don't really have a game to jump in that I can see easily, that has progression.
Ah,
Rinku is going to jump in though, so I'll let you, Gus, search
okay.
around for a game to play.
Go to table 18, the same group.
Uh,
You see Runefolk doing Runefolk things.
oh
Yes,
no.
this is why this round has been stolen.
All right, I will bring up Runefolk. I will get it on the screen so you have something to watch while we rotate. If you
Guys,
want
we got
to,
go
what?
ahead, sorry. No, sorry, go
Come
ahead.
on, Gus. Let me
No,
finish.
no, go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Let me get out of here so you can have a good
Okay.
caster.
Bye, bye, bye.
All right, you guys ready to see a real caster? I will be rotating into the director chair. Let me get Rinku in here, but it will take a moment to switch things around. Gus, they can still hear and see you. Take it
Okay.
away.
Anyway, guys, we got an incredible game here. Hello, Runefolk. Hello, Shark Star 7. Um, Runefolk, why are you being a menace in the world qualifiers today? Why did you choose violence today? Who hurt you? Why are you doing this? I also gotta remind you also gotta remember sorry, I had to remember that I have an Talk that you might enjoy. It is a 6, I think it's 6/5 and lets you draw a card when you leave expedition. So if you're interested in that card, just let me know. But we got mass anchoring Asia coming in versus the stalling dreadful. I want to eat grass, but I can't because I don't go outside rune folk. I just kidding, rune folk. I personally don't mind what you're doing. I think it's funny. And you know, if the game allows it, then that's a game design problem. It's not your problem. It is. I can tell you right now, it is not unique dependent. I think is it unique dependent? No, I guess maybe it's slightly. It is. You need like the low cost isotox uniques. No, maybe not.
Hi,
So
can you hear me?
yeah, can you hear me?
Um, if I could hear you, I'd probably tell you that I could hear you, but I'm really
Okay.
not sure. Um, all right, I need a link to the event.
I got you. I got you. I'll give you the table.
All right, yeah, that works. Okay, yeah, Cole also got me.
Okay, I got you. Me faster. God. Oh.
Okay, well, yeah, luckily you chose small snooze fest, so be okay. But yeah, I know Rune has been very about this hostage Akesha deck, so it's no
All
cool
right.
to see it's not the phrasing I want to use, but it's
Yeah.
yeah,
Everyone, welcome. Put your hands together to my co-host here, Rinku, World Qualifier Dallas champion man himself,
yeah.
two-hole destroyer because he killed me and I cried in the corner.
Yeah.
How you doing, my
Uh,
man?
yeah, it's actually pretty funny. I like the few times I went to locals, including like my first pre-release, like the first event where like I realized that Alter was happening. Like I played against Gus, and then also played him in Tumult, and then I like go to the space like, wait, that's Rinku, and then but yeah,
No, we got a very weird situation going on where it comes multi-anchoring versus hostage. How you think it's gonna play out?
yeah. So I think we're already at the point of no return. So like the gauge I would use here is so there are certain card games where you like discard to hand size at the end, but that doesn't happen in Altered, which I think is actually very nice. I think discarding like makes you feel bad that you've like accrued this advantage. But
Yeah,
then as a result, you end up in situations like this where you can see that Rune has 2 cards in deck and 2 cards in reserve, and then with like 2 of the I think they're called Aether shards. Yeah, with
Yeah.
2 of the Aether Shards, it means that literally Rune can do the same thing every single turn, which means that Rune will play Celebration Day every turn, and there's no recourse for it. So, like, for
Yeah.
instance, what can happen is if you just play one, like, assuming he has 2 Celebration Days, say, he will end up eventually in the spot where he will just be able to draw his deck. And we don't know the components of the deck. I kind of just like jumped in.
Right.
But if the deck has any amount of small, like there is no probability of remaining. It is like
Yeah, it is.
deterministic.
It is kind of like it is what it is at this point. He's been playing. He'll play small step and celebration day each day and just relax.
Yeah. I think I think an interesting like tidbit is I forget how the full conversation went, but I think Rune and Essen talked to like some of the developers or people that worked on it and just asked like, did Celebration Day like work as intended? Like, did you want stuff like this to happen? And I think the answer was no. Like, it wasn't originally like intended to be this. It was meant to just be like, yeah, we stall for a turn. Like, let's just move on. Like, to give like controlling routes for decks like a Waru deck or a Kesha deck, like type thing. Like they did think about it from a control standpoint, but to literally like end up with like I have everything and you will never win wasn't exactly in the design from what
Right.
I heard.
I
But
mean, it's not like an easy feat to do. Depends on certain matchup, right? But like a matchup like this is kind of like much more easier to do versus like a Siggy deck.
yeah. Well, one way I like to think about it, though, is like obviously the actual game time is pretty long here. But when you play a deck like say Kojo or Siggy, like one of these more aggressive decks, you observe the game being over by the game telling you you can no longer play because your opponent like had the companion and hero meet. But like the way a deck like a hostage deck works is the end of the game doesn't occur on the tumult. It occurs in like what is happening here. Like this game has been over, and we are. I don't really watch sports, but I've heard of the phrase "garbage time," and that's like where we're
Yeah, yeah, I
where we're
heard that
going.
before. Garbage time.
Yeah, so we've just been in garbage time since we joined this game. Like the game has been over. It's just
Yeah,
not in
yeah,
the traditional sense.
yeah, yeah. That I 100% agree with that one here.
But it's
Uh,
still cool, and there's like, I think there's an interesting spot for it. Like if people, maybe are a little bit less stubborn or willing to concede earlier when it is deterministic that they lost, you end up with some pretty cool. Like, yeah, you like there is interesting interaction leading up to this point though. Oh, yeah.
yeah, I would say I was telling. I'm not sure you heard me earlier on stream or not, but I was just saying the game design allows it. I don't see a problem with it.
Yeah, 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 exactly. It's just like to continue to play the game really just depends on your pain tolerance.
Yeah, and I guess Shark Star has very high pain tolerance.
It it's also tough once you put something on the line, right? Like,
Yeah,
having a Worlds qualifier, it's like, sure, it's a free event, which I think is wonderful that, like, allows someone to have, like, a real reward for winning. It's just like your pain tolerance will be higher if there is a chance that Rune screws up or, like, from having known Rune for an amount of time, he's always good at playing very quickly, so, like, you're never gonna beat him in the clock BGA sort of thing.
yeah.
But he could like misclick or like I don't even know how the interface in BGA even looks when you have this many cards in your hand. So
I had 21 cards in my hand before, and I was like, I had to squint to look at my cards from the edges.
yeah,
uh,
yeah. So yeah, we end up in an interesting spot here. So like normally we'd be talking a little bit more about the game than the meta like higher level game that's happening. I guess like one thing that if Rune didn't start looping small steps early enough, it could have been possible with enough like mana reapings you can like make probability matter. But even if you mana reaping enough times, there's probably enough conjuring seals plus the small step celebration day to like be able to still go through. So even
yeah,
if you do mana reaping all the shards, it's probably still not enough.
yeah. But do you think he can make this deck go all the way to the top, though? That's a real question.
Yeah, so it depends on how the meta is. Sigismar is probably not very good for the Kesha deck, and then I think it's kind of interesting. You can end up in an interesting spot against Atsadi, where they can always have like Eat Me Energy Bar Sakurabaru, and you might not be able to play enough small steps, and you end up in this weird like stalemate, but you still have to win by progressing. I'm not
Yeah.
really sure how that one would play out, honestly.
Oh, I don't want to see that. I think I remember watching someone play a mirror match of a study and they both play all three Sakurabus day by day.
Yeah.
Essentially, everyone is back towards the beginning. I'm like, oh my lord.
Yeah, I don't take the stance in other card games, but in this card game at least, I like my deck to end the game.
I also like my deck to end the game.
But,
Yeah, I've only picked this deck because I had a feeling Runefolk is causing chaos. So this is just for people to be entertained and see like what is going on here, what to prepare for when you go against Runefolk. So I'm helping you guys in the future.
yeah, there are, like, funny I don't even call them tech cards, but you can do certain things where, for instance, if you play, Asia, I think the card's called, AJA, you, like, can get them to mana cards that are, like that they don't want
Everything,
to, or you
yeah,
can play, like, Sustenance, like, there's all these cards that, like, if you specifically wanted to beat Hostage, you, like, could tech and still have your deck be kind of functional, but, of course, like, the percentage of the meta game that is these Hostage decks is few and far between.
yeah, that's true. And especially with the Aja substances, you don't really see that as often unless they're playing like Hyper Ramp, Hydrocina, Loki type of decks.
Yeah, Loki's definitely a good one too, just, like, actually putting the reset on the hand size,
I
but,
would have made Runefolk cried.
but you can just, the most straightforward way to beat it is really just to aggro them down, even if your deck isn't designed to play the most aggressive.
Yeah,
If you were at Saudi, I don't think you end up, like, being able to win the super long game, so you, like, are just playing an aggro deck.
that's fair. Fair, fair. Oh boy, it's I love to see these numbers on the board. It's just not gonna do anything at this
Yeah.
point in time.
So, Gus, if you were to play in this event, what would you have played?
I'm not sure. Um, if I
You
were
don't
to play
think
this
about it,
event,
just because I'm here.
I think I would play Akesha,
Okay.
but not Rune Focus Akesha.
Yeah. So more like tempo semi-control Akesha, but
Yeah,
not
yeah,
like stalling slash like extending the game.
yeah. I have a like weird silence deck where I focus on just drawing and just buffing them silence within like a couple days and just
Hmm.
throwing big bodies. Doesn't really work well a lot of times, but I think it's funny to have it when I draw 20 cards and then I have a 20 stat silence and then it gets destroyed by license withdrawal.
Yeah. No, it's definitely interesting. I wonder if in that style of deck you might be able to like overload their license withdrawals. Like if you play enough like landmarks or like other cards that are boosting themselves, like even just like the rare kind of gear in Alchemist could be like an interesting
Yeah,
card to like
yeah,
try to
yeah.
almost bait them.
I have those type of cards. I wish I could play those in real life. I need to do some pod orders eventually to get some uniques I buy.
Yeah, same, same. Um, yeah, no, it's cool. So
What would you play? Would you be playing Kojo as usual?
Uh, usually when there's stakes on the line, I would play Kojo. I have been like dabbling a little bit with say like Sigismar and Lindaway. Um, Lindaway, I think is like part of the problem, at least with me playing Lindaway, is like I think if I can promise myself I made every decision right, Lindaway would be really good. But like A, you have a lot of decisions, and then B, if you make just like one of them wrong, you could just lose the game. Whereas like Kojo, like not that it's explicitly, like, easier, but, like, the decisions are a little bit easier to parse, and if you make a decision wrong, not all of them are game losing. Some of them are, but not all of them. So, um, yeah, it's kind of like a hard call there. I think in my heart of hearts, if I want to win, I'm pretty sure I would have played Basira, actually.
Really?
Um, so I think you could play Basira where you have like Ecluse to help manage Trace, and you can still play like Kojo-esque with like this kind of like aggressive low to the ground. But then I think Basira ends up being a better hunger deck if you have either like draw Eclutes or if you're willing to play like still playing some of the Jins, but like you're I don't know. I think your plan's a little bit more cohesive towards like playing the hunger than if you were to play Kojo.
Right.
Um, and yeah, so I know simultaneous to this, there's also the Barcelona WCQ happening. I know Acraft was at least 5-1 when I checked with Basira. For Nico from Team AQZ is is 6-0 with Kojo, so, like, there's still a lot of good, like, Bravos like,
Yeah,
representation. So I think I would
Bravo.
play a Bravo stack.
I think ever since you won the Dallas World Qualifier, Bravos have been skyrocketing. I'm not
Yeah,
sure if you have the kind of like aura you got going on that everyone decided to play Bravos because of you, or it was just timing, or just a timing situation.
as, flattering as it would be that it was because of me, like, if you look at the top cut, you actually see, like, the change potentially starting. Like, first, it was the last event, like, with Oldafanis, but the top cut did have 4 Bravos, right? We had Ansadi and 3
Right.
Kojo. So it's like, I think Dallas occurring more than just me, just, like, Dallas occurring might have, like, influenced something.
That's true. I mean, I have heard people influenced by seeing Phobia playing like the Mana Flare,
Yeah,
Hunger that people didn't see till now, or not now, till Dallas.
yeah.
So there definitely has been some inspirations from Dallas and other world qualifiers as well, right?
Mhm. Yeah.
So like we're actually done with round two. Thank you, Runefolk, for such a riveting gameplay.
Well, it was really good for our transition from cold to May, so,
Yeah, that's true. Do you have anyone you want to see from any group or anything like that?
um, let's
Group
see.
4 is being focused by the Spanish stream, but I say we
Okay.
could do whatever we want because this is NA, not not. I mean, technically, it's also for Central and South America too, which also has a lot of. So guys, there's gonna be a whole new tournament for Group 4 since Group 4 kind of got destroyed a little bit. Do you want to spread the word? I'm not sure how the word is being spread. So look through Discord, look at the A.W.O.L Discord, maybe the Altered Discord as well.
Yep. Yeah,
Um,
it looks like in BGA WCQ pairings, Simon has already sent something out about Group 4 and made an explicit tournament for Group 4. So you can look at there. There's already a bunch of, fire icons there. So let me look at what was in previous Group 4. That way, you know, I know what people we can't see without going to the other events. So,
eh,
okay, yeah, a lot of brilliant.
you go look at that.
Okay,
Look at
well,
for the team.
unfortunately, I went to watch all the marbles who is in Group 4, which they have to
Yeah,
remake. So I'll look for let's instead go to, trying to think. I don't wanna have too much bias here. How
okay.
about we watch a Claudius match if Claudius isn't in Group 4? I don't know where they would be then. Is there an easy way to find out where they are?
No, you have to look through I'm looking. I'm looking group one.
Alright, I'll
Uh,
give you, like, 4 people that I'd be interested in watching. So
I
Claudius, Bijatak,
we just saw
um,
Vision Talk. Yeah,
um
I think we did.
Alternace's, Mugus, I would be interested in.
How you even spell that?
Um,
MOO.
no, Mugis. I might be mispronouncing it, but
MUG.
it's AA-MUGIS.
I give up on.
And then the last one, I would also be down for watching, um, DB Trickster. Any of those.
I okay. I have okay. I would say I found Trickster too, but whichever one you want to go to.
Any of those. Yeah, just let me know.
Where which one is Mugus at? Mugus.
Okay. Alright,
Yes.
yeah. So we're gonna go to Mugus's match. Awesome. Oh, and yeah, the player they're playing against is also someone that I recognize and is also pretty good. Okay, cool. And this is the type of matchup I would want to see, except for the fact that it's almost over.
Yeah. Unfortunate, but we do see a good, cool, unique out here with the Korean Alchemist.
Mhm.
From hand, if you have less than 8 mana orbs, characters you control gain 1 boost from anywhere. Create 2 tokens in my expedition. That's a pretty strong alchemist for for cost.
Yeah, it's kind of reminiscent of the Claudius Kakoba. It's just a little bit statted on from the reserve. I do think like I don't know about you, but when I research like uniques, some people like looking at abilities and seeing what cards they're on. Sometimes I like looking at a specific card name because they just have really cool abilities on them. So when I first started, it was like Amarax or Amarox I was really interested in. Now I'm like on a huge like Katagaran Alchemist like phase in like both factions. It's just like they put really cool things on alchemists.
I honestly am the same because right now I'm making a video for like a zero hand deck for subhash. So you know how there's
Mm.
certain characters like Match Girl and
Yep.
the new car supervisor, where it's like if your hand is empty, do blah 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 blah. There's certain uniques that have like extra abilities to add on top of that. So I'm making
Mhm.
it like based around that and a video for it. So that's definitely not a advertisement on my part whatsoever.
You're good. Yeah. So one thing that's like interesting to note is so of course Sigismar is like ahead on board here. It's going to be a one for one trade. I think one thing that is interesting is that the trace player could have used the hook to be able to draw another card there instead of discarding because the brass book. Oh wait, no, I guess not with that, not with the boost.
Yeah.
Um, okay, never mind. Okay, that explains it. All right, good. There's certain like observations. It's super interesting. So like for people watching and even us as commentators, it's like your brain almost fires in a different way when there's something on the line and like when you're in the moment and that it like causes you to be like very honed in. And it's like us as commentators will do our best to like put ourselves in like people's seats, but it's like the type of thing where everyone is like the best player when they're watching, but it's a little bit
So
different when
true.
you got to make the decisions.
Yeah, true, true.
So I think when I try parsing the sort of board state, I so say I'm the trace player. I try to think like where is optimal for the Sigismar to try to be fighting one sided on, and that would look like the companion side because this alchemist has like the two force stat. That way you can like kind of leverage that. So that's why you see the Frankenstein being led off on that side. But it's cool you're able to fight with both with how the bug out bag works.
Yeah. I have a question for you. And I
Mhm.
asked, I feel like I asked the people a couple times when it comes to Siggy and Bumblebee. Are you a fan of Bumblebee? Or are you not? Are you like Bumblebee is kind of like not really it?
Yeah, I really like Bumblebee. I think it helps you so, like, any of the cards that, from Whispers from the Maze that have that reserve ability to get bigger, help you get over the tougher terrains, which in Sigismar has historically been the mountain stat. So Bumblebee allows you to fight for mountain more than once, which is really important. So, like, you just play it out there, and if they don't remove it, but they contest it by playing things, you're, like, contesting it twice. Um, the other thing it lets you do is it helps you, kind of, like it lets you kind of, like, set the tone for how the next few, like, turns are gonna go, and it also sets up really nice Sandman plays where you already have something in play. They might play to the other side. Then you go, like, Sandman to still get the advance and then, like, put 2 more boosts on the Bumblebee, and now it's like a 5. So,
Yeah.
I think Anchor is, like I think it's super cool how this game will give like an ability that's not very common to be on it to something else at a faction. And Bumblebee's like a really good example of just like, yeah, it's still like bread and butter and playing this character, but allows you to just threaten things in a way that you wouldn't otherwise. And we're kind of seeing that right now, where obviously just putting everything on the companion side, but being like, we'll fight here again if we need to.
Right. Yeah, it would be interesting to see. I mean, I almost forgot the person's name for a second. Nagumo did have a lot of resources compared to Mugus for a bit here, but it seems like there's been draining resources slowly and surely here to see what they can really do to stop the unstoppable force of the companion expedition.
Yeah, with only 1 mana left, this is still more than reasonable. You still even on board, you have the
Right.
sap sniffer with the Keylon cylinder. But here it looks like, you get to kind of after you one more time, see how it's gonna go, but minimally with the snap tap sniffer, you can get a 3/4/4 into play. Oh, wow.
Oh,
Okay, so a card we don't
interesting.
yeah, we don't see that card a lot.
Yeah, Corgan informant. I believe it removes two counters. Yeah, of a card and play or in reserve. Yeah. That's an interesting card that you don't really see at all, huh?
Yeah, so I think that one has to be a meta call. Uh, which is once again a wonderful quality of how the game works. So I wonder. So what are you targeting in particular besides Trace? Like, it's definitely good against Trace because it's kind of like a one cost 2/2/2 and like how it's going to fight power wise. Luckily
You,
for or
you can help. You can also hit Tiny Jin. It doesn't go straight to mana.
mhm,
Um, trying to think what other cards it could help against. Landmarks that have like counters on them. If it has little counters, probably get rid of them. I mean,
hmm,
it's very definitely situational for sure.
yeah. I would have to think a lot more about that. It's also good against other bumblebeats. Like maybe it's just a card that's good against the aggressive sort of metagame. The one thing it doesn't do is it can't target heroes, so
Yeah,
it's like affecting something on the board.
with just
Ye-
enough boost, they're able to stop and advance on both sides.
Yeah. So that water stat just sneaking on through, not something that we commonly see because water is one of the strengths of Sigismar, but just the way the
Yeah,
cards line up. And yeah, so I have to think from this board state that Trace is actually ahead, which is super interesting. And
yeah,
I do think the landmarks play a really big part in the Trace versus Sigismar matchup. As someone that has played a lot of Kojo or a lot of Haven and Bravos, the games where I'm able to land a safe Haven and then just be able to start playing things is like a lot easier against Sigismar than the other way around. And they don't want to play their license withdrawal on like your Keelan cylinder, but when you're like stack sniffing them and like able to
yeah,
like play all these cards that are really powerful for a really small cost, yeah, it's gotta give the edge to Traced here.
yeah. It's going to be very definitely be a battle right here for Mugias to go against at this moment in time. Especially since Tracer can just draw another card, play it down. Ooh, we got a unique Otter Potter. Reap Otter Potter. Otter Rabbit.
One more time. One
One
more
more
time.
time. This cut the feed. Let's start all over again. Reap Potter Otter. But you know the typical fact where you may put a card down from your hand in reserve. Player does. The card from a hand deck goes to reserve. I gain 2 boost. That is a pretty strong otter. Repotter.
Yeah. Well, one thing that's overall just like pretty interesting about kind of the planning from Sigismar is like, so sometimes I tend to not think about games in terms of like finality. I think of it as like an advantage bar, or if you've played chess on chess.com, you see like the bar of like who's more likely to win. And it's when when the Sigismar had the Kybera counter of 0, like they're right adjacent to each other, then like that looks pretty good. It's just like you could load one side, but that's kind of the last hurrah. If it didn't work, you end up in this spot where the trace got the double advance, and you have to think in the arena the edge would go to trace.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, but can you actually like not just go one for one here? And it's like it's kind of similar to when we're talking about the Hostage Akesha deck from earlier. The game might have just been decided on that day, but now we have to go through the motions on the rest of this.
Right.
And
Yeah.
maybe there's some small probability of winning, but it's honestly just not very high
Yeah.
for the biggest
And
mark.
this and after that last day, it was definitely going to be going to Triss with just a mention that hero ability, drawing an extra card for extra resource.
Mhm.
All these strong heroes coming, heroes characters coming in, the boosting, the Grems, and it had everything.
Yeah. So we do see Trace take it down. Trace kind of, if I had to choose, like, imagine if I had equal skill points in every single deck and had access to reasonable uniques. It's just hard to bet against Trace right now. It feels like your deck almost has to be configured to beat Trace. Like, are you
Yeah.
playing Fruits and Hungers? Like, what is the plan against Trace? Because Trace almost gets to be this really cool aggro deck that has a really good late game too. And it's just like, wait, are you just saying your game is just overall good? And that's kind of where Trace is at right now.
No, I agree. I agree with that statement for sure. All righty. That was a good game, Nagumo. That was a very good game to watch. Let's see
Yeah,
if we get any, maybe like a random player
yeah.
here.
I'm trying to. So now I just have all of them opened.
Oh, you got
Um,
that's probably a better idea than me going one by one.
that's fine. Let's see. I want to find a game that's a little bit earlier. Okay. How about we see in Group Two, Table Eight,
Group
AGG's
two,
Vicky Locky against Sora with numbers.
group two, number 8. Ricky Licky, Sora with numbers.
Okay, well, so this one ends up being a trace mirror, which I did not click on before it, choosing to end up
That's
here.
fair. It's fine.
Um, well, so I guess one thing that's an interesting consideration, if a deck is the best deck in the format, and when I say best deck, everyone of equal quality, equal uniques and stuff like that. Obviously, there's asymmetries in skill where you put your skill points and uniques you have. But one big consideration, if you're going to bring the top dog, is how do you perform in the mirror? Like it's another matchup you really have to plan for. So things to look out for. Um, so I think it really ends up being some amount of the permanence, like what permanence you're seeing in play. So you see this common armored jammer. So that kind of allows you to kind of fight over the reserve for certain key components. And you see a Gibble in reserve too. So kind of those slants or the small decisions starting to come up here. You can see how Grems fight back and forward. But overall, it feels like there's like a sizing thing. And here, when you look at the board, it once again seems very difficult for our bottom trace to come back into this. But when you look at that reserve and the mana, if they could pull off a double advance here, that would very much help them. So it looks like the last hurrah would be maybe playing just another one cost card. Now you could plan for that. You have this Frankenstein. It looks like you might just be able to fight.
Right. Um, I remember your conversation when it comes to a Kojo mirror match, and I recall I'm trying to recall what you said about.
I don't even
No,
know what I
you
said.
know what you said. Yeah, you know what? I don't know why I brought it up, but if you don't remember, I don't remember.
Hmm.
I think you were saying something along the lines like the best way to prepare your deck is going against a mirror match or something like that.
Oh, I will never play a deck where I'm not ahead in the mirror.
Yeah,
Like,
that's what you said.
yeah,
Yeah.
I tried to not be prideful. It's definitely a flaw of mine that I've worked on and stuff. But for some reason, if I'm playing a deck that is a known deck and I can't do well in the mirror, I like won't bring the deck even if it's good against the field. It's just that's where my pride like sticks out a little, and it's definitely not the best trait, but yeah, it's definitely something I think about a lot. So, like, I wouldn't bring Trace to this event if I didn't think I was like 55 or 60% against your average Trace player.
Mine is your pride. I do agree. I think your statement of like you should try to be good against your mirror match, especially if you're playing a very competitive field. You gotta expect some decks to be popping up more frequent than other, like Trist, for example, or Siggy and Kojo are like the top three. So I feel like you practicing your own mirror matches and succeeding your own mirror matches will benefit you more in the long run than just playing other decks that might tech you out for one or two cards.
Yeah, the other thing to consider that I think people underestimate when they plan for the mirror is that you start to break open the actual components of the deck and see how it lines up in different ways. Like you say, "Oh, when I play Trace against this, I just try to like go really quickly and win." It's like when you're playing the mirror, it's like anything you say, they can also say. So then you have to go even deeper and you can like find better lines. Plus, you're almost doing twice the amount of effort. Like you're not only thinking about yourself, but you're putting yourself in their shoes, which is still something you're capable of doing.
Yeah.
So I think like planning for the mirror actually does make you better with the deck objectively because you have to think more.
Yeah, I know that's a true statement too. And you also see what your opponent is capable of. Maybe paths you don't see, they see, and such like that. So mirror matches are definitely important key opponent for you to practice.
Yeah. So looking back at the game, so we're probably going to see the same thing we normally see here, which is the one side shove. So given that two expedition lead, but the main thing that's kind of interesting is just like well, first there's this unique, so we have to read
Yeah,
that
yeah,
off.
we gotta
So
read it. Okay, wanna read it all for me, buddy?
me? No, no, no.
All
You
right, I
got
gotcha. I got it. All right, we
this.
got Athena Unique 52442 from reserve. You control two or more landmarks. I lose fleeting. When you play a permanent with hand cost three or more, robots control other than me gains one boost.
Okay,
Interesting.
so now you're like typical traced
Yeah.
unique. I feel like some amount of it is probably just stats on the backside and just like being able to recur that. But I wonder if you can also threaten like really interesting pushes with like some bug out bags.
That's
Because
true.
the bug out bag now would make well when you play perma hand cost three or more, not zero or
Let's play
less.
the rare
Okay.
version of it, maybe.
Yeah, so I think it's mostly just for stats because yeah, you probably don't have big things, which is cool.
Yeah.
Um, What I also do like is that one weakness for Trace tends to be that forest stat, so you can actually use uniques and sometimes rares to shore up some of those weaknesses. We do see another unique though, so this one's
Yeah.
back to you.
Back to me from hand. There's a Nazi, which is 3-1. Although I got slapped by a bunch of boosts for a moment. 3-1, 2-1-3. From hand, you may put a card from your hand reserve. You do. I gave one boost for each card in your reserve, which put a Vike back from hand to reserve, gaining 4 boosts, with a total of 6, 5, 7. Pretty strong boost. But is it going to be enough for them to just threatening with the boom from the hand from the reserve here, which is very threatening to see.
Mm, yeah, I always forget how it goes, but they got the boom. Is that what the kids say? Is that the
Um, Rinku, you and I are both too old to say we got the boom because that is not a reference anyone says anymore.
one boom for that. Okay, so one thing we could see is the Frankenstein can use the armored jammer to get rid of the boom if the boom is the problem. But one thing you can also do is you could try to after you by playing, say, like the Amelia Earhart, and then lining up the Frankenstein to just kill the last thing. In practice, with no other cards like unknown or remaining for Ricky Locky, you should probably be leading with the Frankenstein and getting rid of the one that you find more threatening. Because either way, Boom is effectively removing something, and the Vike would be just like playing another component. So you should just choose the one that you don't want to happen.
That's true. But they are also, remember, they are fighting for both sides here. Let my mom mana here, it could be issue.
Hmm. Yeah, so I do like this play.
Yeah,
I haven't done the math, but I'm pretty sure it lines up where your um, Athena plus Earhart on the companion side is enough to contest that. If your Frankenstein goes down, and then if your Anansi goes down, you should still be able to fight back on. Yeah, I think this works
yeah,
out.
I think it works out for them. It was definitely a close call right there, but
Mhm.
looking at the numbers here is definitely a sorry. I just read the chat something. It definitely was a close call for sure.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. But we one thing we are starting to see though is the resources are finally getting to some version of parity. So
Yeah,
what's going to happen here is that by getting so I really like this play because you've already accepted that you're getting double advanced on, which just has to happen. But when you look at the resources that are remaining, you as Ricky Locky still have the Muna Merchant and two landmarks, and then it will just be this oh, that's interesting. I thought it was actually the Athena that was going to there because now you could threaten to tie. So you're
yeah,
actually not double advancing. Okay, so this is something we see players do sometimes, which is over like instead of prioritizing advancing, actually looking to block. And what that does is it allows you to have more resources to try to advance on the next turn. So if you like block into advance, that could sometimes be easier than advance into block.
that's true. I mean, you think about it, if he did advance in that side, who would be in water, which would not be very favorable for his Athena at this moment.
Mhm. Right. So if there's no armor jammer from Ricky Locky's side, you can actually just wait on this Athena for a pretty long time and play it in a very haymaking way. So yeah, it's that's a very tough call and something that we see from a lot of top players, the decision of blocking versus advancing. And it's just
Yeah.
it's thinking about the game on a higher level. And you observing that the mono water stat just not being good for the Athena, definitely a big reason that happened.
Yeah, interesting that they actually decided to throw something into mana this day as well.
Mhm.
I wonder what they threw in that they didn't need anymore. Maybe they have copies of Gibble and they said I don't need more than one Gibble at a time.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard when you're resupplying and you don't know where you're going to resupply into. Like, if so, we can actually observe from the discard pile, for instance, how many Frankensteins are here? Well, the answer is three. But if there were, say, like only the one from earlier, then you know in your 6 cards there's two more Frankensteins, and then you think about chaining those. So there's some amount that could be difficult.
Yeah, I think all uniques have been played from both players. No, we're missing one more unique out of Ricky Locky here,
Mm,
and
could be spicy.
all uniques have been played by Sora here.
Yeah, I think I I don't know. It's always so hard for me. I can't help but wonder, like, if both players were, adjacent, face to face, Kybera counter 0, however you wanna put it, but if both players were in that, like, I wonder how the jockeying for position would look. It's just hard to, like, visualize how the bottom trace I think the plan is to play this Gibble, actually, which isn't
Yeah,
something that we normally see, but it's just hard from a resource perspective that it seems like Ricky Lockey's gonna be able to present enough stuff on the companion side.
we do get another Moon and Merchant unique from reserve from Ricky Lockey. We put a card in your hand for reserve. You do resupply from reserve. You control two more landmarks, draw a card, which is a pretty strong Moon and Merchant.
Oh,
You
interesting.
see the hooked. I maybe just decide to fish out for resources here.
Yeah, that's gonna be hard. It's gonna be a tough
Yeah,
way to do it. Um, Hooked, once again, is, like, pretty good for getting you into the arena.
yeah,
Like, you force them to load up one side, which could have been an option in another world. In the world that we're in, I think, like you said, just, like, trying to fish for, some sort of card that will help out, but the problem is the goal is to present stats here, and it's probably gonna be too much to overcome
yeah.
for our bottom trace player.
I would. I don't know what would you do in this situation at this point. I don't know. There's much left to do for Sora here.
Yeah, it's tough. I think from so besides, like, being on camera is, like, obviously great for certain
Yeah,
reasons, but, like, one reason why it's great is, like, you can watch your replays a lot better, you can have commentators and stuff, so whenever I play matches, especially the ones where I knew I made mistakes, I love hearing, like, what the commentators have to say and stuff, and I think just, like, going back to that, like, block versus, like, advance, I think that, like, dictated how this last turn played a lot. Looking at the cards that end up being played or drawn afterwards, I imagine it didn't ultimately affect the outcome, in which you could take some solace too,
yeah.
and
I think.
sometimes
Yeah, I agree. I think the last day he did blocking was probably the better ideal. I don't. I mean,
it's a tough call.
yeah,
All right, let's see if we can watch any of the new tournament Group
yeah.
4. Let's see. Let's see.
I'm not sure that's up yet or not, but
It is. They have to
yeah,
remake a second
yeah,
time.
they're make it a second time essentially.
Oh
Where's
my
cursed?
bejeebus. Okay.
Okay, give me a second, guys. I gotta do something here. I am.
It's okay. I'll look for other matches.
We have a match up already.
Okay, cool. Yeah. I also clicked on it.
Just about to end just now.
Yeah.
It might be next round. Then Rico, we might have to look
Yeah.
for another team. But I gotta get some water real quick, so I'll let Cole control things in the background and entertain
It's
this.
fine. I don't mind just chatting. Well, everyone in chat today, how are you? And um is everyone excited for more high stakes altered action? Worlds, all the stuff for Worlds has been announced, so are some really cool playmats and like opportunities there. And I really do hope that future World Championships are in other areas, just so that way it could be accessible to a lot of people. I do like the first one being in France. From a personal level, I've never been there, but also in general, just being able to see like, I know how big Altered is in France, and being able to see that firsthand is really cool. But for future worlds, just like giving people the opportunity to see the world, but also allowing other people that are maybe locals and not qualified being able to go. So, for instance, if we have another world in, say, like North America, then people might just be able to drive over and stuff like that. And then, yeah, I really hope the worlds ends up being around the world. There's some other card games I've seen where worlds ends up being the same place 3 years in a row or something like that. So
Okay.
um, so yeah, it can definitely be pretty interesting, but yeah, just want to see how everyone's doing and how everyone's feeling about our competitive circuit. I for one, the thing that I've like, well, I mean, I like the game a lot in the community, but one thing that's really cool about the organized play sort of aspect of Alter is that it has been very accessible. Like, I like that I could buy booster packs. Now I have an online collection too, and now I can play in a free Worlds qualifier on BGA. Sure, we've had some technical difficulties, which honestly wasn't on our end. But in general, just like it's not often you could just like play your game that you like bought locally and for free potentially get a paid trip to Paris. Like
Right.
that is awesome that our game allows us to do that. So I think, you know, is the game still growing and like looking for room to improve and adapt and stuff? Of course. But to be here at this point in this game is actually really awesome.
We're going to group one. We got the Cole Robbie in the background. Let's go to group one.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Okay. I got the Phobia game, which is not working for me. And now it's working for me. But going back to that world qualifier stuff as we were watching this game progress with Phobia versus I'm I'm Waddle.
I
Okay, that's
just
the
try
name.
not to pronounce their names anymore.
I am definitely as a caster myself here and a player, definitely excited for more world qualifier opportunities in the near future and next year and the year after that and so on and so forth.
Yeah, one thing I'll be curious about is from a scheduling perspective, just like, from rollout and turnaround time, like a lot of the qualifiers have been in a pretty small amount of time overall, like in 2 months or 3 months, which makes sense relative to how the game's grown and been received. But like if we're going into next year knowing there's another worlds, I wonder if we'll start seeing some worlds, qualifiers even starting in January or something for
Yeah.
next year's worlds. And then instead of having two slaughters on BGA, you just have multiple one slaughters and stuff like that. So it could
Yeah.
be really cool, and I really hope they do something like that. And I also hope that they take the winner of the world championship this year and give them an invite for next year. Not a selfish way. It's just like nice to see if someone could defend their title.
Yeah. I know some games do that where they say, hey, you are the champions, you're back automatically for next year.
All right, let me see if I could find a game.
Yeah, we're gonna find a
Um,
game
all
called You
right,
Can't Control Us.
can we do table three and group three?
Table three, group three. Yes, we can, man. What you did?
What?
You said group one. Oh, for next round. Oh, okay.
Oh, for next
Next round. I
round.
thought you meant my bad, my man. I didn't
Okay,
see the
okay.
word. I didn't see the word
No,
next
no, it's
round.
fine. I was just trying to get something in between. We can watch two Iron Chains against NPC Lino.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the words of Cole in our ears, it's great to see Auroch just crushing it because that's exactly how Cole talks. So
Yeah, he was like, totally, dude. I'm gonna see this radical all right coming in.
yeah, one thing I will say is like overall, like I'm not necessarily like the most nationalistic like pride or whatever, but for specifically the North American BGA qualifier, it would be nice to see people from the Americas on the whole qualify. Like it's okay French people qualify and like,
Yeah.
I know people playing a lot of different ones, but like, it is nice for the name of the tournament to yield some people from that population going there.
Yeah. So, well, this is mainly for North America, Central America, and South America. So anyone from this side of the
Yeah,
hemisphere would be nice.
exactly. Yeah, this side of the pond, exactly. So, yeah, so starting off this game, so Auroch already getting 2 performance counters, and once you can get the Auroch train rolling, it, like, can yield some really nice results of getting, I don't know, martingale every turn or something, but,
All right.
um, getting this nice start with the Daedalus high rolling, is pretty good because now you have some confidence on the stats that you can bring to the table. So, the Daedalus, if it high rolls again, will have 5, and Gold really fighting in multiples of 2. So the stats are actually lining up pretty well for you here. So yeah, I wonder. I wonder if they're going to lead with the guitars to try to just draw another card. The stats are lining up pretty well because
Yeah.
it has a 3 in the water, so you can play that to the right
Yeah.
side. Yeah,
Perfect. Yeah. How do you feel about RAC in general
I think
as a
Arlong
hero?
needs just a little bit of help. I think it needs like either a common or a rare that just like is maybe a little bit more self-recurring or allows you to like play multiple cards or something like that. Um,
Yeah. The
yeah.
guitar is definitely the right direction,
Mhm.
but it definitely needs like a little bit more of a push.
Ooh, you love seeing some Kitar's card draws. So the
Yeah,
other thing Aura can try to do is instead of playing removal, you try to play units or characters in this game. Characters that have bonus effects. So for instance, Sandman, right? You want to hit those off of your Kitarist. So the way you construct your deck ends up being very interesting. Like how much removal and non-zero, like non-cards that have zeros can you even play?
right.
But getting, so we're on day 3. Getting a day 4 Auroch activation with extra performance counters probably means you can actually just perform every turn, especially with a Martingale going to hand.
Absolutely, absolutely. There is a I remember having a conversation with somebody, I think it was last week, where the argument of RX ability being able to trigger hands effects or not. And I'm on the side of like it should. I don't see why not because it's kind of a random luck we top deck,
Yeah,
right?
I independently had a different conversation with someone and also said the same thing that, like, part of the reason, like, Auroch suffers a little is you don't get the massive payoff when you do hit, because it ends up being, like, your best payoff is hitting, like, Mind Apotheosis, but now you have to play that, you can't just play a bunch of units or
Right.
characters.
Right.
Okay,
Got two
yeah.
undefeated players. It's good to see all right undefeated here. I seen two Iron Chains play quite a bit, so I am rooting for them.
I
I have
I
never
do really
seen
like this
Nina before.
I do like this Tanuki unique. Would you be able to read it off for everyone?
Oh, I didn't even see that.
Don't worry, there's another one, so now you get to do that.
Like I did both. For Tanuki, you need 33042. When goes to reserve from the expedition zone, sabotage. When you play another character with base stats of 0, everyone stop doing things real quick. Up to one target character with hand cost 3 or less on the main gain anchor. And then you got a student disciple unique with 11001. When you play another character with base stat of 0, if you had 3 or more base stats of 0 among characters you control, I gain 2
Mhm.
boost, which is a
Yeah,
very nice unique right there.
yeah, so this
Anchoring it, boosting it.
and the Martingale is gonna get an anchor from the Tanuki, uh, so
Yeah. I wonder if this deck is just utilizing more focus on these uniques that Iron Chain has in their deck.
yeah. Yeah, you asking about, like, Auroch ability and, like, what it needs just just makes me kind of excited for the next set, like,
Yeah.
obviously, we're starring these, like, new heroes, but, of course, there's gonna be things that help, like, some of the older heroes, and I just really wonder, like, if things like it's kind of funny, like, you start to have, like, some preconceived notions of, like, a tier list, right? Like, if we say like, "Oh yeah, that really good Arjun deck," and everyone's like, "What Arjun deck?" But it could be possible that literally 2 months from now, like, Arjun wins World or, like, a month from now. Like,
Yeah.
Arjun wins Worlds because Skybound Galaxy, like, releases something. Like, this is just so cool how the game works that, like, it ca from flab to fab in, like, a few days type of thing.
Yeah. We got Mighty Jin in play, which I don't often see a lot Allrag builds. I mean, I don't look at Allrag builds as often as I like to admit, which is very little amount.
Hmm. Well,
So I wonder if they have like a Hydrocina in the deck for easier ramp.
yeah, I think that's a fantastic observation that, um It it implies that there are bigger payoffs, but Mighty Djinn in itself isn't a bad big payoff off of your Auroch also, given that you don't get the hand ability.
Right.
Um, the other thing is that, yeah, just like if you have an amount of, say, like resupply or some other stuff going on, it just could be possible that the Mighty Djinn like play from reserve on rate might be very good as well.
I mean, for a 3 cost from reserve with 440, it's not a bad card at all
Mhm.
for sure. But regardless of the ability, or you see a Orders Attorney going rank, still coming in slow as always. Oh, and then we got the Scribbly Starfish. We have a very buff student disciple, which I thought I'll never say the words in my entire life until now.
Yeah. You clearly
Surprisingly,
haven't
I
tapped
can
Infusions enough, Serious Disciples. I'm
clearly.
telling Serious Disciples' mom on you.
Interesting enough, they didn't anchor the student disciple, the Tanuki.
Mhm. Yeah, that
I
is
want
that is curious.
I wonder what is the game plan for Iron Chain, or they may have just forgotten.
Yeah, like it's hard. There's a lot of clicks in BGA, and like one thing. So one thing that really does matter, and it doesn't seem like it would, but not everyone has practiced in the same sort of way. Some people are going to their locals and playing multiple times a week. Some people just play all the A.W.O.L events and other online events and play in BGA. So of course, have seen two Iron Chains play, on BGA, but some people visualize the game a little bit differently in person.
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
I have, like, a different layout, I use mana
Yeah.
convergence tokens, I have
Yeah.
these cool, like, markers, and it's just like, when I play online, I'm like, "Wait, that's not how I see the game necessarily."
This game is fake. This is not how I actually play.
The thing that's always wild to me, and this happens in any card game I play, is that when there's an online version and a real life version, I appreciate the art of the card way more in person if I've only seen the online one because 'cause they're, like, small square online
Yeah.
that barely
Yeah.
imitates
No.
the card, and I'm like, "Wait, there's a feather there?"
Yeah. Yeah. I agree with that sentiment. Sure. Online does not do justice on the beauty of most cards. Most cards. There have
So
been some cards you see that look really nice both in person and online.
So I think one thing that's interesting to kind of think about from like a conceptual standpoint, like we can't use our normal heuristics of who's winning when you're playing like against Gold Ring. So I call those like engine decks, like Gold Ring's trying to build this engine and then like kind of like steamroll the late game. I
Right.
think the metric you can start to try to think about is actually card economy. So what happens is if we consider each advance a small step, giant leap, as in it takes one full card to be an advantage away, which you've seen like some Bravos Tracers and other like Fire Rabbits and those types of things, gaining fleeting to get an advance. So think about how many advances Gold is behind, which here before any advancement is 1, 2, 3, 4.
Card.
Yeah,
Five.
so
Right.
four
Right.
behind.
Yeah.
Um, but how many full cards ahead is Gold? And if you
Yeah.
look at the hand and you look and play, you can actually see if you can actually convert those cards into stuff starting with your 8th mana orb, that it actually looks slightly Gold favored. Of course, there's the Auroch ability. These uniques have been very powerful, but when I'm visualizing this game, I would actually think that Gold is slightly ahead.
Yeah. I agree with your statement here. When it comes to Gorang, it's more about like how much resources they're gathering before 8 mana versus how much you're moving ahead.
Mhm.
I mean, sure,
Mhm.
Goreng wants if Goreng wants to move ahead, they can with a simple like well not probably not right now. Actually they could if they had like mobile armory.
Mhm.
I think they just want to focus on more just get as much cards from they can from the deck and then start playing them. It's pretty much all cheap cards.
Yeah, I think one thing that's going to be kind of difficult is actually so Gold has really good symmetry in the cards through boosts and tokens and just how that aspect of the game works. Auroch can also low roll which terrains it draws cards for. Of course, one method you can do against Gold is the one side shove, where of course here you're just one advance away. But if you were
Right.
one advance away from winning, to kind of make the Mesoctet less potent, you try to get them to like shift under each other. But here, yeah, probably going to try to one side shove, probably on that water side. But
Yeah.
yeah, this is the turn where it's kind of gut check time. Just what does Auric show? And then you do have Mesoctet. So,
Yeah.
you know, I think it really just, this is a big turn for the Auroch. So a Sandman would be really good. Um, and even just a few more water stats might just be enough.
Yeah, I think Allrack generally favors in water. If I'm correct, I someone could correct me if I'm not am I wrong, but I think they favor a lot more in water.
Yeah,
So
it depends on the build. We don't
yeah,
commonly see, for instance, Hawthors in Auroch. So yeah, especially with inclusion of Snowman, which isn't a slam dunk. Not everyone plays Snowman in Auroch, but
right.
here we do see it. So I think one thing worth noting in Lino's discard pile is actually the common conscription, which tends to be the more popular one, but sometimes there's uniques that combo with that. But I would be really afraid if Lino leads off on something that goes to the reserve, say
Yeah.
another field reinforcements or something like that. If it implies a conscription, I think this day is going to be a little bit more difficult. But from the Auroch side, you can also just consider
Oh,
potentially doing nothing and just waiting.
we
All
have a
right, another
unique
unique.
boundary of mechanic, which is zero stats on everything. I'm sure Guardian Chains will love that. Or for 1/1, but not a non-token character joins your expedition. You may put a card from your hand in reserve. which you got to worry about conscription now if it has the kind of ability.
Mhm.
If you do create 2 tokens in my expedition, that is a definitely a good. Like you mentioned earlier, there are some cards that might combo with uniques, and this is definitely one of them.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think yeah, so I understand trying to contest both sides. It's just really hard with that Foundry mechanic, and once again, if you're playing Auroch, like, you can't play the most removal spells if you want the Kitaris and the ability to, like,
Right.
be as potent. So, yeah, this day it's probably setting up for the next day. Like, let's get a counter on this guitarist. Like, I might have to deal with this foundry mechanic twice. Once because also the goal rank set this up so that way these uniques, one of them at least, could be played first as the
Yep.
first player when goal rank
We
goes
have
next.
another unique coming in from
Yeah,
Lino,
let's see it.
the Order Legion. 5/5/2/2/1. From anywhere you may discard a character from your reserve. If you do, each character you control other than me gains 1 boost. When another character joins your expedition, draw a card. That
Yeah,
is a very strong unique right there for Gorang.
yeah. So popular these days are these these 5 cost uniques that when another character or sometimes token, but tends to be another character joins your expedition, draw a card. So that's something else Goldring's able to do. It's able to play a bunch of rares and commons that draw cards and try to stall the early game. Then on turns like this, just be like, by the way, I have a billion cards and I'm double advancing.
Wow.
And I don't get to do it again, quote, tomorrow also.
Yeah,
Does
that's
anyone
true.
even say that? I haven't heard that that often. If these are days, do we talk about tomorrow
Tomorrow?
as next
I
turn?
do I do say tomorrow. I sometimes say next day or I say tomorrow. Because
Yeah,
tomorrow will be the tech will be the right term for it. If you're
yeah,
going by days, then it'll be tomorrow. It does sound kind of off. So you know what? I don't know.
yeah. Well, do we say that like these hot Hostage Orchestra decks like takes weeks to play? Like how
I
does
know.
that work?
I think I like that. We go to day 7. Is that it's been a week for that now since been
Yeah,
these guys have been
yeah.
playing
If
cards.
I'm not winning after a week, it's probably not good for me. Yeah, exactly.
I
Right.
like that.
There's
There's
conscription. So
yeah,
so the setup that Gold Ring tries to shoot for, to kind of just be lights out deterministically, is kind of similar to the Akesha decks, where what you can do is you can actually play these uniques that draw a card whenever you make a, a token or a character, and then you just play cards that allow you to put stuff in your reserve, and you just play like 2 or 3 conscriptions, and then that just lets you double advance on both sides every turn. And we still have this Messictat, so like even if there is a removal spell, which is kind of few and far between, there's like you know it's considered very slow moving, but once again, like I think the game can actually be decided like not deterministically, maybe like with 80% or 90% certainty, but it could be decided around this, 8 mana day type of thing.
I
Like
mean it's
that
been
was
a
a
week
really good
now,
day for
so
Lino.
been a week since they started. So yeah, you see, you started something, and I'm gonna carry it.
Yeah, it's been 1 week since we
Been
started playing.
yeah, and oof, does have 9 cards in hand, so they do, like we mentioned earlier, they have a robust amount of resources. I mean, they only have 8 cards to the dice. Pretty much gone through the whole thing at this point.
Yeah, and you can actually start to estimate some of the cards that they probably didn't mana. So
Yeah,
there's probably more field reinforcements. There's probably more Aegis Templars, like after use coming, and probably one more conscription. So it's like, over the course of about 2 turns, you're gonna see all of it. So
yeah.
it's gonna be a tough one.
There's a possibility to negate for good sabotages for the next day if they don't move. That might be
Yeah.
more rest for Lena to do if they choose to do that route.
Well, let's. So it's clearly very Lena favored. So let's look at it from two Iron Chains' sort of perspective. So of course we don't have the full deck list right now, but okay. So what is one of the best hits we can hit off of this Auroch? Maybe Hydrocana if we have like another turn or two to just like try to go over the top that way. Are there any other cards that, of course there's the third unique, maybe there's one that just says if your opponent's playing Gold Ring, the game's over, and that would be pretty good. Awfully specific, but are there any other cards you think this aura can kind of hit with the hero power to like really
If
slant the
they
game
if
down?
they play any disruption of any kind, maybe Twinkle Twinkle, if they have it in their deck, they could also do what's that shoe one? I always forget the name of it. It's like one where like if you have like three base zero cards, it costs two less. It says
Mhm.
to reserve, exhausted. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh,
Yeah,
like
that
break
card.
the ice?
Yeah, I think that, yeah, break the ice. There we go. That's one of them.
Hmm.
I say shoe because there's a picture of a shoe.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
I'm sorry, I should have specified that.
No, you're good.
I mean, it's I think alright decks are kind of a little bit hard to predict because there's so many random, not random, but there's so many different types of zero base cards they could put in.
Mhm. Well, so for Oryx ability, I'm like 99% sure this is true. You still get arrow effects, right? Just not hand.
Yes. No,
Okay.
there's no hand effects.
But you get arrow
Alright,
effects because
I
arrows are from
yeah,
anywheres, and
Irish
drawing
from
off the top
anywhere.
and playing a
Yeah,
play kind of
yeah,
from anywhere. But like when you're Oracking, it's kind of
yeah,
viewed as like playing it from the top, which isn't your hand, is kind of how I interpret it. So maybe if there's like an arrow Loki unique or something like that,
yeah,
that might
that's
help.
possibly, like, the most they could do if there
Mhm.
was something like that. I also call my alright that plays spells. It plays 2, it would just break the ice.
It's
So,
okay. We'll work you down to one. Don't worry.
alright.
Uh,
It was
so,
1, and then I got the rare later.
so the other thing to consider as 2 iron chains is there a terrain that you can possibly one-side shove? So what's gonna end up happening is this Foundry mechanic, you knew you were gonna lose both times to the Foundry mechanic, 'cause
Right,
that's just too many stats relative to what you're producing.
yeah,
So fine, you lost to it on the front side, lost to it on the back side, that's 2 double advances. You're still, adjacent, and they still can't like, if you advance one side, you still win.
right.
So you need to think, which is the side I'm gonna fight over? And it seems like it's probably still gonna be hero side. I think it's still probably gonna be that water stat.
I wonder if maybe the idea is maybe to just drain Lino's resources. Maybe go for ties instead of, I mean, ties can be a lot harder for them because obviously Lyra don't have even static characters.
Mhm,
Unless they have small step giant leap, which will also be wild.
mhm.
As someone mentioned
Yeah,
in the chat. Um,
it is true, and, like, it does have some small, like, I don't wanna say weird, but, like, people think about the hunger and just, like, disrupting the full plan, but, like, it is true that, like, sure, small step, giant leap doesn't abruptly end the game, but it does help some slower matchups, especially in your very aggressive deck. So,
yeah,
something we might see in the future if the meta shifts away from traced and Bravo stacks, we might see small steps coming back in.
yeah. I mean, there have been some slower decks. Besides Gold there's also a Stadi as well. Can be a little bit
Yeah,
slow hand. If we do go to more slower meta, small step will definitely be coming back for sure.
yeah. The other one I've like considered is Magic Slay. It's a little bit harder with the Grems, but earlier on you can get like a triple advance, which like might also help.
Yeah.
Okay, so we do see the fighting over the water, which is what I would expect here. So the Auroch producing this snowman. It's gonna be a little bit hard. I like Tanuki's like the main one I can think of, but like this Ortis liaison being able to boost might be a little bit difficult. Does need the Aegis Templar to kind of get that character in the reserve because it needs to discard a character from the reserve.
All right.
We do see the third unique, so you're
Oh,
up.
here we go. Paper Herald, which is also all zero stat, which is 1/1 cost. When another non-token character joins your expedition, you may put a card in your hand in reserve. You do create 2 tokens in my expedition.
So yeah, I feel like I've heard this story before. So we're gonna play this liaison, and then we're gonna make tokens, and then we're
Yeah,
gonna boost them.
tokens,
So
tokens, tokens. Do you know my unique creates tokens? The liaison is actually kind of cool because you do draw a card every time a character joins. So that is a pretty strong card to have in your deck for Gorang.
yeah, yeah, it's a lot. It's hard to find some of these uniques. Like, it's not often that you see. So I feel like if you look at percentage of uniques, most of them tend to be from set one.
Oh,
Oh wow, wait,
wow.
that's
That-
actually a really good Aura K maker, especially on the
Yeah,
turn like this. I mean,
yeah.
man, if you have one more thing to shove, even if it's just like a martingale, that could be. Oh man,
That's
teamwork.
Martini. There's plenty of character to put that out.
Ooh, oh man, I was so excited.
I was hoping they had one more like basis.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I guess there's still the field reinforcements, but
Yeah.
but yeah, so like I feel like most commonly you see like set one uniques, and I think it's just really cool to see um, like discovery or ability to be well networked slash lucky enough to open slash willing to spend money for like these really cool uniques. And it's like I've heard oh nice hypothermia just be able to
Hypothermia.
shoot
Yeah.
that Ortis liaison, but you still do need to play something. So
Yeah,
uh,
that's kind of risky. So
yeah,
they must have something in their hand to put
yeah,
someone down. Yeah.
the Oracle already passed, so I'm,
Yeah.
like,
Oh,
fairly
that's what
certain, like,
yeah.
this would
Right.
definitely have to be, like, a misclick opportunity if there's no one cost, but there just,
I'm
like, has to be.
I'm surprised they actually slept the snowman instead of the basis.
Hmm,
I guess
yeah,
technically it would have gone to reserve, and then it would have to choose between 2 cards to dump out, so I get it.
yeah, I do ultimately agree with you, we'll see if it ends up mattering. So, one thing that's really important, so I heard from a card game player that I respect a lot that, they were, like, one of the best in the world at the time, and they would say that I forget if it was on a game basis or on a tournament basis. I think it was on a tournament basis. They allowed themselves 3 punts. So, like, like, whatever they define as a punt or, like, a really bad misplay, they just said, "Yeah, like, I know I'm human, and I know I could beat myself up a lot, so I have to give myself a threshold where under that, it is expected to make mistakes, and I'm not allowed to feel bad." And then once they make, like, 4 or more, then they're like, "Okay, I'm actually just playing terribly and stuff." But to just, like, maybe not optimize one stat and stuff, that is okay, and that's a part of the game. Like, there's so many stats, there's so many things on these cards. Give yourself some grace. Like, this game is not trivial. Otherwise, we would all be going to Worlds. Like, it is hard. So, definitely give yourself some grace.
That's crazy. I don't remember ever saying that to you.
What?
You said one of the greatest players you ever known. So I was like, I don't remember me saying that to you.
That's funny. Um, but yeah, no, it wasn't me. Okay, so now that we got the shuffle back in, like, Gold usually plays more than one teamwork training, so it's gonna be a little bit
Yeah,
hard to line up this Hydra. But yeah, might just have to hope that enough of them were mana'd maybe. And
maybe.
like,
I can't imagine, doing that because a lot of Gold Rank do play a good amount of removal and
mhm.
disruption. Hypothermia, I don't see that often. I see a couple Gold Ranks use it for smaller things. They're more unique dependent. Like in case
Right.
of
I
one
I think
here.
we've seen 1 to 2 hypothermias if you have a draw on play unique, but if you have, like, an open the gates unique, then you really have no
Yeah.
use for it.
Yeah. We do see the Sandman.
Okay? Yeah, so it's gonna be Sandman. If you Sandman there, you probably don't have a 1 cost, so it probably just is the Hydra and then just hoping.
Yeah. But they just refreshed their discard pile, which is also not so
Yeah.
the teamwork training is definitely gonna be in the hand at that point.
Yeah, we do see the GGs in chat,
Yeah.
especially with these rare legates being in the reserve, now going to be able to, maybe even just go over the top natural, like, just from enough support
Oh, they
action.
actually had another one in hand.
Mm. Oh, the Hydra's so cute.
It is. Don't remove it, please. Just let him have
Yeah.
it. No.
All right.
Yeah.
So,
It was definitely a interesting battle to watch here between the 2 players.
yeah,
All right, from
I
all the way from the beginning to all the way back to, winning here.
yeah, I'm trying to think if there was, like, a spot that 2 Iron Chains might have been able to, like, optimize to get the extra advance, but they double advance every
Yeah.
day into the 8th.
I think the only issue I personally saw is when they had that 2 uniques, they had the student disciple that was boosted up, decided not to anchor it for
Mm.
another day. Would have made a difference? I'm not sure, but
It's tough.
yeah,
But, like, once again, like, there's a separate time for reviewing and trying to improve.
right.
Joanne was undefeated going into this round, so still plenty of game left to play. And,
Absolutely.
like, I'll be honest, like, the WCQ I won, I actually played terribly in, like, 2 of the rounds, and, like, I lost one because of it, and one I got bailed out by my deck, and it's like, you're not the winner doesn't mean that you played the
Yeah,
best. It means that you
yeah,
were fortunate enough that your mistakes didn't cost you the tournament, so
yeah. That's why I was saying you're down, but you're not out.
yeah, yeah, totally. You have to wait until the third loss, then you can start thinking about
And they start crying. It's like,
it. Alright, let's see if we got another table queued up.
we have,
Um,
let's check the chat real quick so we don't get yelled at this time.
I
Nothing. Okay, we're
it
good.
wasn't
We're
getting
free.
yelled at.
We're free. We
We
can
got
pick whatever
cold out.
table.
Yeah, we got cold out. Alright, I gotta find
Area
them.
18 minus group 4. Wait, there is group 4 restarting, but there's not. What's going on with group 4?
I don't
Oh, oh,
yeah.
that's
Yeah, I
okay.
don't have the link for the other group 4, so let's see if we could just find one a little bit earlier. Oh, wait, let me see. Alright, so we're looking for round 4s, right? Alright, let me see. Um, I'm, like, refreshing a few. Some of them are in round 5. Is it okay to just go into round 5?
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
Alright. Well, I'm clearly just, like, DOSing the server by refreshing 3 pages, so give me a sec.
It caused BJ to crash again. You doing?
Well, I didn't do it the first time. Um,
There is a
alright.
match I want to see.
Alright, what do you wanna see?
I forgot what group I'm in. It has Infinite and
Oh, sure.
like table 56. I'm not sure what group that is.
It's okay. I'm having a hard time loading BGA, so, I'll find it.
Well, I think Cole needs to know where that is too. Let's call you found it. It has the same group where freeloaders in.
Yeah, give me a sec.
I wish it says it on here.
Okay, I
Oh,
found them.
group two.
It's group
It does
2.
say it. It's group two. It does say it. It's all the way to the top.
Yep.
56. Table 56. All righty.
Alright, so you want to get some Akesha action with this,
Yeah, I remember Infinite saying yesterday that you're gonna try the Takeshi deck or maybe something else next week for Baltimore. So I'm definitely not scoping out the enemy whatsoever.
Mm. Yeah, I was curious why we're going to the 1-3 table, but, you know, of course, like, just need to make sure Baltimore goes well. Personally, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna go undefeated in Baltimore, as in I'm casting the whole weekend, but, you know, so we'll see how it goes. Um, but yeah, so Infinite, also top 8 of Dallas, with me. They were playing, kind of the last hurrah for Afanis. They lost a Lindaway player that I played against in the top 4. But, you know, yeah, just like really fun to watch. The atmosphere is really good around that top 8 match. So lots of laughs all around. So very well spirited and just truly loves the game too.
Yeah. I respect the craft, and looks like they're most likely going against a Rin Festival deck, just based on
Mhm.
the Kodama that was just discarded.
Yeah, so I do think that's like very interesting about our game, especially if it is closed deck list. Of course, on BGA you could like watch the previous replays and get the deck list. But say if it's like live, just trying to find those like, you play common spindle harvesters, like just things that are like little hints that
Right.
maybe things are slightly different than you might have expected. And it's like, oh wait, like, and you have to like have the pieces together. Like it's cool that like our game of chess, you don't actually know what the pieces are trying to accomplish.
Right, right. So, I mean, I'm not sure how this matchup can go. I mean, Infinite is going to be more favorable. I think favorable for him a little bit, so he might have more removal for those cards.
Mhm.
So the player will probably have to play around that if they're more familiar with their matchup against Akesha.
Yeah, I think the thing that the Rim player is trying to land, even just from an aggressive slant, not necessarily from a festival slant, is being able to just like almost like out after you if you can, and then use some of those support abilities to get some anchors down. So
Yeah.
really ends up being a battle of material, kind of a if you played other card games, there's kind of this like aggro versus control sort of thing where it's like the deck that's presenting the threats versus the deck that's presenting the answers. Here, Rin is trying to provide the threats, and Akesha here is trying to provide the answer.
Yeah, the red player is definitely losing out a lot of resources, though. A lot of cards were from reserve sent straight to the discard.
Mhm. And throwing away both Persephones means that you won't advance in Force, which means that you won't be able to use the hero power unless if you draw into something that cares about that. But
Yeah,
there's still this Harvest rare, which allows you to, really restock.
that's true. And it is their first turn. No uniques have been played from both players, so it just see what will show up here. We do see the Lyre Festival being shown, and there could be an opportunity of sabotaging this moment, either through Spycraft or Two Fairy here.
Yeah, it's always really interesting, like, especially against, these Ysmir decks in general, is that do you wanna, like, take off to play the festival, but, like, you're stopping how many times you're trying to advance. So, you're valuing the ability to kind of threaten both. Kind of interesting, though, because you, like, need units to ad or you need characters to advance, and then you also need characters for the festival. So it's like,
Right.
they kind of fight in the same way, so it makes it pretty interesting.
Interesting to note that they use sleight of hand to bring back. I was just spelled. Never mind. I always mix the sleight of hand with the common version in Lyra with those characters.
Okay. Um
I thought they were gonna bring back Two Fairy back up, but I forgot it does spells, not characters.
Yeah, one interaction I actually didn't know there was I wasn't aware that the Silas would get the counters there, which or counter there from the sleight of hand, which is pretty interesting.
I thought they wouldn't, but maybe I guess they do.
I don't know. There's also some BGA bugs that like
Yeah.
make me just like uncertain. Like yesterday or 2 days ago, I had a friend that was playing a card with a zero stat, and they had a scribbling starfish, and the card with the zero stat had a from hand return something from your reserve to your hand. So they stacked it so that way they returned it to their hand, and then the starfish in their hand got a boost because it had
Yeah,
a zero stat. This is
that's
like in their hand with a
I
boost.
guess
It's like
technically that does see it, but I don't think if you do it the other way around,
you,
it should not see I don't think you should see it.
well, you no, it's not, like, about seeing it or not, it's that
Oh.
you can't have a card in your hand with a
Can't.
boost. Like, what are you gonna do, like,
I
slip
mean,
it in
it's the
the
same thing with the hunger, right? When the hunger goes straight to discard, it sees itself gaining a boost.
Well, does it, does it have the boost in the discard pile too, like, in BGA?
I'm not sure if it has a stat, but you do see the boost going
Yeah.
straight to
Well,
discard.
you, like, should see the animation because, like,
Yeah,
technically that's, like, how our space works, but you, like, can't have a card in your hand that has a boost. You can't, like,
yeah,
slip a boost into the
yeah.
sleeve or
That's also
something.
true. So you say it had a boost, so when it played it, it still had that boost.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, no,
Exactly.
that guy was cheating. You should have just performed the highest authority.
Yeah, tried to report a bug on that one, but, you know.
Yeah,
Anyhow, sometimes BGA rules could be different than real life rules.
yeah,
Obviously, we want them to line up, but we're also
right.
playing the interface. So, such as the chess clock, right? When you're playing in person, you have a shared clock. You might have to play a little bit differently than the way you would play online.
Right,
Whereas
right.
online, by having the chess clock, it kind of incentivizes you to play a little bit quicker.
That is true. The silence is very buffed up at the moment from all the spells being played. So I can imagine going straight to the hero expedition, most likely, assuming the rim player doesn't play anything else. They're just stopping and advancing the water right here. Maybe going for the double advance. I don't see, I mean, there could be a potential Lyra festival condition here if they have like a spindle harvester and like a beauty sleep.
Mhm.
But I think Infinite might most likely have an insert that in his hand, maybe off you go or evanescence.
Yeah, could also just be okay. So, the probability of a festival win is fairly low here, and then might just want to try to win on the tumult.
Yeah. Because there's written players just trying to decide, taking their time. Like, what do I want to do here? They do play
Ooh,
a unique Esmeralda.
there's a lot to read sometimes, so
Yeah. So 23033. From anywhere you control two or more plants other than me, resupply, which Esmeralda is not a plant, so I'm not sure why they say
two
that.
Kingfish rooms on the other side.
Yeah.
Or
So
Sneaker.
from reserve, you control one or more landmarks, target character other than me gains fleeting, anchor, or asleep.
I like it, that's cool.
Yeah. I'm curious that there are cards like this that says you control two or more plants other than me. And we
Mhm.
know Esmeralda is an artist, so maybe in the future there might be a way to change the subtype.
Yeah, there's a few reasons for that. This is just speculation. I haven't talked to anyone from Equinox, but I think the main one is probably just templating. Like they probably have like a unique blender of just like things that can happen together and like how it looks to have it all together. So it's easier to just put the line there. That way, if it is on a plant, you're fine. If it's not, people ignore it anyways. But then the second reason I could see is future proofing, which your game is going to grow and have more components. And like you said, what if there's something that says all your characters are plants or something like that,
Right.
which has happened in other card games. So
True.
I think it's good to kind of just cover yourself when you know that
Yeah.
the design space is large. So yeah, the first time I read it was kind of weird to me, but when I realized that like there's no literal like human in a closet making each unique by hand, so it's
Right.
like
That's true. As
you
far as
kind
we
of
know.
gotta yeah.
I've never been to the headquarters, so I don't know what's going on over there.
That's true. Maybe I could try to infiltrate when I'm there, and I'll let you
All
know.
right, I got you like a camera on your head, and then let you
Ooh,
go
yeah.
undercover.
Yeah, exactly. I'll just call myself Loki not, and then, I'm not Loki.
See, got this guy a big brain award here.
Yeah, that's gonna be my other alt account. I said one of my alt accounts I want to be is some of the marbles, and then the other one will be Loki not.
Loki not. Speaking of Loki not here, do you think um you think festival decks should run more cards to disrupt opponents? I was thinking about the Loki, not Loki, the Rin deck from the Canadian World Qualifier. I'm not sure you
Yep,
saw that one or not.
I did, yeah.
And then you probably saw me reading for them the entire time, and you're thinking to yourself, "Gus, what are you doing?"
This is just water, but yeah.
No, 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 no.
Huh.
But I was thinking to myself, would running cards like Loki be beneficial if you're running low on resources?
Yeah, it depends on, like, how you're trying to win. Of course, there could be uniques that draw cards or whatever,
Yeah,
but
right.
I think resupply ends up being what you want because you have so many, like, support abilities.
That's also true too.
Alright, well, we got another one,
It's in Bushi, which
mhm,
that's something you see a lot, but for Muna at least. 2-1-1-1-2 from hand. If you control one or more landmark, up to one target character gains a sleep. You may have a gain two boost and reserve ability. Next character you play this turn gains one boost.
okay,
I
yeah,
think I
so
think the card they did not want to resupply, most likely.
sort of. So you could still try to go for a festival win. So you could play that one cost, you have the Kodama,
That's
and
true.
then you can also play a two cost from hand, say like another Kodama. Um, and that would give you festival win.
Yep.
Uh, sorry, the third ones are in the discard. I take it
Yeah.
back.
I mean, there could be Beauty Sleep or maybe another unique they could play from hand that's cheap. I mean, there's so many possibilities they could do here.
Mhm. It is interesting to use the support action right away. I think that's a concession to the Rhyme Frost existing in the Kesha Reserve. So just making sure that you can get some value, even the Evanescence can kind of take out the Kodama. Just trying to like figuring I can't after you enough. I don't
Yeah,
want to give you the ability to exhaust this and have me overflow my reserve.
that's
But
true.
this spot might be good enough to just pass. That way you don't overflow your reserve as the Rin player. But if you do have a card that sleeps, it seems like pretty free to run it out and force the Evanescence,
Yeah.
and then you get single advance. But we're
Oh,
going for the
double resupply.
aggressive.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Could
at least
play
you're
another
going for
anchor
Mhm.
if they
So,
choose to do so. Yeah.
yeah, maybe going back and trying to actually fight over the tumult, being like, first we're fighting over the tumult, now
Yeah.
the festival, now we're fighting over the tumult. I can't wait until we go back again.
Well, I'm sure Infinite Knight is a little bit nervous of what they do here. As
Hmm.
more mana is being ground here, giving Brain more possibility to slow play till they get their win conditions. It makes Infinite Knight a little bit nervous what to do here.
Yeah, I think just trying to evaluate like actual one second.
You're good.
Trying to evaluate actual yeah, allergies have been bad. Trying to evaluate actual card advantage versus like just running at this evanescence. But this evanescence is a rare one, which is worth noting, which means that for each of the arcane counters, you get to do this more than once. So could have played the evanescence to actually knock out both of the characters in play.
Well, I guess yes. I mean, yeah. You're right because there is a floral tent, but I should target again
Oh
to
no,
push
you're
it
right.
out. No,
Yeah, yeah,
no,
yeah.
no, no.
No,
You're
no,
right.
no, you're right. So the Kodama would still advance, but
It's
it's
still
no
advanced,
longer anchored. You're right. You're right.
but if it targets 3 times, I guess yeah, we can't target the same character twice. You gotta do the whole card. If you gotta resolve the
Yeah.
first card before,
Yeah,
yeah,
if it's
yeah,
similar to other card games,
yeah.
then what the Rim player would have done is just then use the anchor
Again, yeah,
supportability from the Muna Druid. So
right,
you kind of roughly get this outcome either way, but you still have the Evanescence, clearly valuing it here and using the Baku to kind of strip another resource. They're still playing a resource game, even on the Tumult, but this Rin has this festival in play, and so has the Kodama. So, kind of starting to do that sort of pincer approach, two prong attack of just,
yeah,
I can win either of these ways, and they all involve playing to the board. So, in some ways, it's a little bit easier for the Akasha player to just know, well, you are just going to play a bunch of characters
yeah,
of various abilities. But for the Rim player, it's like, well, fine, I might not have 3 characters in play, but at least 1 character can advance and still just kind of,
yeah.
like, keeping the tempo of the game.
That's true. When it comes to Kesha, there's not a lot of strong characters to really fight for expeditions. I mean, you got the alchemist, common and rare that have 3 to 4 stats, but there's not really anything else that has like high stats value like that. The Izmir faction.
I will say the thing that, Rin also has on the board is actually the run out of the Tumult. The companion side is very favorable for the Rin because Rin tends to be force heavy, and with the companion side or the companion marker for the Kesha being in that mono force stat, Rin can just minimally feel good about, like, getting it to,
Yeah.
yeah, getting it to I always call it Epic Showdown, but it's like the arena. Yeah, getting it to
No,
the arena.
I gotta talk to Equinox now. We gotta rename this as Epic Showdown.
Well, when I like bought theme decks and was playing with my friends and stuff, they're like, "What happens if we like tie at the end or whatever?" I'm like, "I don't know what it says in the rules, but we go to this epic showdown." And then I also didn't realize how the arena works. The like first like maybe 2 months I was playing before no, it might have been after the pre-release I went to, but I've just never seen it before. I thought it was you sum up just all of your stats into one number and like see exactly what
Oh,
the on it. And I played like
oh.
some theme decks against my friend, and like when we used that metric, he won by like exactly one. It was like 51 to 50, and I was just like, oh my
I
god.
kinda like that a little bit more, to be honest.
Well, I like that this keeps the terrains thing, and it
Yeah,
also makes like the Kraken or Persephone still do
yeah,
something, which
that's
is kind of
true.
cool.
That's
But
true.
it was also very annoying to count. Not that current arena's much better, but it
Yeah.
was it was very annoying.
So you gotta pull a whole calculator out for that one. And don't forget if they had gigantic, then it's all over.
Mhm.
Times 2.
So kind of interesting here. So the playing of the Muna Druid kind of announces that my primary goal might be to try to fight over the tumult. But keep in
Yeah,
mind that Esmeralda does have the ability to give any of the 3 abilities you need on the festival to anything.
yeah,
So can kind of be doing both. Plus, what you could do is if you can slow play a little, you could try to Esmeralda to sleep the opponent to try get a double advance.
that's true. I mean, there's 2 ways for them to win here, and I mean, we do have this Evanescence still in play to knock out the Kodama and the Spinal Harvester if they choose to do so. It's just the timing of when they choose to do so. It's gonna be the most important part.
Yeah, I think this is the hard part where like the Evanescence can knock out 3 things pretty much. Now that I see that there's no floral tent and stuff. Um, so I do like the committing to the companion side. Once again, it's the side that you're strongest in. Um, So what we might see here is just the triple knockout on the companion side, and then we might see the Esmeralda on the hero side actually to be able to fight there.
Yeah. Guess we will see what will happen here. If they have one more card for a 1 cost, would be very beneficial for them.
Yeah, just one more after you.
Yeah. They gone through all the magical trainings? No, they only gone through one magical training.
But I do imagine that if you had magical training, you might, unless if you were exactly crimped for mana, but you probably would have led on it, unless if you're Baba Druid. But even if you're Baba Druid, you're probably playing it over the Studious Disciple, unless if you feel like you really need the stats, which could have been the case.
Yeah. Oh, try to play the Evanescence now. I mean,
Can't
there's
wake up.
still potential to play one more card. They have anything else in hand.
Hmm.
I did forget it does exhaust the card, so they can't play those cards again.
Yeah, those cards are really tired. Oh, wow, okay. Maybe forgetting that exhaust? I'm trying to think. Maybe they have another sleight of hand into support ability?
Oh yeah, you do have to do that. You do have to target up to 3. Yeah, it's
Oh,
mandatory.
wait. Oh, it's X plus 1. Okay, okay. I
Yeah,
didn't realize it was X plus 1. I thought it was
yeah.
X. So,
Nah, yeah, X+1, you do have to target that many, which is
okay.
unfortunate.
Yeah, so it means that they really valued the after you ability of the Studious Disciple, and they were able to get another Spindle Harvester for their efforts, which,
Yeah,
is good.
but if I have one more card to play, any card to play here.
Well, the problem is your most common one cost card that you would play is actually Studious Disciple, unless you're playing Scribbling Starfish common, which would be good here. But
Yeah,
it's actually hard to progress the single force out for 1 mana. Let's go common scribbles.
let's go.
Hey, if you're playing rare Evanescence, you have room for more commons. You gotta think
Yeah,
about
that's
that
true.
sometimes.
I did not expect rare Evanescence being played today, but this is the world qualifier, so anything could happen here.
I guess part of the reason why Evanescence might be a little bit better as a rare is that if you feel like a lot of people are going wide with tokens or Sigismar or resupply sort of cards, that like be able to hit multiple things in one action is like not actually the most common in our game. We can have like Blizzard, for instance, but yeah, it's not that common.
Yeah. The problem with Evanescence is just you had to build all those counters in reserve, which makes it very vulnerable for a sabotage hit.
Mhm,
Compared to Blizzard, Blizzard does cost one more.
mhm.
The thing with Blizzard is it doesn't target character, it just target expedition. So if your characters have toughness, you don't have to pay for that extra. Do you value the extra one cost and not worry about tough, or do you value just a one cost cheaper and just building up those counters and hopefully not get sabotage?
One thing, I kind of slipped my mind and happens a little bit more in board game arena for me than over the board or in paper, is actually the mana advantage that Infinite has. So
Yeah.
10 mana to 7. Rin actually choosing to not mana here as well. Maybe playing around a card like Rhyme Frost, but yeah, it's not clear to me who's actually ahead in this game. Like of course on the Tumult and with Festival, it looks like it's Rin, but it's just hard to estimate everything that the Akesha is capable of doing here.
Yeah, we haven't seen anything crazy come out of them in terms like uniques. We've seen like typical cards like Tooth Fairy and Baku. I mean, they could play the Hunger. I know some Akesha decks do play the Hunger, but that looks like that's not going to be the case. If I didn't play the Silas that's been sitting there for the past couple days.
Yeah, and the Silas isn't the best statted for stopping Forest. So still loading up the other side and can play a Blizzard. So maybe it's Blizzard and hope your last card does nothing. Because of the Studious Disciple able to get that discount on the Blizzard. We'll see. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
that's
oh, I,
it's yeah. I'm curious to see
but
what Infinite has here.
yeah.
But if he does lose this game, I imagine he does not bring this deck next week.
So how do you feel about that?
About what? Evanescence?
Would you want him to bring this deck or not? I feel like that's
Oh,
another.
oh, that's you know what? Never mind. If I bring this deck real quick.
Yeah.
Actually, no, because I'm most likely gonna play Ysmir just for getting for the top hero or top faction. I mean, so
Mm.
but the fact that Baltimore can about have 80 people does not favor me that well. I was hoping for a low count, not high count.
It's okay. I still need to figure out how to get my refund slash drop from the event to do commentary. So it's actually 79
Oh,
people.
okay. Okay, fair. I was curious too. Like if I was gonna message a guy trying to see if I wanted to cast or not. If I
No,
were
just
to
try to
drop out,
win.
if I were to drop out, so I
Yeah,
just say, "Can I have
we'll
just
we'll
$40
we'll
for
figure
this?"
it out later.
I'll
Don't
figure it
worry.
out. No. I'm saying if I were to drop out before I start playing, can I get those $40 in store credit or something like that? Maybe I'll
Yeah,
buy some sleeves or something like that.
it's okay. But anyhow, so the Ren ends up taking this one down.
Yeah, yeah. I'm curious what they had in hand here because just playing the Silas frame from reserve this late in the game, I feel there would have been multiple opportunities if I could have played that card.
Yeah.
But
All right.
it's what it is right there.
Let's see. Can we go to in the remake group 4? Can we watch all the marbles play against
Like
Living Plane? That would be table 9.
table.
Table 9 in the remake.
I had the remake, not the remake. Oops.
Yeah, no stress.
um
Blue posted it,
Blue posted it? Okay.
or I think so. I think that's how I got it.
Yeah, Blue did posted it. Okay. So going to table 9. Cole, you have that on for us? Oh. Why are you being so rude?
No, he's there. You can just see when the spectators has Cole in it. So
Okay.
yeah. Um, yeah. So anyhow, kind of missed from the
Asadi.
previous day. There was a Sakurabaru that was fleeting, that was with the EMI energy bars, but wasn't enough to stop the Basira. I think it's interesting. So all the marbles has dabbled a lot with it, Sadi, um, but it's kind of known for playing Nevenka and Fen. So choosing,
Yeah.
with some of the high stakes to play this Bravos hero. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Do we
interesting.
know if all the marble is 1-0 right now?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they are.
Let me
Yeah, they are. So yeah, so as a reminder, so groups 1 through 3 are a little bit further on. Due to some technical difficulty issues, we had to remake group 4 a few times, so they're a little bit earlier. So both players here 1-0. We do see the Sakurabaru double kickback, and then we have this unique a clue, which is really good.
Yeah.
I haven't seen one this smooth
Yeah, let
before.
me see. 5-5-4-4-2. When I gain a boost, draw a card. I gain a boost from anywhere. So it's very simple. Very that's it.
Wait,
I
that one's
like it.
so good. I've
Yeah,
actually never seen one with just no
yeah,
conditions on everything and
yeah.
have good stats.
Very clean. You can see the art card very beautiful too.
Yeah.
I like these uniques where it's just simple, clean, one word, maybe two.
I mean, those are just like some of the best ones. Like the ones I have are like worse and have conditions on it. And I'm like, "Ooh."
Hi Mid Loner. How you doing, my man? I'm not sure you're playing a tournament or not, but good luck.
Hmm.
Do
All
see
right.
dual grid pushing off the sea dog out.
Yeah. So I wonder if, hmm. Usually, what people like doing is letting the energy bars go away by trying to allow that side to advance. What
Yeah.
we might see is, for instance, the Bravos bouncer and the Daedalus to try to contest. But if you end up high rolling here, you can kind of
Double advance
double
here,
block.
yeah, yeah. Oh, decided not to throw it on the bouncer, decided to throw it on the dog instead. Are they gonna
Hmm.
use the bouncer just as a single advance, I guess?
Oh
Oh,
wow. Okay.
intimidation, not a card you see often.
All right. I mean that makes everything make sense.
Yeah, that's true.
But oh,
Oh,
okay.
there we go. There was just one more. Just let him cook a little bit.
Yeah, no, it's true. I definitely counted them out a little bit too early.
Yeah,
I thought it was
yeah,
just gonna be a block versus,
yeah,
trying to advance one for one. But yeah, this is still quite the game, and that is the second Sakurabaru. So,
yeah.
if Marbles ends up going with a Emi energy bars into another Sakurabaru, um, it's not even clear that that would be the best exchange because this Clute could probably just draw like 3 to 4 cards.
That's very possible, which is also be very insane. I mean, right now they're pretty even on like going through their deck. Right now, all the Marvel does have a lot more resources compared to the Basira player, but that would change everything.
Mhm.
They do
Okay,
play
so
it.
yeah, that side definitely advantages the Kloot's, like, natural characteristics a little bit better. One thing that's worth noting, and yeah, I was gonna make this observation of, so with the occlude, there's actually not many cards that marbles would be able to play to be able to get remove the occlude with nothing in play. The most common one would be the hunger, but the hunger could also be too much of a tap out. Might want to like slow play it or something. So what you can do with cards like this draw occlude is you can actually draw a card, then decide whether or not you're going to use the Basira ability, and you can see how all the numbers are lining up for you.
Yeah. Still plenty of mana to play here. There's
Wow.
no
Yeah.
possibility doing like mana flare with the hunger, right? That is the round number, right? Yeah, it'd be 7.
Wait, that's actually really cool. I haven't seen, like, Atsadis normally play Merry Union, but it's a good, like, cheaper after you get, like, whole cards out of it usually, and we actually see, for instance, valuing the mana that the mana discount that the Mighty Joan is providing, kind of realizing that this is about a battle over the board. It's no longer about a battle of the cards in hand or anything like that. It's whoever meets first is winning. So
Yeah.
just valuing leaving it in the reserve, which I like a lot.
Thing is that that dog, that include does have 6 mountain and most likely gonna have 8 if they choose to boost it with the Basira and the Skater. I
Mhm.
would imagine do so just to draw 2 more cards.
Yeah,
So
it's
I if there's gonna be any optional play, at least in my point of view, would be like a Mana Flare Hunger.
mm. Mana filler hunger would be lights out, and there's
Yeah.
nothing you could do it as a Basira player. So it's
Yeah,
like
that's
you
yeah.
can't even think about playing around that because
Yeah.
you already lose to it. Oh,
I
all
might
right.
I spoke it and I made it to existence.
Mhm. Yeah, so a classic combo. So for those of you who don't know, what's going to happen is everything's going to go away, and because of Mana Flare, quote, giving the drawback of fleeting actually allows this giant hunger to win both sides.
Yeah. I remember when Metaphor first came out and people complained about it. Why is this card so bad?
You just have to wait
You
one more
got
set.
1%. Yeah, this is a reason why.
You can't rush excellence.
That's why
The hunger
Arjun
is
sucks right
something.
now. Arjun
Yeah,
sucks because we're just cooking slowly but surely.
yeah. The hunger is something that happens over time. You don't just get hungry instantaneously.
Yeah, this guy knows. This guy knows.
All right, so marbles moves on to 2-0. So let's
Good
see.
job,
All
Marbles.
right, let me go refresh all my pages for the other three groups.
Yeah, I do gotta dip out eventually
Like
for
tricep
my
dip, like you're just gonna start, performing on.
yeah, I gotta bring my skateboard in here and just do a couple flips and get some food. So Blue will be substituting for me in probably like in 20 minutes or so. So I'm probably down for like one more game here.
Okay, well, BGA's. I'm trying to refresh, and BGA is not allowing me to refresh for
Yeah.
anything.
Let me see. Most of the groups are in either 5 or 6. There is Claudius. You did want to see Claudius earlier, and
I
they just started.
I still want to see Claudius.
They're right now on the
Table one,
forbid
yeah,
until
group two.
1 and
Let's do it.
group 2. Granted, not an American player, Rinku, but we'll allow it for now.
Well, ultimately, I still want the winner to, ideally be from the Americas region, just
Yeah,
by nature of the name of the tournament. Anyone can make top 10. I don't care about that.
that's fair. That is fair.
But yeah, so a matchup I've had a lot of experience in, and I would say, if both players had equal uniques and equal play skill, I think Hojo's slightly ahead. Just the way like the cards seem to line up over time, the way Haven plays out. But, Claudius has just always played Sigi and has some very good uniques, very good play.
Yeah,
Their opponent, not a name I'm as familiar with, but one doesn't just become, 5-0 in one of these really difficult tournaments without having some prowess, and probably has played against Sigismar earlier in this tournament. So
yeah,
definitely not counting them out, even though Claudius is the name that we're more associated with.
yeah,
And even BGA Elo is not a good indicator of like how good or
yeah.
bad players are. Like Cole's 100, but he's obviously pretty good. And
more like 150. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. So you really just can't necessarily use that as a metric.
Yeah. I mean, there's people who are just started playing BGA recently and just mainly play cards. So you
Yeah,
don't know.
and,
You
and
don't know who's coming in.
yeah, and also like some people just make other accounts. So
That's
like
true.
I never take it easy if my opponent has like 100 versus 700. It just doesn't matter. They're
Yeah.
human that came here to battle.
Yeah.
Like this person is 5-0 in this tournament that's very difficult.
I made a
So all right.
mistake one time doing that. There was a person who came in with 0 elo, and I thought they were brand new,
Mhm.
and I was taking it easy, and then next thing I know, I got destroyed by a bunch of uniques, and I'm like, "Okay."
Yeah.
But you never know. You never know who's on the other side playing.
Okay, so Claudius is probably just going for the double advance slash you gotta like fire rabbit or do something a little bit bigger. Um, and one thing that happens if you do use the counter to sleep the Saringer is that they won't be able to draw the card off of it. And
Yeah.
then if you move onto Mountain, then it's actually kind of hard for them to like block you because the Mountain stats don't line up. But instead, they're actually playing around a potential Fire Rabbit, like going over the top and just saying that this 2-for-1 is okay. So this is something that you'll see sometimes where if you have a small advantage, so you see Sigismar has a two expedition lead and had one in the previous turn. So you'll see sometimes people not like push necessarily for the double advance, being one advance is good enough, and just understanding that you need an amount of resources to be able to do stuff, but also you want to make some key cards like not as good. So, hey, I don't want Fire Rabbit to allow you to like 2-1 me back, and then we're even on the tumult. This is good enough. If you want to commit more, like Fire Rabbit that side, and to fight over the water, you would have to give it fleeting and you know just kind of approaching it from that sort of lens.
Yeah. I will say though, interesting that Claudius is a little bit low on resource. I know it's been day 3, but it looks like they've been playing kind of aggressively since day 1.
Yeah, well, it seems like the plays were literally just day one was trooper accountant, day two
Yeah.
was trooper accountant.
Accountant. Yeah.
uh yeah, so it's something that actually happens in Sigismar and Kojo. Anything that's producing material on the board is that you can just play your cards like natural and just like playing them twice, and then you're kind of like having this pressure that's applied over time.
We got a tracer. I know you don't play tracer in your deck. I'm pretty
Yeah, I
sure you
did.
don't. You
No,
do?
yeah.
Oh, I
I
thought you
played 2 or
did.
3 in all of them. I just call it
Oh,
better intimidation. So, like,
oh,
it's like intimidation that just, like, wins an expedition.
yeah. I know you. I know you vouch for the snowman a lot.
Yeah, I'll play somewhere between 1 and
Mm,
3, just
3, yeah.
however my rare slots are lining up.
It depends. Okay, I
The
thought you didn't play tracer for some.
the ones that I poo-poo on the most are definitely I mean, I might have played lists in the past I haven't played,
Okay,
frankly, but the ones I like the least are, Haven Bouncer and Tolarian Skater.
yeah. You're
I
not
try
a
to
big
play
skater.
yeah, I don't like Skater that much.
Or you prefer Daedalus more than skater, I guess, at that point.
I try
Or
to
you get
just play none of them.
none of them. Yeah,
Yeah,
I get
for
that.
me, Skater and Ishinbushi are just very similar cards, and I like Ishinbushi more. Like just currently.
Yeah, I mean, Isabushi does give you the help of water, which I was not very good of at the moment.
All right,
So,
we got unique. Let's go.
Scotty, if I have 2, 3, reverse, cut,
Root.
start over. Scotty, 3-3-2-3-1. From anywhere, if I'm in mountain, characters control gain 1 boost. From reserve, you may discard a character from your reserve. If you do, target character gains 1 boost and fleeting. I mean, you could that's perfectly target for a tracer because it already has fleeting. And the support ability, it's the next character you play this turn loses fleeting.
Yeah, well, one hidden side effect I like over these like fleeting give a boost is if you weren't going to win that expedition anyways, you can sometimes give fleeting to the opponent's card.
Yeah. We are getting close to the expedition here. Probably does have to discard something.
Yep,
And I
but
will imagine it might be the crier.
mhm.
I yeah.
Yeah, so I will say this is the spot where sabotage ends up being very good because Claudius was very incentivized. Like a very common play pattern would be a 2-2-2 on this turn,
Yeah.
just like 3-2 cost of things. If you have a sabotage or an occlude or something like that, It actually plays very well into this board.
This Scotter unique kind of reminds me of mine as well. Except it doesn't have the fleeting. Hmm.
Yeah. Might be cousins or something.
Yeah, cousin in distant future or past, whatever. I don't know.
Present.
I'm
We
very
are.
tired of talking, so I'm hoping Blue comes in soon and I can just eat something.
Mhm.
Oh boy, how you think the board state gonna look like this time?
The board state?
Yeah,
Hmm.
I
Well,
mean,
so given the Jack Frost, you wanna, like, lead on something that you believe is important. So and also the Buddha is a good recipient of the boost. So, doesn't get the From Mountain ability, but choosing not to discard the card from reserve, which is reasonable. However, with the Jack Frost, you're probably playing 2 cards from hand, so kind of interesting. Could be a misclick, but also could be an educated decision to say, "I don't believe your Jack Frost is that important." Uh, Jack Frost's stats, like, aren't the best for Claudius. The 1 mountain might cost it a little, so, yeah, not really good at blocking the Buddha.
yeah,
So, I feel like it depends on if you wanna play around Duel of Grit or if you wanna get rid of the Skater, so you just have to think how the Skater lines up in terms of its stats. If you think you're okay with your opponent playing Skater, you do wanna lead on the Attorney and just set up a line where you play Attorney, other card from hand.
yeah. It's curious to see what the. I figured it was gonna be a tiny Jin coming in. That's what I was gonna say. I figured it might play tiny Jin, maybe a mighty Jin eventually at one point.
Mhm. Yeah, I think it really comes down to what cards in hand for Claudius. I think Sandman ends up being the best. 2 of his 3 uniques are really good
Oh, we
here.
got Aegis Templar.
Mm. Yeah, that's also a pretty good one because you can try to pass by in water. Water tends to be a weakness. We see
Oh,
Duel of
dual
Grit.
grid.
Okay, so this ends up being a pretty good. No, I guess it's not that good. So you're trading 1 for 1.
Yeah, trade for one here.
Mm, not ideal.
Yeah,
But maybe laying the groundwork for the next turn. Claudius, yeah, wanting to play that Aegis Templar. A, it's not very mana efficient, and
yeah,
B, it leaves something behind so you can kind of draw
yeah.
more cards to start.
Does pose board threat for the culture player.
Right, so the Kojo can't let either Orders Recruit pass, and then you can still just one-side shove. So it is true that they're both in so you mentioned Mighty Jin. Both expeditions are in, like, Mighty Jin blocking territory.
Yeah,
The Tiny Jin can block, the hero side pretty well, and Mighty Jin can block the companion side,
we
pretty
do have
well.
Jack Frost available though. He probably
Mhm.
used this day.
Yeah, so the run of the terrains, like, one I've mentioned a lot of things are my favorite part of the game, but I really do like how the terrains work. Like, it makes the game feel very different, and, like, man, if this flipped the other way, like, I would have an advantage. Now I gotta figure out how to claw
Yeah.
back. This is a spot that, Claudius is definitely favored, but I really still wouldn't count out the Kojo, and that's not my favoritism, like, speaking there. It's just those
Absolutely not. No way, Jose.
those are just 2 really good terrains to block on this turn. It's true that if you double advance the, um as the Kojo, the water's a little bit hard to get past, the mono water, but you do
Yeah,
have Buddha spawning there, so we'll see. I mean, it can still end this day, but I I still have some hope there for the Kojo player.
yeah. I guess we'll see what happens here. Audience has not played a single unique yet, and I'm sure you're more familiar with uniques they played because I have no idea.
Yeah, so the Claudius Kokoba is, like, the most famous one, so it's a Kokoba that makes 2 recruits and then also charges the team for 4. So it's, like, minimally, like, 556 in stats, but really is tends to be more. They also have a token spammer that draws a card, which is good, but, like, not as good here. And then I forget their 3rd one, but those are the 2 I remember the most. I think the 3rd one is also a token spammer, but I don't actually remember.
Yeah. We shall see what's going on. I mean, there's still plenty of time left, so not a big rush on trying to decide what to play here. They've been going pretty quickly this this game here. I mean, day 5 and they're and Cloudy's just one step ahead. Ooh, going for the sabotage instead of using the Jack Frost to exhaust.
Hmm. I'm yeah, I do actually find that to be pretty interesting.
And decide for their own sabotage to do the same exact thing.
It's a play that was definitely opened up.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Just
I'm
curious what's
like,
happening.
yeah, I can't really think much about the play until I see this last card. Hmm.
Oh, teamwork's training.
Okay. So you're forcing it so that way they need to have another two in their hand. So minimally they can spy the companion side and then play a two. Oh, that's not enough.
Oh,
Cards are
the
too big.
mighty's card too big. Unfortunate. That is a GG. Claudia's taking another W to the top here.
Mhm. Yeah. So advancing to 6-0, but I'm not sure how many rounds this is. I assume it's 10. I think we'll
Yeah,
send that.
I think it's 10. Yeah.
Yeah.
This group
Cool.
just restarted. They just I think they're in round 2 or it's round 3. Round
Mhm. Okay. Yeah, the voice of God has told me that, apparently it's 9 rounds, so the first round's gonna be nullified for groups 1 through 3, and group four's Remake is a 9-round tournament, so and then, once again, it'll be, like, top 32, and, we'll worry about all that stuff later.
yeah,
Let's
that's
just get more
yeah,
awesome altered action in there.
yeah.
Um, alright, can I
Let me see if Blue is ready to swap with me because
alright,
I am hungry.
can I request a match to the voice from God?
Of course you can.
All right. How about we watch Trickster Table 3 in Group 1? Thanks.
Yeah, yeah. I just add Blue on the team's channel, so we shall see. Until then, what group we're watching?
We're watching Table 3 in Group 1. It's a
Oh, I'm watching.
Sigismar mirror. So I do know that Trickster, not that they're necessarily playing it, but I know that they have some pretty sweet frog princes that are token spammers. Um, so yeah, we'll see how this one goes.
All right. Blue is ready to sub in for me. Rinku, my man.
Mhm.
I- I'll see you most likely tomorrow. I mean, I'm looking at the schedule right now.
No
Yeah,
matter what, like
I'll see you.
one of us will see the other person because
Yeah,
we're casting and we're clearly
yeah,
gonna watch all day.
yeah,
So yeah,
yeah.
we'll
I will
definitely
see you.
see each other.
I'll catch you later, my man. I
Yeah,
gotta
I'll
get
see
some
you later.
food.
Yeah, it's
Enjoy
nice
Blue.
talking to you.
Everyone, I'll catch you guys later. I will be back. The Gus and Friends show will be returning in the next couple hours. Otherwise, I'll be back. Bye bye.
All right, so it's me. Hi. Um, yeah, so one thing that's really interesting is like legates like end up putting an interesting slant on the game where it's just like no matter what, I'm either getting advantage where I'm advancing or I get to get something from the reserve. So uniques aside, there ends up being like a really interesting like resource battle, especially when the terrains end up not lining up. So here they're kind of like zigzagged or they're off, and it's like a lot harder to play, and it matters like where the holes are in your stats. So mountain ends up being typically the weakest terrain, but the advent of the Ordis recruit, or sorry, Ordis crier actually makes it so that way your mountain is like shored up a little. So we see some consideration for that, but it could be possible that the top Sigismar is actually okay with losing this side. That way they can legate the crier. And then pretty much, if nothing else is played, just both players would end up in the exact same expeditions, both with two cards in hand, the true mirror match in every single semblance of the concept. Okay, so yeah, literally just only played the same cards. Are there specific heroes people are looking to see in chat?
Cole, I adjusted stream elements, so you don't have to worry about it. We're on Trickster, yep.
Yep, yeah, round three. Or sorry, no, group one, table three.
I got it.
Hmm.
All right. Siggy Mirror. I knew I was back in season 2 meta.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, all right. How much Siggy you play lately, Rinku?
Hmm. I've played like an amount. I played I think in a Blitz event like 2 weeks ago, and I'll play it on ladder. Usually when I play on ladder, I play without uniques though, if I can, just to like understand how my bad draws like sort of uh look.
Yeah.
Um, Also, before I like want to buy more uniques or whatever, I should probably figure out like how the rest of the deck would function. Um, so yeah, I feel like there are some parallels to Kojo, which obviously I've spent more time with, but kind of like the constant pressure of Sigismar makes the removal spell slightly better because you're always threatening like that one side.
Yeah, it's interesting with Sigismar in particular because I feel like we haven't seen. I mean, obviously, we've seen new cards introduced into Sigismar. Talking to like primarily Sigismar players before, I know prior to Whispers, they felt like there were some common slots that were pretty variable because there wasn't some decent cards that they felt like they could put in there. I know we
Hmm.
saw some folks put in Ebenezer Scrooge a lot just for the stats, almost, it felt like.
Hmm.
Um, and it definitely feels like those have been filled at least a little bit, kind of with that Aegis Templar
Hmm.
potentially, as far as just open common things. But the thing I was trying to get at with Sigismar overall is that it feels like it's always been there and everyone feels like it's oppressive. And I'm not saying it's not good, but
Hmm.
I feel that its height is definitely during the Aphanis meta.
Hmm.
And even prior to that, it was doing okay in the Waru meta, but why would you play Sigismar when you can play Waru, I guess?
Hmm.
Um, it just doesn't, and even playing it myself, it feels consistent, it feels good. It just doesn't feel like it peaks as hard as some other heroes can peak in comparison.
Yeah, I think in some ways Sigismar is like altered as intended. It's very like I'm focused on like like how things are lining up in terms of like advancements and like usually you're like winning with almost no cards in hand or no cards in reserve, and like if you have more that's usually anomaly or through uniques or something like that. But just the overall structure of the game just tends to be this like, yep, I played with my cards with stats that had an incidental ability, and we did this a few times, and now I won. So I definitely get what you're saying, where it's like it almost feels like it's applying almost a constant amount of pressure over time, which is slightly heightened in the beginning. And usually towards the very late game, the token doesn't matter as much. So it feels like it tapers off, but like overall power level is a little bit flat. But you look at like Priest or Golrang or Atsadi, and like the curves of these decks are very different. So I think maybe that's what you're kind of alluding to.
Yeah, just a little bit of that, and granted, we may see a lower end from similar types of decks that you just mentioned,
Mhm.
comparative to a Sigismar. It just feels like we have seen Sigismar qualifiers, obviously, at this
Mhm.
point. I just don't necessarily expect it as much anymore as far as just actual conversion in comparison. I was looking at the total hero breakdown, at least for groups 1 to 3, and I believe Sigismar is the highest at the moment with over 70. If I
Yeah.
put it
I
in
wonder.
correctly.
This would obviously be a lot more complicated, but
Yeah.
what I would actually want is a country to hero breakdown, like
Yeah.
almost like a grid, because
Mhm.
I know that Sigismar in France in particular is like almost viewed differently in how it operates in the meta than other places. Like we saw that in Dallas, we've seen that in Montreal, and it's just like it's just clear that like there's just some sort of like analysis or maybe just like how things are like there's obviously like cross information from like 39 cards and like the A.W.O.L and all these different series, like people being able to play online and look at deck lists. but yet like you still see these regional variants. I wonder with like Baltimore and the Asia qualifier next week if we're just like going to see different metas than this one that has so much Sigismar, which once again seems to be a France dominated deck.
Yeah, similarly, I was expecting a lot more Trace too because it did seem that like that was an EU slash France dominated hero in particular, at
Mhm.
least previous in the previous WCQs and everything like that. But we did see a decrease when it comes to this particular BGA online qualifier and Vint instead seeing a transition to more Sigismars. And this could just be the transition of the meta as a whole as we watch this mirror matchup between these players and people
Mhm.
finding new things as they proceed forward, figuring out that, hey, maybe traced on those really good Anansi uniques isn't the end all be all of this current meta, and maybe someone found something else that they prefer on the Sigismar side of things. But yeah, overall, quite interesting. In the current game, though, we do have a dead even setup here between the two players, similar in resources as well, between
Mhm.
cards in hand and cards in reserve. So, should be interesting to see who's going to be able to take this one at the very end of it.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to figure out how you want to break serve here. So, like, obviously, what you're trying to get to is either double advance or you're trying to get to an arena where you just have more resources than the opponent. Speaking of resources, wow, we have like a pretty sweet Baba Yaga unique here.
Yeah, it's a 3/3, 2/2/2 in stats from anywhere. If you control a token, draw a card. Obviously, pretty easy to do on Sigismar. And then from with your hand ability, up to one target character gains a sleep. You may have it gain 2 boosts. All of this for 3 costs from hand is pretty
Jeez.
nuts, especially for the stats.
Yeah, draw Sandman is kind of a lot. Yeah, so the two options were either you could try to sleep the recruit, or like you could try to sleep the opponent's companion side recruit to force them to play there, or you can sleep your own thing. Probably choosing this line because with the card draw, if you have any of your 2 cost cards, you win the companion side, and then you're forcing a play like this here, where they're trying to keep up, but now you have resources because you have this Baba that can draw 2 cards if you want to, but minimally just that first card matters a lot.
Right. And now we have the decision coming up here from the top Sigismar as far as where they want to apply that teamwork training overall. I have to imagine it's just a decision between of if they don't want to deal with that token later on at this point,
Mhm,
and they decide to go with the Order Spy and just let things be as they are. I assume they might have something for 2 costs, and then sure enough, they do, like you mentioned with the Ortis Attorney.
mhm. There's, like, a small consideration that you could play the attorney on the hero side and blocked and drew a card. You'll
Mhm.
be down an expedition, but you do have that token waking up. I don't know, it's kind of hard. I think I think if you want to mana this turn, which you still can, like, the extra card is not nothing, but with the Baba, like, you probably don't need to, and the advance probably matters more, but definitely a small decision point there where you're kind of just like wearing them down on resources, and you have this 3/3/3 that might just get you the double advance anyways. But if you're going to double advance this turn, like the extra card probably doesn't matter. You could probably just double advance here then.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking from like an overall perspective. A lot of the times it feels like, especially on these types of decks on Sigismar, if you can get in the area of double advancing, not necessarily adjacent, but at least having that one Kaibara counter that you're talking about in
Mhm.
between your hero and companion expedition, and or even from the perspective of your opponent having it and you don't, and even you hit a 2-0 and you still haven't won the game, I could see where they could be going with this. But yeah, card draw, always a good thing too, so we'll have to see how this one turns
Uh,
out, especially if they have something like an Order Spy to reduce resources completely.
yeah, that's like the pincer play. I mean, I'm guessing this Osmond draws a card, but
Yeah.
yeah. So like that's like the big pincer play of just like, especially when you go second and you're like, well, I can make a mana that I could play literally all my cards, including the ones in the reserve. But if they sabotage, I can't play this as a mana. It's like, yeah, it's usually around this point that happens, but that's probably just gonna be lights out unless we chain a bunch of draw cards.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many uniques we've seen other than the one Ozma here for the Sigismar that looks like they will scout with the Templar just to be able to play more at this point and do almost a pseudo after you to see that last card or at least see what the last card is gonna be played. from Trickster on the bottom Sigismar, but it seems like they could wrap this up potentially. They'll be able
The
to get a tie with the Templar.
Yeah, so
Um,
it looks like they would need a 1 cost
yeah,
or another sabotage
yeah, and a
or this.
sleep. Yeah,
This
that'll
one works
yeah. So they're going to go ahead and just target their having done the math on the token itself.
too.
I'm getting some beeps in my head that makes me think that it's a GG that happened in the messages that I'm not paying attention to. Yeah, GG there from Trickster.
Oh, I have all the sounds muted. I like forgot that there's things that happen for that.
Yeah, the little chat beeps and everything. That's how I try to pay attention because I have the YouTube chat up as well. But
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
good game over to Trickster there. Was able to capitalize on the additional card advantage as well as getting that single advantage that we mentioned in the previous day in order to get that mirror matchup victory against Simo995. And we'll take a look to see what other things that we're going to watch here in the upcoming rounds, unless we're almost done with this individual.
Yeah, and so advancing to 5-1. So, still with once again we got to see the adjustment because of how round 1 works and stuff like that, but just announcing what the total is with round 1 included. So,
Yeah.
definitely still in the thick of it, but there's 4 rounds left and anything can happen.
Yeah, especially with the adjustment, like you mentioned, as far as round 9 rounds total being calculated here. So if anyone is unaware, I think we've mentioned it a few different times, is due to the issues in round one, only 9 rounds will be calculated. Round one will not be included, and the group four will only have 9 rounds as well, just to keep all things even in order to make sure we get the correct top cut. It may take a little bit of extra time to verify that everything is correct based off of that because we'll have to disregard an entire round, but we'll do the work there to make sure that everything is shown correctly. But we are still actively in round six, it looks like.
Yeah, how about maybe table 1 or 2 in group 1? They're both like kind of midway through and they both have goal rings, so
All right, cool. Let's go ahead and go to two then.
okay. So group 1, table 2.
So Basira versus the goal ring, and this is a goal ring that does look like it is involving a Sunisa setup, one that I feel like I've seen a lot of decks go away from Sunisa as far as a rare in a deck, but there definitely is the option to do that.
Hmm.
So interesting to see that. But we do have a unique on the board of a Foundry armor if you want to read that one off.
Yeah, so that one's a 3/3 cost, 2/2/2 stats. From hand, if you control 2 or more boosted characters, draw a card, and when a non-token character you control gains 1 or more boost, you get to create a brass bug in my expedition. So you can kind of play this, hopefully draw the card, and you can stack some things really nicely so that way you can also draw the card and make a bunch of, brass bugs here.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those Foundry armors that was brought up on the first season of the game. They got suspended fairly quickly as far as getting a resolution and making sure that you can't infinite those brass bugs out. But still a good card even without the infinite, especially on Basira, and especially if you have that additional effect there as far as drawing a card. I think the only thing that they would have preferred more is an arrow on that
Hmm.
ability, and it would have been that much better. But for the cost, 3/3, I wouldn't be complaining as a whole as the Basira player. And the biggest thing that I'm surprised the most as it pertains to Basira for this tournament is that they're even with Kojo as far as hero representation.
Yeah, I kind of like alluded to this, but I think if I really, if I was going to play for this and like test a bunch, I think I would have played Basira despite being a lot more known for playing Kojo.
Mhm.
I think Basira, I think Basira can still play like the aggro plan, but like the Klutes really help the trace matchup, which might be why we're seeing like a small decline in trace. Maybe just like if everyone's trying to tack in for trace, then like maybe it has to like circle around more before like it becomes like I still think trace is the best deck in the format, but um and then I think you can it's also better like hunger deck if you have draw Klutes also. So it's like it kind of like can do both. Whereas Kojo, sure, people do play the hunger as a tech card, but I don't think it performs as well as it does in Basira. So it doesn't surprise me that much.
Yeah, and we did see the aggro portion come out from the Basira there on the 8 mana turn. The goal ring not able to catch up. Double advance there for the Basira player to take the game and beat them before realistically goal ring was even able to come online. So GG's to Warrior are there, and we'll head on back to see if we can get any more games here in Swiss round 6.
Maybe the table one. They're
Yeah, we can.
still
Yeah, if they're
in the
actively
thick of
going,
it.
we can jump straight into that one. Want to thank everyone that has joined us thus far for this America's WCQ in the Swiss rounds, currently in Swiss round 6. Appreciate everyone that's been sticking around through some of the difficulties, including the players that have had things just be patient overall. I know Simon appreciates it. I know everyone appreciates it along the way. So thank you for that. But we'll get into this Goldring versus Finn matchup that looks to be dead even, and Goldring is online with fairly similar resources. It feels like Goldring should have the advantage at the moment, but I haven't seen everything that we going on. Table one.
Yeah, yeah. So Group One, Table One. So A.W.O.L from Team After You actually lost the finals of the Chilean qualifier. So really, just so close, and really just hoping to get there, do one better in this tournament, and off to a good start. Table One, so undefeated so far. The clock not great here, and in case people are not familiar, there is both a personal clock, but there's also an overall round timer clock. And when the round timer clock ends, if you have less time, you also lose. So kind of looking a little bit dicey there, but of course you want to make the best plays you possibly can, but probably trying to turbo up a little here.
Yeah, and there is a situation now since they are dead even on the tumult. The Mescatet getting full advantage here for the gold ring player, despite having the Finn having the Olivera out and getting that additional resupply, similar amount of cards in hand for both players as well as reserve. The big thing though, I think, is the ability to use that Ortis Overseer in the reserve just for the recruits if the gold ring is able to do so. But we will see a unique Ortis liaison if you want to go ahead and read that one off, Rinka.
Yeah, so this is one that we saw in an earlier round from the same goal ring. So they have a setup where this liaison is 5 and 5 cost 2/2/1, and when another character joins your expedition, draw a card, and it has a way to be able to give everything a boost. But the most important part is that card draw. So what what ends up happening is able to draw two off of cards like the Templar. Any of these support abilities can also draw a card. Also, their other two uniques are ones that allow you to put cards from your hand into your reserve, and they token spam. They give like two tokens into play, so then you draw more cards, and then you fill up your reserve and you conscription, and you kind of just double advance for the rest of the game, and you can just draw your deck.
Yeah. Yeah, as mentioned, it feels like once certain Go rings are able to get online like this, it is pretty difficult to compete with. We may see the double advance here with a bunch of card draw for the gold ring player. Ortis liaison uniques are kind of interesting. I've had one that is just a wall of text over the entire half of the card, pretty much. And I usually see it with some type of restriction as far as your expeditions having to be tied or behind a lot of
Mhm.
the ways. So it's fun to see one that does has not as bad restriction, I think, as far as discarding a character in some cases, especially if there's one that you're not going to use. But still fun to see. And as you mentioned, we do see the support abilities coming out of those Ortis Overseers just to draw a bunch of cards with 2 mana left. And advantage seems to be clearly for the gold ring player. Kind of sad as a whole though, because I thought Finn would be originally better in the Whispers meta, but I haven't seen as many people play it other than your Elwiwis, for example, who are just Finn masters in certain ways.
Yeah, I will say the one thing I was off to the side looking at another monitor just to verify. So as people know by now, I watch tons of replays and try to consume a lot of content. And I was like 90% sure A.W.O.L doesn't play Lyra Festival. And looking at their Chilean qualifier list, which looks pretty similar to this, yeah, they're not playing Festival. I think that's like the final out that you had in this sort of situation. If you could have like developed a festival and like just incidentally be able to get there. Um, but yeah, it's tough. Just like some decks. the game is not over when the tumult says it's over. And with this like liaison setup with all these cards in hand, it's like we are playing another day, but it's gonna be very difficult to push over the top.
Yeah. Eh, and we do see another unique there that you mentioned as far as the gold ring player, and it is a the ability of a token generation, and it's a double as far as creating 2 Orders
Yeah,
Recruit soldier tokens in my expedition. So anytime we see uh, something join, even through a scout setup there, we will get a double token set up for the foundry mechanic, which means we will get to see more card draw happening here. And at this point, we're going to see the entire deck come out here for the gold ring player to the point of, yeah, Finn can play, but do you want to play at this point, or do you just pass and be like, all right, let's go next?
right. Like the last 6 mana is going to be spent on 3 conscriptions if they play 3. They might only play 2, and some do. So, like what you said, and especially one thing people don't remember: some people love playing to the end of the round, or like to the end, like oh maybe they disconnect, or maybe they just mind fart or something like that. But like in reality, this is a 10 round tournament, and it is a marathon. Like if you're allowed to take a break, and like you can hop in a car or a bike for like a portion of it, like you would. So it's like just say I'm done, go grab a glass of water. Like in online tournaments that I've played for high stakes, I've literally done like child's pose and like various yoga things in between rounds. Like I'm just like, okay, I need to like calm down. And I can't do this in an in-person event, but like I need to make sure I'm on my A game. So it's different for everyone, but like, yeah, in those types of board states, just like let them use the mental like power, go to the bathroom or something.
Yeah, and we did see Aklo end up doing that and just straight up passing at this moment, and the gold ring player is just essentially playing for free right
Yeah.
now. Doesn't really need to, but is just seeing what they can do, I assume, as far as all the options available to them, and we will finally see the pass there. The double advance for the gold ring player on Nico, and the victory against the Finn player. They will have to discard all the cards in the reserve, as is customary now that we have the check victory condition rather than just the game ending immediately after everyone advances. And should be pretty close here towards the end of round 6, I believe, as we head on back to the list of the Swiss round 6. For anyone that doesn't know, you are watching the Americas WCQ here for an online BGA qualifier. This is day 1. Be sure to join us tomorrow for day 2. We will have some top cut action for you to decide who will get that individual world championship spot and join Rinku over in Paris.
Yeah, it'll be fun. I mean, minimally, I know a lot of people are going just like regardless. Like it's a wonderful celebration whether or not you're playing in it, and the LCQs are also really cool. So yeah, especially if you see me and want to interact with me, please feel free to walk up. I assure you, I do like talking to people.
Yeah, he's also really soft if you want to like pet him occasionally. So,
Yeah, I've actually been told that my hair is kind of wiry,
mm.
but yeah, maybe soft kind of wires.
There we go. Cole, if you want, since we're almost at the end of this round, do you want to go ahead and do the transition now? All right, we're going to go ahead and head to a be right back screen here as we do a production shift. Then we'll be back with both Rinku and myself still here for the upcoming Swiss round 7. Still plenty of rounds left to go to decide who will get the top cut spots. Be sure to stick around. We'll be back here in a minute. All right. Hello, hello, everyone. We're back here. We did the switch on production side of things, so I'm in charge. Cole is dead officially. I know you've been missing me. I am Blue Oak TV, still joined by Rinku. We'll be around here for a little bit longer to cast some games. But before I keep on talking too much, we'll go ahead into straight to the next game. And we are in the Swiss round 7 at the moment, and I believe you said table 3, correct, Rinku?
Group 3, Table 2.
Table 2. We'll
So
jump into it.
Bijatok against John Angelo.
All right,
All right.
let's switch over to the gameplay
Thank
screen.
you.
All right, we're here live with it. I'm going to go ahead and pull up the Swiss thing so everyone knows which Swiss round we are in. Swiss round 7. Kojo versus Sigismar, a Grecian matchup here between the two players.
Yeah, yeah. So both players from Greece. Both players I've actually played against a few times. Not like sparring, like in tournaments and
Okay,
random
yeah,
stuff.
I was wondering.
But yeah. So John's actually a player that when I first started learning the game and playing online, like beat me quite a few times in Kojo mirrors, and I've watched those replays way too many times. Which is funny because then later on I played against them, and then I'm just like, hey, I'm here for my rematch, and they're like, I don't remember playing against you. So I made sure to beat them that time. But anyhow, so yeah, just like a Kojo player, I actually looked up to quite a bit when I first started playing online. And Bijatak just has played, has dabbled in some trace, but is very well known for playing Sigismar. So just two top Greece players from Greece.
Yeah, definitely. They are running that Tolarian skater that you are not a fan of when it comes to Kojo these days, but it does tend to work for some Kojo players on occasion and to have things going. They are still running a snowman, which is a popular Kojo setup. Both players are pretty even, and we will see the Haven pop out
Mm.
here for the Kojo player here on the top side. Interesting to see it this late in the game, but they do have a lot of cards in reserve to work with and at least 3 mana to potentially put a fairly well statted character in that Tolarian skater if that's what they decide to go with. But they probably are just going to go with the card draw, I imagine.
Yeah, so they're both really setting up for the next day. So the
Yeah.
development of the Haven just makes the next day a lot better, especially going first. There's a Jack Frost is probably going to end up exhausting the other card. So you're probably trying to line up the Snowman for next turn. Um, And then you also see Bijatak taking a very proactive stance and saying, "Hey, I know I'm gonna win the companion side. Let me get ready for next turn by having this 3/3/3 token on your Buddha turn." And
Right.
then kind of maybe even already planning for the arena, saying, "Great, so then if we both advance one next turn, when it gets back to me, you won't have Buddha and we'll be in the arena, so then I'll have my token advantage." So you actually see players planning multiple days in advance with their plays.
Yeah, definitely. I think we talked about it, or you mentioned it in our one of our conversations before on how many days you actually plan ahead on
Mhm.
occasion for games, and it is dependent. It seems like, but if you can plan as much as possible, like you're talking about, whether it be 1 to 2 or even 3 to 4 days, you can see what you can do there. And I believe you also talked about on the initial days of the game, whether it be day 1, day 2, day 3, that is something that you try to prioritize as far as planning those days ahead, or at least having a general idea of what you want to do when playing against certain opponents, or at least trying to take the game. As we do see that Snowman come out first here, from the reserve from the Kojo player.
Yeah, it's really interesting to figure out how to line things up. So, as you mentioned, like I'm very adamant about like this is a game that's played on the terrain, unless if you're playing an engine building deck. So
Yeah,
just like the way the terrain plays out ends up like carving a lot of the stuff. So the reason why you see the Sandman played on the companion side is actually to stop that water stat. So you're specifically just trying to contest water, and you know you have an advantage on this hero side. Um, it's really interesting to see, like, then, okay, fine, I play this Chiron, and where am I gonna put the counter? And it's like, there's all this, like, almost back and forward. They're both trying to jockey for some combination of a double advance with, like, being able to set this up. But yeah, it looks like Kojo might still have enough oomph to be able to get through. But we'll see. It's tough.
yeah, I think it was a situation where the Kojo definitely seemed to take the advantage by taking out that Jack Frost with the early
Mhm.
Order Spy play. I'm sure the Kojo was planning on something, but they did have enough card cards in hand to be able to play a little bit slower, getting those lower cost plays there between the Fire Rabbit and the Chiron to not have to give up everything, but they still take that 1-0 lead over the Sigismar player in order to take the game. Whereas I could have definitely seen it go to the Sigismar had they had the first player set up and were able to Jack Frost some of the cards in reserve. So big decision there as far as planning ahead on being first or second player, knowing what you had available to you. I wouldn't be surprised to know that the Kojo potentially already had that spy waiting to deal with that Jack Frost.
Yeah, no, it's definitely interesting. Or like even the decision of like when you wanted to play the Jack Frost, because if you're trying to proactively like play from the reserve.
Right.
Um, but sometimes you just like need the stats and it's like incidental. You also don't know it's gonna like play out that way. Like it might just be factored into the risk calculation.
Yeah, there's definitely been some times where I've been playing games where I want to be able to play something that it'll interact with the reserve on my turn 1, right? But I
Mhm.
also know that I'm putting it up to be interacted with on the following day when their turn 1 or just get hit by a Basira with an Occlute or something, so you have to factor in all that stuff, but quite interesting to hear your thoughts on that. We still are actively in round 7 here as far as the Swiss at the moment, in Group 3 at the for what we got going here. A lot of them are nearing the end of the game at the for what we got. Does Table 9 seem like it has a lot more to it?
Yeah, let's see what the matchup is.
Table 9
That's some
is
top players. It's a Fem versus Sigismar.
yeah,
I'm
we'll
in.
switch over to that. So we have a Sigismar versus a Finn, some players that you probably recognize between Tito and Ant Zergel. Um, a lot of cards here for the Finn player, a lot of resources to be able to be played, and the Sigismar only one spot up on the tumult.
Mm. Yeah, I think from like a probability of winning perspective, I probably have that Fen is like ahead, but not like, the game is over ahead, but like I'd say advantage goes there. So like you're able to after you a few times, you can discount cards, and you just have this massive card advantage. I do like that use of the Aegis Templar to try to like both threaten both sides, making your removal a little bit more potent. The problem is you know that they had just picked up this magical training from the sleight of hand, so it's like you also know they can magical training again through Hathor. So it's like at some point you might just obviously you're not winning the material advantage, but you're really once again planning for the next day, and you just have to accept that an Anansi is going to like win one side or something like that. You just have to play things out and think about card economy.
Right. And realistically, we could also see just a lot of other cards played it, like you mentioned, with the magical training potentially being returned here. We also have cost reduction with the ink casters available to the Finn player, as is tradition with Finn as a whole, having those cost reductions just able to give you so many different lines to be able to play the game. We did get the sleight of hand returned in order to return the magical training separately, so that way they have even another after you rather than just directly returning the magical training itself. And another cost reduction in the Martingale, the one cost common card hitting the board. So it seems we'll see everything from the Seismar before we see a dedicated play from the Finn at the moment. So that way they can be the final player to play this day in particular. Feels like it'll be important, as we do see the Aegis Templar come out, especially since we're more than likely looking at one more day after this one, assuming the Sigmar doesn't go 2-0. I assume they're not, but you never know what could happen here. If you are the Sigismar player, is there something you're looking for in particular for this upcoming day to potentially try to close this one out and not allow the Finn to beat you in resource advantage?
Yeah, I think you're kind of just like hoping to get one of these sides. Like, I think the likely scenario, let me just double check the profile, but the likely scenario is double Anansi. It was like being set up. Um, or it could just be like Anansi with like Magpen rare that's like trying to just like block. Um, but if you can manage to get an advance, that like definitely helps to like threaten both sides. I think it also depends on your unique setup. I think one thing that's pretty interesting is that The Sigismar player in their discard pile is playing a rare Grand Bois, which has been seeing some play specifically for Trace. It's actually pretty hard for them to kind of get around it. You can hook it all you want, but like no matter what's going to probably win one of the expeditions. So I'm trying to think like we haven't seen any uniques, which ends up being like pretty important if you have the more like, Fen doesn't do as well against token spam uniques, especially if you're playing them from hand. It's minimally you get at least 1 point of value out of it, like, you get 1 play if they have to, like, acapella training into, like, a removal spell. The only one that, like, actively works is the Off You Go that we see in the reserve, but if it's a double Anansi turn, we might actually just, like, see the, um, like, the Off You Go probably goes to the discard, so that's, like, an angle that might work too, so, like, some sort of token spam.
Right. I think the main so we do see a Twinkle Tinkle come out here after the cost reduction from the Martingale that's going to hit
Mhm.
the Aegis Templar. They do still have 2 more the 2 more Inkcasters as well as the Twinkle Twinkle if they want to do a cost reduction setup here, and it will just be the Inkcaster, 3rd one at this point coming out to be able to return another card and still get that double advance that you were mentioning for the Finn player. So although we haven't seen the uniques that you're mentioning from the Sigismar, feels like they're pretty behind the 8 ball here to try to figure something out, and even with having an Aegis Templar on the board, because it feels like the Finn has a lot of options. It can continue to do the what we saw on the previous day of playing low cost cards to wait until the very end and potentially just get that one for one advantage and take the game.
Yeah, one thing that's scary is like you've only seen one Anansi. Of course, with Fen, you don't get to choose what you mana.
Mhm.
But um, if you were to guess how this turn goes, it's probably magical training, sleight of hand, magical training, just to start the turn. So it is nice to have the rallying call, but it's still gonna be very difficult to out after you, and it's like, if they can build up the reserve again, like we saw last turn, and just play this massive Anansi, it's gonna be pretty difficult. The reason why I made the observation as to how many Anansis were in the discard pile is because if this was the last Anansi, then the Sigismar player potentially could just sabotage or something like that to, like, actively, like, not have to worry about that sort of effect.
Yeah.
But with there just very likely being at least one more, you just have to think like, can I minimally like what am I gonna do about this Anansi I know about? Like you might just have to assume the hand is all blanks and in our game that every card is a real card. There's some games that have like other resources that don't really do much in the late game. So every card's real. So it's like, okay, like what can even happen here then?
Yeah, and we do see a second magical training come out here. I assume that it was drawn at least somewhat recently from the Finn player to have even more of a setup of doing some of these pseudo after use. We do see a 2 cost attorney coming out for the Sigismar player and more 1 cost coming out from the Finn player, just setting themselves up perfectly. There will be 2 mana left for the Sigismar after we see the unique of a Category and Alchemist. I know you said you were a fan
Yeah.
of these if you wanna read that one off.
Yeah, yeah. This is one I haven't seen on the market and definitely would have bought it if I saw it. So it's a 3/2 cost, 1/1/1 in terms of stats. And they're both from hand abilities. One of them, if you control a token, you make 2 tokens of my expedition, 1/1/1 Orders Recruits. And then it also charges on the other one, so it gives them all boost. So yeah, this one is actually just fantastic.
Yeah, it's
But
not
yeah,
not quite as good as the Kokobas that we've seen before, but, it at least does almost something similar from hand, just 1/1/1 stats short as far as base stats from the Alchemist.
I think I don't want to say I like this one more, but I really like that's a 3 cost.
Yeah, opposed to a 4.
Mhm. But yeah, so we just see the Anansi. So like I mentioned, if maybe there was only one Anansi left, this might have been a little bit closer. But with two, shove one side and then move on.
Yeah, for everyone in chat, first round, the it will Simon is explaining it right now. Round one standings will be dropped as far as the results are concerned. Group four is just running a 9 round event separate from this one, and they'll be included in that. So 9 rounds will be considered to decide who is top cut. So only rounds 2 through 10, and for group four, their entire remake tournament will be included. for anyone interested in the chat or anyone that doesn't want to read what Simon is putting down at the moment. So we'll get a GG there for the Finn player. Congratulations to them. Fun game to watch there. We'll head on back to the caster screen and see what we got left here for round 7. It should be pretty close to the end, at least for group 3. We can also take a look at some of the other groups at any point to see what we got going on there. Have we watched much of group 4 remake at all, or not so much?
No, we watched one marbles game at 1-0, and that's
Okay.
about it. So yeah, let's hop over there. Is there any matchup that's speaking to you?
I'm just pulling it up now. I just figured we would want to take a look at it if we can, kind of
Yeah,
thing.
let me
Uh,
open up a few of the tables and see how I feel about the match.
yeah, we can. I know Maddox Faction's a prevalent Axiom player. I don't know if he's playing Sierra like he did in Dallas, but he may just be playing Trace. He's playing Trace.
Okay.
Um,
How about hmm, how about we look at table 4?
Table for it is Table 4. This is group 4 on table 4. Let me switch over to the gameplay of what we have going on here. Traced versus Navenka. Navenka, a hero in the Lyra faction that I have always personally preferred, just from the very beginning, comparative to Finn. I know everyone's always been a big Finn fan, but always preferred Navenka. I think there's some fun different setups you can do there, especially depending on the uniques that you have. I
Mhm.
know those mage dancers are ones that everyone likes seeing in some variety or form, whether they card return, they anchor, or whatever they may do. But yeah, can be a fun deck if played correctly.
Yeah, I liked Fen at first, but from a similar standpoint of just like I don't know if I can make every decision right, and like it could be catastrophic to make one wrong. Navenka kind of plays a little bit more towards my strengths of like trying to analyze the tumult and like trying to figure out how stats line up very well.
Right.
And Navenka kind of has like a little bit more like season to taste sort of thing of just like, oh, are you being like an aggro Navenka? Are you leaning in more into the die roll? It'd be very unique focused. So we see one of these die roll uniques, and pretty much it seems like both the one in the discard and the one that was just played are very similar. There, when you roll a die, it gets 2 boosts, and from hand you roll a die. This one gives something fleeting, the other one makes something um, potentially lose fleeting. But in a nutshell, it's just allowing you to just have a massive mage dancer with some possible incidental other thing.
And it also opens up a rare slot, right?
Mhm.
Uh, I know originally in the first season 1 not meta, but the season 1 decks that I've seen from Navenka, because I don't think Navenka was actually very much meta in season 1.
Mhm.
We saw a lot of just rare mage dancers because obviously you roll a dice, you want a boosted character that's 2/1, similar to a Faunus, but not actually like a Faunus's mage dancers kind of thing. But they took up 3 rare slots because of the out of faction setup, right? So if
Mhm.
you I think we've seen a lot of players put together some decent, if not really good mage dancer uniques to be able to open up rare slots or things like ink casters or whatever else you may want to use them on to just give a little bit more fluidity, or at least for your mana as a whole when you're playing games and play the I feel like the most common Navenka archetype of deck list that we see is something that you mentioned where you pay attention to the stats on the board, you advance as much as you can, as fast as you can, and just win the game before your opponent can take it from you. I think one of the more popular Navenka players in previous seasons was Gamma Knight, who
Mhm.
just played an all-out aggro Navenka, including I think a one of a small step, and would win games with no cards left because they just used everything that they possibly could to get that final advancement or at least put themselves adjacent to take the game.
Yeah, I talked a bit to Keelan guy about just like the history of Navenka when I was considering playing it, and then he told me about like Gamma Knight and how like they kind of just like solved it in a way that like other people didn't really think about it. Then I just like watched a bunch of Gamma Knight games, and that's when I started playing Navenka. So yeah, Gamma Knight like really helped like inspire just like me really trying to like think about that. Which ironically, I think like when you play Navenka, you actually have to learn how the tumult works better and stuff. I think it made me a better Kojo player too, which is kind of fun.
Yeah. always fun to see how other players can contribute to your own mindset for this game. That's what's fun as far as the online setup, I think, for the game. Obviously, you can play your locals, but as you've mentioned before, you get to watch a bunch of online games. You can see the previous games other people have played and see how they play and how they work a deck that you didn't think of. And you can see how you can change your own play style for any particular hero. But talking about the specific one that we have going on here, Trace is online, but is quite far behind to the Navenka, who does have that unique Mage Dancer out that will gains 2 boosts each time a dice is rolled. 3 cards in hand, though, and nothing left here for the Trace to play. Does have the advantage on the Tumult, so we'll have to see what Avinka can do with this final 2 setup of mana. Looks like they're gonna roll first and go from there.
Yeah, I think the thing that's weird for me about this turn is like I wonder if you had
They
to play the
passed.
Mage Dancer. Like
Yeah.
you might have just been able to play magical trainings, then play another magical training from reserve and just say I'm done and like plan to try to advance to the next turn because you kind of like wanted to roll a few times or like maybe find another mage dancer to like double mage dancer on one side or something like that.
Mhm.
But like to lose that unique, I think loses a lot of firepower and like these magical trains don't do that much in the reserve. I really wonder, so there might have already been cards in the hand that are kind of like impacting the decision of like whether or not it's like, oh, I needed to play this turn because I needed you to commit more resources this turn. That way, or that turn that way this day is better for me. So it's like hard without knowing the hand, but that's like an alternative line that could have been considered of just like I'm actually going to hold on to this mage dancer in reserve for the next turn, and then with you as first player, I could just play it on the other side type of thing.
Yeah, especially with having it looked like, 4 tumult lead there as far as in the expeditions as a whole. Just giving up a 2-0 for the fact of even if your opponent double advances, they're still not in a position to win the game on the following day. You have more card advantage, especially going up against a trace player who's going to get cards regardless of how you play the game, just
Mhm.
just because they're online. So interesting decision from the Nevenka player, as you mentioned. We'll have to see how it plays out for them,
Mhm.
especially with magical 2 magical trainings in the reserve and 5 cards in hand. Should be fairly even on resources though after we see the trace activate a little bit, depending on if there is any additional card draw coming out of the Nevenka or not. But it does look like the trace decided not to mana that turn, and
Mm.
the Nevenka did. And we will see a unique Inkcaster if you want to take a look at that one.
Yeah, so that one's a 3/2 cost, 1/3/3 in stats. From anywhere, you can return a card from your reserve to your hand, and from reserve, you can pay one. And if you do, you return a card from your reserve to your hand. So I wonder if they have multiple. So we also saw the Scotty. I wonder if they have like two uniques like this. That way, they could just like cycle each other a bunch.
Yeah, and we do see that 3rd magical training pop out here for the Nevenka player as a start off to this game, as well as another 1 cost from the Trace player in the form of a Keel or Kellen cylinder, if I want to say it correctly. Uh, then even more 1 cost being played with the addition of the Haven Bravo Bastion effect being exhausted and the Amelia Earhart being played over on the companion zone, just putting pressure on the Nevenka player. It's been a lot of just lower cost cards being played, and the Venk is still taking the advantage here, and we will see the Aloe Vera being played out on a good setup here as far as the individual water terrain. Still doesn't quite beat out the Inkcaster quite yet, but still 1 card in hand.
Mhm. Right, and then you also have the Navenka hero power. So since you know you'll only need to advance one side, you could have played it to the other side, to the companion side. But then like maybe it would have tied or something like that. But here you kind of get to try to press for both sides. But here, knowing that you have an alpha, you go as the last card, you just want to contest both sides and shove at the end.
Yeah. The Trace is able to get a boost on to the Inkcaster to maybe not make that Navenka roll worth it, other than to just tie things up. But no, they would have been fine in Forest, so they wouldn't have even had to roll if they didn't want to. But off you go, makes everything a lot easier for the Navenka player, able to get the 1 for 1, get the victory over the Trace player. The decision to use that unique Mage Dancer not going to hurt them this time around, and able to use all the cards that they had pretty
Mhm.
much there to get that one victory, similar to what we were talking about with Gamma Knight prior to that final day. So congratulations to the Navenka player, and we'll head on back to see what other games we can watch.
Yeah, let's see. It looks like like there's a lot at the end of round 7. And some are in round 8. I mean, we could go to early round 8 if we go to group 2.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at that, so we can get some early games here rather than
Same
midway.
with group 3. So yeah, if there's a table that speaks to you.
Group 2, you said, right?
2 and 3 are both in the beginning.
Uh, do like the fleeting team. Let's see table 3 if that's one that we've seen here.
Table 3 and group 2.
Yeah, table 3, group
Uh,
2.
oh, the Kojo player. The Kojo player was playing against Sigismar against Claudius, I
Was
believe.
it? Okay, so we can head back there just to take a look there. What else do we have? Oh, clay play. What else we got?
Maybe table 2. I don't think we've seen these competitors.
Okay, so yeah, Vittorio's a good Italian
Yeah,
player that we've seen quite a bit. So
they're both pretty good, and we actually see a Kesha versus Trace, which I think is like so. Both you and Gus were discussing how like the trace numbers are like kind of interesting, and I think Akesha is like a really good possible testament to that. So it's like, what if Akesha is a counter to Trace? I think this is like a match that might show like why the Trace numbers might be down. Like if we see Akesha just win very handedly, that's like, oh wow, like that might be the type of things that are happening. But yeah, I'm excited to see. I feel like Akesha and Ysmir in general. I mean, of course, like Lindaway is kind of like structured in like 30 of the 39 cards or something like that. But for
yeah.
the other two, it's very open ended, and we see like a common Flamel. We still see the card drawing elements. I'm really excited to see what's happening here. But could just be a hostage deck, could be normal Kesha, not really sure. So we'll
Yeah,
see.
we have seen a little bit of when I was watching the stream earlier, and we saw it at the last BJ qualifier, an increase in Akesha, and we have more Akesha than we do Afanis or Lindaway as far as Izmir is concerned here. But what I was going to say is we saw an increase of an actual control focused Akesha almost comparatively to a hostage based Akesha, where we saw a lot of rare Bakus. We saw some common Silases pop up just for the card draw and having somewhat of a stat stick and just playing the game to actually like you originally saw it in the starter decks on season 1, right? Not amazing, but if you play it the way it's supposed to and you get the cards that you need to along the way, you can play a quote unquote control type deck within Akesha fairly well. And I've seen players that have had previous experience with other card games when we were doing those starter deck tournaments way back when pilot the Akesha starter deck really well, right?
Hmm.
And people always talk down about it or pumped up Sigismar, but if you get the cards you need, obviously it's a starter deck, you don't always do that. But if you play them correctly and you play sharp with how you're doing things, you can do well with a control deck. Obviously, the game's changed quite a bit since then, but maybe this is the boost that they needed with Afanis getting a little bit of a nerf and just forcing people that want to play Izmir to play Kesha and figure out how they can make her work.
Hmm. Yeah, there's always some interesting thoughts I've had of just like, well, like if you after you them and they commit to two different sides and you play like say rare Katagaran Alchemist or something and it's just bigger than their thing, then like you both advance one, but they spent 2 cards and you spent one. It's like really interesting to see how you can like convert these cards.
Yeah, we do see Runefolk in the chat saying hostage time, so maybe he knows something that we don't
I
at the
mean,
moment.
but the game is still played at this point. Like, if it gets to the point of no return, we can always like leave a little bit earlier. But there's still plenty of game to be played right now. It's definitely not over.
Yeah, we do see the Trace at this point only needing 2 more advances to take the game. We're coming up on the 7 mana turn here for the Akesha, so if they do wanna start hostaging, they need to start doing it soon. Hopefully, I'm sure they're hoping they don't get 2-0'd at the moment as far as the Trace is concerned. We could be looking at the same thing that you mentioned before, on stream as far as the best way to deal with hostage decks is just out aggro them to the point where they can't get online. think that can be a scenario. I know a lot of people get frustrated with hostage decks on occasion, but they're not unbeatable, and there's a reason why you don't necessarily see them in the full-on meta. It's because they can be beaten. You just gotta get hope you don't get caught is the main problem.
Yeah, I think a big card that unless the trace runs boom, I think the card that actually like segues you into like the celebration days and stuff is probably Isatak.
Mm.
Um, okay, Silas. Also, I did not consider that. Um, clearly, I'm not as experienced with this type of thing, but this is the common Silas, not the rare one. So it's not giant. So
Yeah.
can still, the stats do line up very well on both sides. So factoring in a hooked, but no, not exactly the start I was expecting. Okay, beauty sleep. Okay.
Yeah. I think at this point, the Akesha's just playing not to lose for the double advance. I don't think they care so much if they give a 1 maybe, but we'll have to see
Mhm,
what ends up being played here. We do see an Ada Lovelace, a card that I feel like hasn't been in a lot of Trace decks lately in comparison to what we saw in the earlier meta.
mhm,
I feel like a lot of Trace players have found different ways to cycle through their deck or at least get the counters or get the engine online for the hero ability and
mhm.
using those rare slots elsewhere. But still a good card nonetheless. It does allow you to draw, lets you put a card into the reserve, and is not horrible in stats.
Yeah. Um, I think it depends on like what you're trying to accomplish with your rare slots. Like, are you trying to have more enablers? Are you trying to just have card advantage when things go wrong? So just trying to make sure all that lines up.
One card I do like that I've messed around with in previous Kesha decks, just from a perspective of trying to go tempo almost and trying to use the after you ability as much, is the Lyra Scald. Uh,
Hmm.
I do like the 2 costs that what it can provide for 2 costs and the ability to resupply if you want to, as well as just having the discard ability as a whole, and I've even tried to mess with that in a lot of other Beyond the Gates cards that didn't have a lot of play earlier on, whether it be that or even, the, Rare Lady in the Lake kind
Hmm.
of thing, just to see what you can do with those cards, because I feel like a lot of them get disregarded because they don't immediately provide value kind of thing. But if you find the right combination of cards, maybe you can make it work a little bit. But one card that is always been good that didn't always get started immediately is that Rare Hooked that
Hmm.
has been a staple in Trace decks as of late. Gotta love card draw, and even better, gotta love the ability to just move cards away when you want to take an advance.
Yeah. So one thing that's kind of interesting for me is I'm just like trying to analyze like so you're discussing how the discount cards were, and these are cards from set one, and like maybe now they're more popular now after like changes and adjustments. And it's like as
Yeah.
the game grows, certain generic effects can actually get better. So like cost reduction gets better if we just have more options of spells to play with the cost reduction and stuff. So it's definitely something that can change around quite a bit.
Yeah, that's why I always had this FOMO almost with my unique cards in the sense of like, well, what if they actually get good at some point? I mean,
Yeah,
I know it looks horrible now. Like, I promise this 6 cost Baku that only discards 1 card is gonna be good one day, I promise.
yeah, I feel the same way too. Sometimes I post cards on Marketplace that I just like swear can't be played. And if someone like buys it for like a reasonable amount of money, I'm just like, oh my god, I must be wrong. Like I can't buy it back now. Like
Oh,
yeah,
man.
it's definitely I'm sure it's happened to a few people, but like I've had a card bought for me and I saw it relisted for literally $100 more and it hasn't sold. And I'm like, I really don't think it is, but like the fact that someone thinks they can do this.
Yeah. That's also just some people on the marketplace as a whole, but we do have 2 uniques on the board at the moment. One of them being that Jin that, is 22022 in stats. When you create a token, you may return a card from your reserve to your hand. So we're possibly looking at a trace loop being set up here. And then, the Ordis Trooper here for the Akesha player that is 11001 in stats, and you may put a card from your hand in reserve. If you do, the next card you play this afternoon costs 1 less.
Wow. Well, what's beautiful about that Ordis Trooper is you could put these cards with the support ability to reduce into reserve. So it almost like hops like a mana, whereas normally they feel a little bit more like mana neutral. But here you
Mhm.
could pay one, you get the discount because it's like free itself, and then you put something in the reserve. I actually really like that. I haven't seen that before.
Yeah,
But yeah, I feel like the trace unique implies just like bug fix, like the loop where you can pretty much pay one mana to make a 2/2/2 anywheres, and you can do that a billion times.
yeah. So, I don't know why you would be playing that unique otherwise, but maybe there's something else there that I've just never seen before, but more than likely gonna be seeing a trace loop here. We'll see a double cost reduction coming out for the Akesha player for some more card draw in the form of a Conjuring Seal, more than likely digging for a potential celebration day. They do have the cost reduction to be able to play it if they found it. 7 mana left. We should know here shortly if that is the case, though. And we'll find out if we're going to see another day or a lot of other days, or if the trace is going to just take this one.
Time to celebrate.
It
13 cards left in the deck? I don't know. We'll see.
should have hit her by now, right?
Yeah, like on average, but we'll see how it goes. I
Maybe they
mean,
had maybe they had the mana early. Who knows?
all right. So okay,
Yeah.
so this tends to be an even better setup. So if you just play Celebration Day, then fine, it's like neutral. If that discards a permanent, okay, it does discard a permanent. Wow. Okay, so
Got
that,
him.
that's the tough part. Like you're just like, oh my god, like do you play permanent removal? And most traits do not. But
Right.
this is actually one that both does bug fix loop and destroys a permanent.
It's got the backups to the backups for the what they knew that the hostage was coming, so they just had to have the backup there, right?
Oh, it's a tough way to go as your Kesha player.
It's tough, but at the same time, don't pity him too much. I'm a big fan of Vittorio as a player as a whole, and I
Yeah.
I didn't wanna see him get caught in the hostage.
I a phrase I heard a long time ago that I think applies here is tough but fair. Like,
Indeed. Alright. So congratulations to Victoria there taking the victory. I don't feel as happy because you are playing loop, but, it's still a legitimate strategy, I still believe. Either way, we'll head on back to get some more games here. I think we're in round 8 now?
yeah. Would we want to do a caster swap, or do we want to
Oh,
stay like
yeah.
this?
Are you coming up on your time limit here?
Yeah, yeah. I just want to make sure. Gus already got to eat his food and do whatever else he does. So gotta get him back in.
Give him an option. Ready to swap at any point. Alright, yeah, Gus can swap in if he's ready to go. Rinku, anything you wanna say before Gus gets in here?
Yeah, well, yeah, thanks for having me today. This is, I've done some smaller commentary before, so doing something for such an important event is really just, I really do appreciate it. And I'll be back tomorrow. So I'll definitely be watching, maybe participating in chat, and yeah, good luck to everyone that's still participating. And yeah, awesome. I'll see everyone soon.
Indeed. Have a good one, and I'll, talk to you later.
Yeah, see ya.
Bye. Gus, if you're listening, join. I'll just say, "Go ahead, Gus. Best one." I want to thank everyone that has joined us thus far. As we get Gus in here, we'll get into some fur. Well,
Hello.
I was talking until I got
Um,
interrupted.
so
Want
sorry.
to thank everyone that has joined us thus far. You are, in fact, watching the Americas BJWCQ here, and Gus has joined us. I'll make sure that their social medias are
My
updated.
name is Rinku now. I
Not
consumed them.
you aren't Riku. I already changed it.
Yeah, no,
Sorry.
never mind then.
We are getting into the Swiss round 8 here for this BGA World Championship qualifier. I am Blue Oak TV. You can catch my socials down here. Feel free to subscribe to me on YouTube. Hashtag ad. Let's take a look at what groups we have going on. Gus, have you
Yeah.
been paying attention to anything in particular, or do you
The only thing I just see something weird is group 4 still being active, but I'm just ignoring that
Yeah.
one entirely. From what I could tell, I haven't been paying attention. I just been eating for the past hour, to be honest.
Mhm. All right, so I'll take a look to see what we got going here. We'll take a look at what we got going here for Group 1. Group 1's pretty early into Swiss round 8, so we'll take a look at them. Do, 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 do.
Was there any good games while I was gone?
Speaking of players that do things, let's go to
Right.
round 8 to see if
Eight.
Runefolk is doing Runefolk things.
We have not. We saw Runefolk already playing hostage.
Oh, was he? Okay,
Yeah.
JK.
Yeah,
JK.
never mind. We already seen him playing hostage. That's when I was transitioning call to Rinku.
He's got his platform already. We don't need
Yeah,
to go
we don't need
there.
to yeah, we don't need to advertise his chaos.
Um, let's go ahead and take a look at on table 5 in group 1 then.
Group 1. All right.
Finn mirror matchup. Why not? Let's go
Heck
there.
yeah, dude. I'm always down for a mirror matchup, especially when it comes to fan, because it's just it's always a gamble to see what's being tossed straight to man, and then you see what's gonna be a top decking right there.
Are in the Swiss round 8 there for everyone that is joining us. This is group 1, Swiss round 8. A guy interrupting. Yeah, right. Can you believe that guy?
And
You're
not a guy
hostage a
trying.
poor goal ring player? Jesus, Rune, you're such a
Man,
meanie.
hurtful. It'd be
Uh,
funny if the goal rank player is also playing hostage.
we do have the Finns going up here. We have a unique Sandman. If you want to read that one off.
Yeah, Sandman 33033. From hand, if you have 3 or more base stats of 0 among characters you control, target up to 1 character gains a sleep. You may gain 2 boots. But the cool thing is, from anywhere, it can sabotage.
Yeah, it's
And it
fun.
looked like only doing that one time, it go straight to discard.
Yeah, fun ability. Probably utilizing it here specifically for the double effect, so it didn't really feel like it was worth it from reserve.
Yeah, you don't really see a lot of sabotage happening in Fen decks. I mean, sometimes they'll play Tanuki, but a lot of times Tanuki is kind of like a gamble in itself to have in your deck.
Indeed. But we are dead even on the tumult here for this Finn mirror matchup here between Aklo and Kirkadar. A lot of cost reduction in the reserve for both of these
Yeah,
players as we do see card return happening here. Magical training being played by the initial Finn. Good
yeah,
old fashioned Finn play. Play a lot of low cost cards and then try to beat out your opponent along the way. Speaking of that, acapella training. How do you
yeah.
feel about acapella training these
I
days?
hate it. I mean, it's good, great. It's great. It's a good card. I feel like people were trying to make it work during like the first set and it wasn't really hitting as hard as it is now. So there's more removal in the game. What I'm actually interested in seeing is that the fact that we have a Seronos in a Fen deck that is not seen whatsoever. It's very interesting to see that they have these rare slots being used for different cards that you don't typically see.
That is true. I think Cernunnos, though, is obviously a solid card, especially with the stats that it can present. And if you
Yeah,
can be able to use it multiple times or boost things up, we've seen some players use Cernunnos in some capacities. Don't know if it's been with Finn as much, but we will see some more issuance of just the one cost cards, taking out anything that the top Finn has available to them that they've played initially and try to reduce the resources that they have along the way. But still plenty of mana for both Finn players here, as both of them are using those lower cost cards to be the last person that plays. And we will
oh,
see a
not a unique.
unique Paper Herald go onto the board if you want to
Yeah,
take a look at that one
the
as well.
2/2/1/1 from hand. The spell you play this afternoon costs 1 less. When I leave the expedition zone, you may return a card out of the me from your reserve back to your hand, and then the typical support ability for most Paper Heralds discard it to create a token in the target expedition. Orders token.
Yeah, fun card. Get some card return going there. Be able to also reduce costs for your
Yeah,
plays. So
probably reducing the spell cost for maybe magical training, unless they have another one in hand for free at this point.
yeah, never a bad setup as far as what we got going there. And
Oh,
then
another unique Lyra Navigator.
yeah,
From
that
anywhere, you can target up to 1 character with hand cost 3 or less on enemy gain anchor. No conditions on this one. A lot of time
yeah,
we see condition with these cards, but this one is just straight up. It is what it is.
yeah, 2 cost anchoring ability pretty much. Well, on a stat stick as the navigator, so not bad for the 1/1/2 and get something anchored. They decide to go with the aloe vera, so it will not be leaving play here after getting hit with that acapella training earlier on by the bottom fin, who is just going to opt to throw some stats
Oh,
on the board and a rare out of faction Duel of Grit
yeah,
coming out from the fin, not one that we get to see a whole lot at all
yeah,
from the Lyra side of things.
that's true. I mean, thanks to that paper Harold giving that cost reduction, the easy one cost do a great just pushing that Serenos out. Kind of brutal.
Indeed, we'll have to see if there's anything left that this bottom fin could even play. Otherwise, they are going to get double advanced on. It did take the top fin everything that they had in order to make this happen, but we will see the cost reduction come out here. So it won't be a 2 for 0, but rather a 2 for 1 in this
Yeah,
situation. So bottom fin not completely behind those two spots on the tumult, only down one, but top fin only two advances away from taking the game.
that is true. That is true. And they do have an aloe vera on board, so they will be able to resupply 2 times this turn. I also forgot that the paper herald will bounce a card back to hand here. So in terms of resources, it looks about even-ish, but I would say the top end definitely has a little bit better positioning just based on the uniques they have and the 2 resupplies you just gotten.
Yeah, we'll see what the bottom fin's able to work here with the magical training and assume they're going to be using the Hathor to return the magical training. Still doing some more of the what we're talking about as far as Finn play on playing these low cost cards to be the last person to play. The top Finn able to respond with something equivalent, has the Hathor, has the sleight of hand as well. So we could see the return of the sleight of hand. So they could sleight of hand the magical training and have even another one cost pseudo after you play along the way. The bottom fin will have to respond accordingly. They're going to do the Hathor return immediately, it looks like, and just see how this top fin's going to play it. Top fin, although still looking pretty good at this point, especially with
Yeah,
having the tumult advantage. We'll have to see what the bottom fin is able to draw and potentially make their way back into this game. But two uniques, bunch of card draw, and they are going to return one of those uniques rather than the sleight of hand or
yeah,
anything
the paper
because
herald coming back.
yeah, it does let you play stuff for reduced cost, so we will see a reduced cost play of either sleight of hand or the magical training. I imagine it will be the sleight of hand,
Yeah,
and it can still return a card.
yeah. The only good benefit for the bottom fin is based on what the terrain is right now, there are both small stats for both of these cards, so it's not impossible to beat in terms of stats, but it does make it slightly difficult with the amount of resources the dolphin has.
It's been interesting. I've seen these Finns play lately. They do have the Snowball Commandos or some interaction with reserves, and
Yeah,
they've been opting to not play them, instead trying to do the slow play and not interact with their opponent's reserve instead, which makes sense because there's just so many abilities to return cards in these
yeah,
Finn decks that it just makes something like exhausting a card pretty much useless. So fun to see how they're playing those types of decks. Um, Aklu is the Finn goat.
Who's a Fin Go.
Over Wee Wee?
Well,
Victor?
have you seen these two fight? I never seen these two fight before, so
Aklo is
they,
good though.
I
But
mean,
we do get to see the Anansi come out here for uh, the top Finn player and throwing some stats on the board. We're down to 2 and 3 mana left here, but we'll
ooh,
hit
that
with
is a little
Twinkle
sleepy.
Twinkle.
Yeah, we do have cost reduction on the board here, so they could still potentially play something else, maybe something the companion expedition. If they wish to do so, I can imagine maybe they'll play the Snowball Commando just for stats on the mountainside. But
They
we'll see.
could. The unique would allow them to be able to anchor
That is
uh,
also true too.
that aloe vera as well, if that's what they want to do to try to keep on cycling the resources.
Yeah,
But we'll have to see if that's the case. And it does look like that will be the play. No reason really to anchor the um,
a Nazi.
No, not the Nazi,
The Paper Pearl?
the paper herald because it
Oh,
gets the ability to return a card
yeah, that's
um,
true.
when it leaves. I'm not sure which one they want to return. Maybe the Snowball Commando to be
Oh,
able
we
to
have another
interact.
dual grid. All players playing dual grid here. I guess dual grid is maybe more common happening in the Fed meta.
Oh, big fan of Aqua. Yeah, I mean, I get it. I get it. You gotta have your favorites. But yeah, Duel of Grit does come out here for the bottom Finn player at the moment. So Finn's hyping up the Duel of Grit. Can't blame him. It's a great card. Works
Yeah,
well for Bravos. So
yeah,
we will see that come out here. We'll get the pass though, and it looks like we'll have a 1-for-1 in this scenario. Top Finn, as far as Oklo, able to be adjacent at the moment, able to return a card as well, and we'll have a good board state here since the bottom Finn having to sleep that Anansi and the Alavera being anchored previously from the top Finn player. It's going to be pretty hard for the bottom Finn to have to deal with all these cards.
yeah. I'm not sure if we were talking to Rinku earlier, but we decided after day 7, we just call it a week. I'm not sure you
Mm,
heard us talking about that. Like we talk about is the next day. Why don't we just say tomorrow? Tomorrow is the right terminology for next day, is it not? But
yeah.
if tomorrow just happening, it's been a week now. I'm not sure you want to agree with those terminology or not for the gameplay.
I mean, I don't mind, different, day wordplay. I used to
Yeah.
try to get people to count the, mana stage as, breakfast, but it didn't really can't catch on. But
Uh,
what can you do? We do
yeah.
see another unique resupply,
Yeah, pick
another
another
Paper
paper
Herald.
world.
We're
Yeah,
gonna take a look at that.
12010. Leave the expedition zone. You may return another card other than me, resort back to your hand, and then creates a token. So another bouncer, similar to the other paper hero, except does not have the spell cost reduction.
Yeah, so probably just trying to loop as many of these cards as possible. We do see some magical training being played here. Gonna go straight to the Twinkle Twinkle from
Yeah,
the bottom Finn, not wanting to have to deal with that Anansi. Doesn't have any other one cost they may want to play at this point. We'll see another one cost response though from the top Finn, and only 3 cards left in hand. I think they want to use those Martingales for cost reduction though, so
yeah.
I
I'm
don't
not
know if we're
sure
going to
what
be
else
seeing
they
played.
have. Yeah. Oh, Marin Gale right now.
Yeah. So the card drop might not have been too good there for the bottom
Yeah.
Finn.
It might be kind of game over for Clear. I'm not sure what they could potentially do in this day. I mean, there's still options to do things, but
Yeah, we'll see how this bottom Finn's able to play it. They are gonna have to stop both expeditions here to
yeah,
prevent the top Finn from taking
that is
the
true.
victory here in.
Alibaba is in a good spot right now too, and they actually have another one they could also play as well.
So they are taking their time to figure out how they want to play this. They go with the Anansi play, which will have a good amount of stats, but not quite as good as being able to count your opponent's reserve as well. So only 444. One stat away on the water expedition for the top fin in order to take the victory. Potentially 3 mana left for the bottom fin. Could still play the Martingales, but I
Yeah,
imagine they won't be able to play all the cards that they have available.
yeah,
So
that's
they
probably over. They gotta beat that 8 water, which is probably very difficult.
Yeah, so they go ahead and pass. We will see the final play here from the top fin, able to get the double advance victory. They're going to play everything that they can out here, and we'll get the victory in this fin mirror matchup between the two players.
Yeah, the Venom won this match. I'll tell you that much right now.
That is the truth. All right, we'll head on back to the caster screen. Congratulations to the Finns as we are currently in the Swiss round 8 for this America's World Championship qualifier online BGA Swiss rounds. We will be going into eventually the top cut tomorrow, so be sure to stick around for that. In the meantime, just enjoy these games as we get
Yeah.
into some other groups.
Group
Um,
2 just started round 9 if you wanna do that.
all right, we'll take a look. Group 2, round 9, just starting up. a lot of cards to be played, a lot of different
Wow.
people to watch the games. Um, let's see. Have we seen any of Freeloader's gameplay these days?
I don't think so. I don't think we saw any freeloader games. I could be wrong, but I don't think so.
We also have Keisuke available for this one here. So this will be which table was that?
That was table
6.
6.
So we'll take a look at table 6, see what we got going here. Oh, fun. Lindaway.
Linda Way versus Kojo.
Lindaway versus Kojo only have 11 Lindaways set up for the group 1 to 3. So should be fun to see if we get anything from this particular
Yeah.
Lindaway player.
Simon, we're not caster cursing freeloader. Apparently, it doesn't count when it comes to world qualifiers, according to Cole.
No, always cast a curse freeloader regardless. It's how it's been since season 1. Um was the first round being discount? Are there going to be any X and 2 in the top cut? Can't comment on any top cuts as far as who gets what on X and 1s, X and 2s, and X and 3s. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, common red
Yeah,
or freeloader. Uh, haven't seen a lot of use of that in a long time.
that's fair. I mean, I haven't really seen it. I use at all for most Kojo decks.
It was used fairly consistently in season 2. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought it was for Basira, but I get me
I've seen
wrong.
it in some Kojos. I mean, it's a solid card in the sense of it gives the stats you need for the 2 costs, and you
Yeah.
have the ability to have it seasoned. So, always a possibility of what you can do there. We will see another favorite card of Freeloader in the Mighty Jin. Loves the Jins being thrown out there.
What card
Um,
does he not love? That's a real question.
he's a big Bravos fan as
Yeah,
a whole. Yeah, Simon was running the Reds back in the day too, so
true,
Uh,
true.
we will see the After You being popped up because of the Baba Zizba being able to go 1 for 1 on the board, as well as keeping out that Moth Lantern that I am sure will be quite useful for the Lindaway player as the game progresses.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, definitely going to be seeing some physical trainings. Freeloader is just has those cards that you can't help.
I'm assuming he's gonna play it this day. Red and then physical training.
I don't know if we'll see that, but we could. We could. Never know. 5 mana. It does work.
I'm sure he's listening to us and he's like, "I'll do it for Gus." No, yeah. Wait, Mighty Jin out of here.
Yeah. Go for the Magi instead. I'm not gonna let them ramp or draw a card as
Fair,
far
fair.
as the setup. But, it does cost 2 costs to do that, and, we may see the sacrifice of that Tooth Fairy in order to get things set up. It is a turn 1 setup for the Lindaway player, so they can maw for free, but we'll have to see how Freeloader is going to play it with the common red that we have mentioned once or twice at this point. 2 mana for that 3/3/3 in stats. Does set up that physical training play. You never know, it might happen.
I'm just saying, man. Magic things can happen here and there. It's possible. Oh, never mind.
It
You
is
got
a
a unique.
unique Haven Bouncer where it is 3 from hand, 4 from reserve, 3/3/3 in stats. So when I leave the expedition zone, sabotage, and from reserve, you may put a card from your hand in reserve. If you do, draw a card. So I don't know about you guys, but
Yes.
I am a big fan of cards that sabotage when they leave the expedition zone. I've had a
Okay.
unique that I've used for a long time that does that. It lets you target cards that are already pretty much on the board and makes your opponent just have to give up whatever they thought that they were going to be able to play again.
Right.
But yeah, big fan of when I leave the expedition zone sabotage.
I have. Thing is, I have a. What's the word I'm looking for? I'm not sure the word I'm looking for, but I always want something either like something like that where I'm not leaving the spin zone. I do sabotage later in the day, or sabotage from anywhere, so I can do double sabotage.
Mhm.
And I'm not sure which one I really prefer. I think it's more of like a matchup depending what I'm going against. Like if I'm going against Triss, obviously I would want that Haven Bouncer versus like the from anywhere sabotage Haven Bouncer.
Right.
So
Why not
again,
both?
why not both? Well, I don't want to boost up Triss counters early. That's why not both.
Doesn't matter
So,
if they can't
yeah.
do stuff later on. Just let them
I
have
mean
that
that's
one
true.
counter.
That's that one counter.
We do have the ability now for that bouncer to be able to play a card from reserve if they put a card from their hand into the reserve to draw a card. Might
Draw a
not be a
card.
bad play. It will cost 4 to do it though, so I don't know how
That
much.
is pretty hefty. They only got 6 mana. I mean, we know Kojo do run like 2 cost cards, 1 cost cards, so it's not like they won't be playing another card after this day.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that's the direction Freeloader decides to go. We could just see the good old fancy double physical training play, but we don't get that, and we will see the unique being played. This time opting to throw the Fire Rabbit to the reserve in order to draw a card and just give them the option to do a little bit more slow play if they so choose. No Havens on the board though for them at the moment.
Ooh, throwing in another 2 fairy is a sabotage the fire rabbit.
Interesting that they went to go for the Fire Rabbit and they weren't going to try to save that Tooth Fairy for other potential cards. Maybe they
Right,
thought something they had to
right.
deal with, but
Yeah, that's true.
Pathfinder.
I mean, they are going to be going first after this day, so it is interesting to see they actually use 2 fairy now instead of later using the 1 cost with some of them all. Probably going to do the after you. Oh, a boom instead. Probably popping off the Haven Bouncer. Oh, never mind. Never mind. If you pop the Haven Bouncer, you will get sabotaged. So, I mean, it gets sabotaged regardless, right?
Yeah. Opting for the Pathfinder so that way there'll be one less resource for the Kojo player as well as we move into another day. Does put the Kojo in a spot to have a 2 tumult advantage for the game
True,
and only
true.
needs 2 more to take the whole game itself. Linda Way player isn't having as many resources as I think they would like at the moment.
Yeah,
They
I
do
don't see anything gift of self or anything draw potential in their discard. So they are lacking in their draw abilities at the moment.
may just not have ran into it, but we'll have to see if that is the scenario here. Linda Way, a hero that is always fun to watch when it sees what it needs to, and all the times where it can beat really top tier decks is quite interesting. And
Ooh,
we've seen them have a variation of success as you want to take a look at that unique
yeah.
Mortis
First
Overseer.
is here. 11001 from anywhere my expedition is behind. Create a token or this token. And then the portability, the next spell you play this turn costs 1 less.
Yeah, interesting card because
I,
obviously it's similar to a regular Overseer, but in this scenario, it's only 1 cost, so it seems to be like a little bit of an after you play, creating a token for the Maw
he's,
potentially, but we will see a unique
yeah.
Tooth Fairy coming on the board when I leave the Expedition Zone. Sabotage, and then from hand, I gain 1 boost. See, I'm just a big fan
Yeah.
of the
Yeah. I
when
mean,
I leaves.
yeah. I mean, when I leave is a great, it's still a great card. Don't get me wrong. I mean, great effect, not great card. It's still a great effect for sure.
We
But
do
the
get to see that
potential,
gift of self
yeah,
that you were mentioning
yeah,
earlier, though.
yeah. I asked for it and then brought itself back alive.
We do have a lot of stats here for the Kojo player on that hero side in the forest terrain. We'll have to see if there's anything that the Linda Way was able to draw from that gift of self in order to contest or at least remove some of those cards. I have to be careful with the removal though, because either of these cards can be played again by the Kojo since they have not passed. And we will see the pass coming out here, opting to just be fine with the 1 for 1. Let the Kojo go adjacent. They will be on a Buddha turn though, so they'll have to be wary of that and have to deal with this Kojo throwing out another sabotage here
Yeah,
when it leaves and reducing the resources for the Linda Way player, opting to target that Overseer. That is just a nice card to play from a first turn perspective. And
absolutely.
and we'll have to see if the Kojo can throw out enough stats to take this game against the Linda Way.
I would say these guys are not super strong in the mono stats they're in right now. I mean, the The Two Fairy does have a two mountain, which is not the worst thing in the world to have, right? Um, but I mean, it
Yep.
looks like they play Pathfinder, so there's still potential other cards they can still use to win at least one side of the expedition, right?
And then just side note, unique tooth fairy, probably one of my favorite arts that you can see just from the perspective of like the unique itself. I like the progression of the tooth fairy and just the full art that you can see from a unique card is quite delicious. And we do see that tech card that we don't get to see a lot of in Kojo decks, the rare occlute
Oh,
hitting the Lend away, giving them one less resource. Luckily, they do have a magical training to be able to play to try to dig for something else here. We'll have to
yeah.
see if it makes a difference. They do have to stop both expeditions. Don't always get to see the clute, so fun to see it in this.
Ah, it looks like they decided to just pass and they just give up on that one. There's too many stats on the board to overcome. A freeloader wins the game here.
Taking the victory there. Don't get to see a lot of those occlutes, so fun to see it making a big difference here in the game for Freeloader on the Kojo. Lindaway just didn't quite get what they needed and get online to be able to contest the Kojo, who was able to just take things down. We'll head on back here, take a look what we have left here for these games. Once again, want to thank everyone that has joined us thus far. I am Blue Oak TV, part of the A.W.O.L team here and A.W.O.L stream team, joined by Gus the Bus for some commentary. We are actively in the Swiss round 8 here for the Americas World Championship qualifier BGA online event. Gus, what do you want to watch?
Um, what group are we in right now? We're group one, group two. We'll just stick on group two a little bit. Have we seen Table 13 yet? These
Uh,
people. I don't think we've ever seen these two people, but after the past hour, I obviously was not watching who were you guys were watching.
I don't think we've gone to many of the lower tables, to be honest. Um,
We can look at higher tables if you want. I don't mind what we watch.
I've actually haven't seen Riggy Locky. I don't know if you got to see her.
We have
Okay,
seen Ricky Locky, like yeah.
okay. What else do we have? Um, but also, I mean, we could also just go to another group as
Yeah.
well.
So
Um,
many groups, we have so many choices.
yeah. So let's go ahead and head to group three, and see if I can find anything there. I think they're actually in Swiss round 9 fairly
Okay,
early.
that's good.
So we can take a look at them. How about table 6, maybe?
Okay. We have not seen
Yeah,
these guys
table
yet.
6. Yeah. So table 6 here will be a straight into things here with a Sigismar versus its Saudi matchup. Sigismar getting sent back by the Sakurabu unique, but could still be in a position to take the game. We do get the GGs though from the Saudi player, so we may have just come in at the
Yeah,
very end of their
right at
demise.
the end, yeah. Yeah, they have two uniques I'm gonna read out real quick. A Frog Prince, you could draw 4 more characters, draw a card from anywhere. It's like a robbery. From hand, push back. From hand, you may discard 1 your mana, or if you do, discard target character with hand cost 4 or more. And then from hand, you may discard character or permanent. This thing had a lot of discard opportunities that we didn't get to see, but I'm sure it was utilized.
Yeah, fun card though that I'm glad we got to take a look at there before the game was shut down. But we'll go ahead and head back to Group 3 to see if we can watch another game that has a little bit more to it. Um,
Let's see.
excuse me.
You want to
Table
do?
2.
Yeah, I was gonna say table two.
See
We
what we
got
got going on here.
Triss on Triss mirror matchup here.
Why not? We're already here. All right, Trace on Trace mirror matchup. Popular hero recently, not as popular in this event. This is the Swiss round 9, specifically for Group 3 at the moment.
He's like, oh, excuse me, lunch for me now. Coming in and coming out.
We are fairly even on. We're fairly even as far as the tumult is concerned, but bottom trace does have a slight hand advantage. Top trace maintaining with the cards in reserved. Freeload are talking about how they can get away with the caster curse by just stop playing barefoot. So all you need is socks like Dobby. That's correct. Um, Other than that, similar board state for both of these trace players, and it'll be interesting to
Yeah.
see who can take this based off of the resources
With the
available.
staff sniffers and the potential just boosting and augmenting, I'm sure they could at least trade for expeditions here. Usually, the cards from hand being played for Trez tend to be a little bit bigger than the cards from reserve, like Amelia Earhart or Frankenstein. But still potential to play low cost cards like another Salvager or Grems
We do
or
get to
Unique.
Yeah, we do get to see a unique from the bottom trace where it is two from hand, three from reserve, 4-3-0 in stats, solid stats for that much. And with a hand ability of you may put a card from your hand in reserve. So we do see that salvager hit the reserve, and a support ability of you can activate the anywhere ability of a target permanent you control.
Looks like they're trying to split the lane here a little bit, going for boosting, augmenting the Salvager instead.
Trying to force the bottom trace to put a little bit more on that side instead of reinforcing the hero side. Still 2 mana left though for both players, so anything can happen between the 2 of them. A boost is waiting for the bottom trace with the cylinder that they have available, as well as the boost coming out here from the Haven on the top trace. We'll have to see if they're gonna opt to augment here or if they're going to just throw the Vike out. Either of them could happen. Essentially, it just
Yeah.
depends on how they wanna run it mana-wise. Keeping that sniffer probably a good idea though. Throwing all the stats over on the companion side, and it doesn't look like the bottom trace had another character to play.
Yeah, even with the Keylon Center boost, it just won't be enough to pass over that forest that they need.
Yeah. They'll be able to have enough boosts here to be able to um, get the tie on the water in order to block the sniffer on the hero expedition and make this a straight up 1-for-1. Both players using a good amount of resources to get these particular advances throughout the day. Bottom traced still seems to have the slight advantage after playing everything from hand opposed to from reserve, while the top traced had to play entirely from the reserve on that last day.
Absolutely. This Young does have a support ability where you could reactivate your permanent again, so there could be a potential to use it to resupply
They could
and
resupply. They could
for the boost
also use it to activate a boost.
or bug out bag.
Yeah,
A lot of potentials for the John, or just play it again, just for the stats itself.
yeah. Not bad on the companion side, obviously, with the forest terrain being the lone setup for them there, and honestly, not bad for a block either. Does cost one extra from the reserve though, so I don't know if they plan to use it in that way. Still not
Mhm.
bad for the stats. We'll have to see what they get here from the traced ability to decide to throw down into reserve here.
We do see Hooked on board, so there's another threatening presence. It's not Prince, threatening presence from the top tris here.
And we'll have to see how it goes for them. We'll keep on waiting, but we do get to see a Haven being played and
Oh,
the Icarus unique, not a card that we get to
yeah,
see a lot of if you want to read that
very
one off.
weird. Yeah, it's a 4/3, 4/4/5 scout for one. From reserve, you may play from reserve. You may put a card from your hand in reserve. If it's a permanent, you may exhaust target card in reserve. And then it has the you may play exhausted cards from reserve continuously. It's interesting, unique. Not Icarus uniques. I don't think I ever seen one before. As far as I remember.
Yeah, not a very popular card name as a whole when it comes to the current meta. And honestly, this one isn't amazing either way. It does allow you to play exhausted cards from your reserve as the support ability indicates.
Yeah.
So it could be used for something like that, assuming that they would run into some things that may exhaust potentially.
Yeah.
Uh, but uh, yeah, the scout ability itself doesn't do anything because it doesn't have a hand or a reserve or from anywhere ability. But
Genuinely, I think it's just good as a good body for a 3 cost from reserve 445. That is pretty strong.
yeah, it is quite good. And they can also decide to exhaust that hook tier if they decide to make the play here, and that will allow for them to put themselves in a fairly good position.
Oh,
So
yeah.
we'll see if that is the case. Putting a card into the reserve to be able to exhaust that hooked.
Gotta be
Um,
a permanent.
and then, as you mentioned, they could put themselves in a spot to double advance here if they
Oh,
utilize things.
yeah. I don't think they had a permanent hand to exhaust the, hooked here.
Okay, so we will see the hero ability coming out from the top trace. Either way, Grims will hit the board. It will target a permanent, I assume.
Which one would you target? Probably maybe the Keylon cylinder?
Definitely an option.
Oh, the bug out bag.
Yeah, they're gonna go for the bug out bag so that way the anywhere ability of that Jin that you mentioned earlier doesn't target it and give
Fair,
them the
fair.
option to double advance. So the boost from that cylinder will come out in order to tie things up on the hero side and give they'll get the additional boost here either way.
Yeah.
So
I don't think I would have done that boost
yeah,
per se, because most likely it was gonna get hooked,
yeah.
but
So they get the hooked here. It will be a 1 for 1 for the game, and we will get some more counters on the cylinder for the top trace. Despite having the slight disadvantage as far as the cards are concerned, able to keep things even
yeah,
overall and put themselves in a decent spot here going into the next day and either player needing a double advance to take the game.
that is true, Blue. That is true. I mean, I'm not surprised that, this is what Triss could be capable of. No matter if they're down resources, is being able to draw a card, put it in reserve, and utilize your landmarks. This benefits you so much more.
Yep, always have plenty of resources when you're playing this particular hero. We will go into the following day here. Both players are deciding on mana. First, top trace here deciding to mana, so does the bottom. We'll both be at 9 mana apiece as we go into this day. Could be a big day to decide who will get the victory. Resupplying into a Grims, not a bad option either. We will see the activation of these havens just in case they get targeted by the Grims for this bottom trace
Very fair. Yeah,
and put up a big statted elemental in order to feel pretty good as far as where they're set up on that hero side.
absolutely, absolutely. That Grammy just kind of changed the whole momentum for the bottom Triss for a little bit. We
Yeah.
do have a unique Scotty coming in for a 2/2 cost, 3/2 from reserve. If I'm in mountain, create a brass bug in your companion expedition, which is a decent Scotty, very decent Scotty to have in your deck.
Yep. We do see the sap sniffer come out for the bottom trace. Could just decide to throw it out there as a nice one cost play. Both players have used their traced abilities at this point. It'll be down all to the cards that we see in hand and on the board. For the players, we will get to see Gibble come out here
Yeah.
to be able to use a support ability. I imagine if that's what they want to do, could come from the form of a boost or a resupply, but we'll have to see if that is the case. And a
Oh,
hooked.
yep. Hope you're the thing on the other side. The only bad thing about the boosted Kilometer is the side they're fighting against. It could be any side, any number they need to win for the top Triss, since they are kind of low on forest here. But the hook could also fix that as well.
Yeah, resupplied elemental, not a bad card to throw stats out there on the hero side for the top traced cylinder. I mean, hooked coming out again for the bottom traced, deciding on how they want to play this, potentially moving cards back over to the companion side, see what stats the top trace can throw out. They're just gonna throw the Grims out at this point. They
This
could,
might be game here,
yeah, they could opt
actually.
to, yeah, they could opt to just
Yeah,
discard and create a brass bug.
yeah, and then still have Keylon Cylinder activated. So unless the bottom trace has something to respond back to this, which I assume they do have 2 mana left, 4 cards in hand. I can't see them not having a card to respond back to this.
Yeah, they'll have to at least get the stats needed, and sure enough, they do have the ability to just hook things over, get some more card draw. We will be able to see counters being added here for the top trace. It will be a one for one. Top Trace probably did what they had to here to try to win it out,
Yeah,
especially being down in resources, but they will be kind of behind now, especially with all the card draw that we saw from the bottom trace, potentially
absolutely.
take the game. And I hear some little sounds, which makes me think we might be seeing some GGs.
I didn't hear any. There's no sounds from my on my end.
Okay, maybe I'm just hearing things. That could be a possibility as well.
It's been a long day, so I understand. But yeah, this bottom trace is looking pretty stacked on resources. Good on mana too. 10 mana. I do have something to sabotage the Kilo Elemental. Dropping down the resources for the top traders, making it harder for them to win here. I don't know. I'm not sure who could have this game or not.
Yeah, it'll be difficult. We have seen Trace be able to work things out and come from behind a little bit and be able to utilize the engine that lets them put together a lot of cards when it seems like they don't. But they also have to deal with the idea that this bottom trace has that same engine to be
Yeah,
able to make things happen, especially with another hooked available to them to be able
true.
to just push things away and get the advance that they need. We will see a similar Frankenstein for Frankenstein situation for both of these trace, bottom trace playing at first, going to double boost up though from those havens and can activate the jammer, which
Oh,
they
what
will
people
to
do. Yeah.
hit that Frankenstein.
It is a rough matchup. I'm not sure the top tricks can really do anything from here.
Has one card left to play in hand, has activated their ability, and it will just
Yeah,
be
I
a
was just
setup
have
counter.
for that is it.
GG's to both players. Bottom
Yeah.
trace able to take the day just using the resources that they had in a little bit better way than what the top trace could do. Came really close to taking that there in the previous day, though.
Yeah, it was a good matchup. It was definitely a hard fought battle between the two.
They're just gonna throw some more cards out
Yeah,
there to get the
yeah.
double advance. But there we go. GG's to both players. We'll head on back
All players.
and see what else we have going here for the Swiss round 9 of the Americas World Championship qualifier BGA online tournament. Once again, I want to thank everyone that has joined us thus far. I am Blue, watching some games here with Gus the Bus to
I'm Gus the
see
Bus, Boss the
who
Gus.
is going to make the top cut for this setup. I am going to check here real quick to see if we do have Geo that wants to come in at
Yeah.
some point. But in the meantime, if you want to take a look to see other games that we can watch.
Yeah, I'm looking to other tables at the moment. Looks like round 9 is just halfway done on group 1 here.
Mhm.
So, not watching Runefolk because problem with group 1 is it's gonna take the longest time because of Runefolk. Maybe group 3, where they're at right now. Group 3 should be almost done.
Yeah, we're at group 3, I thought.
Oh, I thought we are group 2.
Yeah.
I don't know. I kinda lost count. Alright, now let's go to group 2. Let's see. I don't have any table I want to particularly watch. I mean, we could do table. Oh, no, sorry, group 1 table.
Looks like we're getting into the final round for a lot of these here. So
Yeah. Well, there's also the hidden group 4 we could also go to.
yeah,
You wanna do that?
um, probably should wait for some of the
Yeah, let's wait for the 1 to 3
first
to be
round
done.
tens.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let's do I see table 13, like, F50 progression. The
or
group
which one?
group 1. Group 1. I hope it's not a gold ring mirror match. Okay, it's a gold ring versus Linda Way.
Awesome. We can at least take a look at that until we have things ready for the round 10 setup. So table 13.
It's
And
a very interesting matchup, actually.
we'll switch on over here. This is Swiss round 9. A lot of cards available to the gold ring player at this point. They are ahead, though, on the Lindaway, who never really took an advantage over the gold ring player
Yeah, that's
as
why I would
far
say it
as
was, interesting. It
the
is
setup.
usually the opposite you would see, right?
So we'll have to see how this one turns out. I'm sure it
Yeah.
wasn't the ideal setup for the Lindaway player. Maybe they just weren't drawing the cards that they need, but they do have two Babas Isbas on the board, and we do have a unique Monolith Archivist for the Gold Ring player. That if I have less than 8 mana orbs, I am Defender, and when I go to the reserve from the Expedition Zone, create Norris Recruit Soldier token and target Expedition, and it is 2 cost for 2/3/2.
It might actually have they actually oh, okay, never mind. I was going to say never mind, they would not have enough. I was gonna say they could have sacrificed a 2 fairy to boost up the mob, but it still would not have been enough to stop the advancement on the companion expedition. They're definitely weird matchup seeing these guys are I would expect the Lindenway to be at least up in a couple points here in the expedition here, but not moving not a single bit is crazy. Maybe it's the very least to say.
Yeah, would be interesting to see how that came about. The bottom goal ring, the goal ring rather, is just 2 advances away from taking this game, as
We
we
do have
do
a
see
Yizmir
a
Stargazer.
Ysmir Stargazer that when it is sacrificed, you can draw a card, and if you control one of more landmarks, draw a card. So it could potentially be a double draw here, all for 2 costs.
Yeah, I mean, that is a pretty good Stargazer. And still drawing more card. I mean, they went through the both these players ran through their deck pretty quickly here. They're on day 9.
Yeah, we do see a rare staff clerk being played by the gold ring player. So we'll have to see if this Moth Lantern able to do the work that the Lindaway player was probably trying to activate earlier on, but wasn't able to do that against this gold ring. But it will get immediately responded to
No.
by with a license withdrawal. Not going to let
Yeah.
them use it here.
No Moth Lantern for you, Linda Way. I mean, there's potential for them to play another one. Oh, they actually had 2 in this card. I'm not sure how much Linda Ways use. I think they use 3 Moth Lanterns usually. I think.
Yeah, I mean it just depends. I've seen
Yeah.
some use commons. Seen some use rares,
They
but usually
do
we get to see some of them.
they do sacrifice the Stargazer to draw another card from its effect. Hitting the after you with a Baba Isba.
Still has 4 mana left here too, and the gold ring only has 2, so they could potentially get a double advance of their own here.
I mean, with so
As
many resources in their hand, they had to have something. They're finally moving up to the board.
yeah, they are able to get the double advance that we mentioned here. Gold ring not able to close this game out quite yet. They did get rid of the Moth Lantern with that license withdrawal, but have to wait for another day here to maybe close this game out. Not able to take advantage either of the other typical cards that you would see in a gold ring deck
Yeah,
where
no Mescatet.
yeah, if you're behind, you can get advantage. So we'll see what they have left in hand. The Lindaway does have a good amount of cards in hand themselves, though, so they could potentially start staging a comeback
Oh
against
yeah.
this Go Ring player.
That moth breeded from the reserve as well. It's a cheap one after you. It looks like the government player says, I still need to draw more cards to feel better.
Yeah, Conjuring Seal, a good out of faction card for gold
Yeah.
rings, especially if you're trying to get those early draws and you can stay behind. But doesn't really need it now, and is actually going to use it.
He still needs more.
Use it from reserve. That's definitely something you don't see a lot of playing the Conjuring Seal from reserve. Seems like they're fine giving up
Yeah,
maybe a double advance here for resources. So
yeah.
we'll see if that is in fact the case or not.
I'm wondering if they just want the Lindaway player to advance one more time in the companion expedition to utilize like Mescatet or something.
That could be it. And this put themselves into position maybe, but we'll have to see if that is the scenario. We do get to see a Sunisa come out from the Gold Ring player that
Oh,
does have Defender, but is only removed when your expedition is behind. So it will keep that Defender set up unless they have something else that can remove Defender from characters.
Lindaway slow playing still with the one cost magical trainings. Rallying call.
Yeah, just throwing more stats out there at this point. And then the Lindaway fine with what's going on here, being able to draw more, gonna get to see the maw, gonna go ahead and sacrifice the what we can here in order to get the advance that they need. And just probably not even contest there with that hero side and
Yeah.
rather getting more card draw and I mean, at this point, fairly even resources if you think about it, as far as
Yeah,
card
it
draw.
is. Yeah. I really think it was part of the plan for this gold rank player to make the Lindaway player advance on the companion expedition. I mean, they put so many stats on the hero expedition for no reason, unless to force the Lindaway player to actually do something on the companion expedition. Now that they're both tied, they could definitely use Mescatet to their advantage here.
They could. It would cost a considerable amount of mana in order to do that setup, and if they give up another 2-0 to the Lindaway player, they'll be in a spot where they're still not behind on the hero expedition, and the Lindaway only needs a double advance to take the game themselves. So
Right.
they have to be careful a little bit because the Lindaway has already shown the ability to slow play and get the very end of the game sorted for them. But
Absolutely.
we'll have to figure out how this turns out as a whole, as we do see that Sunisa play from the reserve from the gold ring player, and even more magical training plays from the Lindaway, who's just happy to play as slow as possible. And the gold ring going to try to keep up, but I don't know if they're going to be able to do it with just some rallying call plays.
I mean, they have a lot of things from hand here. I think they resupplied. Now they just reshuffled the discard pile back to their deck. So I'm expecting just yeah, I was expecting they might use staff clerk. Not a card you see often used quite a bit, but it's here and there, especially the rare version.
Yeah, I don't know if they have to worry so much about cards being played from reserve at the moment with just the magical training available to the Lendaway player. It seems like the Gold Ring is just going to throw out cards that they have at the moment, and then we'll see what gets thrown together as we do get to see that Moth Lantern show right back up to create the moth and probably put the Lindaway in a pretty good spot. We'll have to see if the Gold Ring player has a response to it with even more stats.
Do see the lights withdraw, probably popping out the moth lantern once again. This guy does not want him to play any lanterns.
Yasmir Nurse will be the response from the Lindaway player. Another card that's been added recently in order to boost things up as far as itself. And all you have to do is sacrifice a character to do it. And then it's not too bad from reserve either. 2 cost for the 2/2/2 and stats, able to be sufficient. And also just possibly sacrifice fodder if you need it. And we do still see 3 Baba Zizbas available for an after you sacrifice play for the Lindaway player if they so choose, but a unique Orders Trooper coming out for the Gold Ring if you want to read that one.
Yeah, it was the Orders Trooper for 2-1-1-1-1 from hand. Create an Orders token. My hero expedition. My expedition fails to move forward during dusk. After rest, create a Orders token in target expedition. Which that most likely seems to be the case here. We do see Two Fair being played, but nothing to really just sabotage, just there for stats, just to win the expedition. Do see orders turning drawing a card. The orders trooper will create a token in whichever expedition they wish to do so. In the way slowly coming back up from this game. They still have a possibility of winning here, though the resources have been chopped down quite a bit just from that day itself.
Yeah, they have to be careful as well. As we've mentioned multiple times, Gold Rings tend to prefer playing from behind and or even, and the Go Ring has maneuvered the game since going ahead to potentially put themselves at a dead even race. So Lindaway will have to be careful on the character placement to decide how they want to advance here and keep things moving along the game. I think their best option maybe would be even to try to advance on that companion side and put themselves in a double advance spot to take the game, but they will have to first deal with that staff clerk who's going to start creating tokens if they play anything from reserve.
Yeah. I think so. Is if they have Mescata in hand, it might be still good. I mean, with they have 14 mana, you throwing 4 mana for a landmark is not gonna be a big deal at this point in time. Decide to actually play the Moonlight Jellyfish from reserve, so we will see a token being made on the other side of the expedition.
Yeah, it's one thing that I haven't seen a lot here from this Lindaway player is use of the Baba Zizbas other than their initial play, and being able to exhaust them to sacrifice a character. So I'd like to see more of that and see if there's some type of synergy that this Lindaway player can get going with the sacrifice mechanic. We will see another sabotage setup here with the Tooth Fairy hitting the Aegis Templar, and just a lot of stats being played, and then of
Oh,
course removal response coming straight from the Goal Ring, who's going to prevent card draw happening because of that Moonlight Jellyfish.
we do see the Maw coming out, so I'm assuming Baba is going to be played here, or another Moth Lantern. We do see a lot of these Moth Lanterns coming in, but the Glomerang player always responds with a license withdrawal from hand.
Definitely could still do that now with 8 mana, but they're taking a second to decide if that's what they want to. Instead, we will see some more card draw happening in the form of a Conjuring
They
Seal.
probably got to draw the license withdrawal again. Nice gift of self coming in, boosting up the Maw. Ooh, another removal coming in, pushing the Maw out.
Yeah, just showing the plethora of options that both players have at this point to try to win this game. The goal rank seems to finally may have like some type of upper hand. We do get to see that Ysmir Stargazer come out
Yeah,
uh, for the
that's a different
Lindaway.
one.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
different one if you want to take a look at that one.
Um, when I'm sacrificed, you control one or more landmarks. You may bounce a spell from reserve back to your hand, and then from hand, you may sacrifice a character if you do draw a card. So it sacrificed itself to draw a card, but there is no spells to return back from reserve here. Before the time is out, and that should be game for the goal ring.
It looks like slightly the goal ring player had less negative time, so they are able to get the victory there. So
There you go.
interesting game. I thought the Lindaway had a possibility for making the comeback, but instead we will see the game end there.
Yeah. That was a hard match to see what was going to happen at the end here, but I had a feeling the goal rank player might have enough resources to respawn, but at least move one expedition forward, right?
Yep. And with that, we're going to go into round 10 of the Swiss. Here, I'm going to switch out into the production seat, and we're going to have Geo do some commentary here for the final rounds. And then I'll be back to do some quick recaps before we wrap things up. So Geo's going to jump in here, and then we'll talk some more. See you later, guys.
All right, bye, Blue. Have a good time, man.
Let me just back this.
Hello, my man Geo. Can you hear me? No, he cannot hear. Geo has lost hearing because he became old, and he lost his voice due to the war of 1912. So unable to hear him. He unable to hear me. But that's okay. I'm gonna just look for a game while Geo fixes his own situation going on. Trying to see which tables are in round 10. I think everyone is in round 10 minus group 10 and 4. So we'll go straight to a game that has, I guess, group 1 just started round 4. So let's just do, or round 10. So we'll go to group 1. Blue, have we seen Trickster yet? I haven't seen Trickster during my time. So there we go, Gio. We can hear you, buddy.
Nice, nice. Yay. I really thought it was my old age, but it's not yet. Yay.
Let's actually.
What's happening? Is it on my behalf?
No. You're fine for me. A little bit echoey, but that's about it. It's fine though. You're
Okay.
good. We're gonna go to group 1, table 3 here.
Group 1, table 3. Understood.
And I chose a terrible matchup. Another Gorang versus Siggy here.
Oh, great. Really gonna stretch out. Table 3, you said?
Yeah.
Group 1. All right.
1
Who is it?
is
NPC
Trickster and NPC Lino.
Ooh,
Yes.
is that the Trickster?
This is the only one. The only trick.
Look at that. Oh.
All right, Overlord
So,
in the bathroom.
we got a blue on blue. And who are you going for? You going Team France or you going Team USA?
I gotta go with the boy Trickster here, you know.
Yeah,
This
we're going
is
with Trickster.
an
All the way.
NA
Come on.
tournament, you know. I can't just
Yes.
not.
Let's
Plus,
go.
I see
Bring it
Lino
on, buddy.
play, and I think they won. I don't recall exactly.
Okay. But they're paying a Gurlang, so I'm guessing that also makes it our decision easier. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see how
Well,
the
they're going-
matchup goes here. It's going to be a long one, that's for sure. In fact, I'm going to need some water, so I'll be right back.
Enjoy yourselves and welcome to the North America qualifier. Welcome. Thank you guys for joining us. And as we see a field reinforcements being played, of course, the rare and another Ortis attorney by Trickster being played. So that's going to be a 1. And they both draw cards, I believe, right? Yeah. Good for them. Look at that. They're playing so nice, but Trickster is taking the lead here. Now with the first turn coming up, see if they play that from.
All right.
Overlords are texting us.
No, yeah, don't worry about it. We're fine.
All right.
We are just here casting, observing, seeing the amazing gameplay between Gorang versus Siggy. We got field reinforcement, Aegis Templar Reserve, Order's Attorney, and Order's Recruit.
Hype it up. Hype it up.
Homo beat.
It's blue. Ah, love that card. Love that card. Why? Because the game's anchored, and so few things in Ortis game anchored. Not like I play Ortis, but you know, if I
Yeah,
did,
that's what they all say.
yeah.
And then I see you playing orders in the
I'm
secret
going.
account of yours.
I'm taking the steps, man. And in comes the Ortis turn, of course. So if you're not gonna let me advance here, you're gonna let me draw a card. Trickster saying.
Which is a pretty much fair assessment. You do want to either win expedition or draw a card with Orders Attorney. Like Gate coming in,
Ooh,
probably is trying to sabotage the Bumblebee if it does lose
let him take it.
expedition.
Yeah,
If not,
let him
it's
take
only
it.
one ahead here. I mean, they only have 1 mana left. The Frog Prince coming in,
Ooh,
dancing along.
nice. So it lets him advance
So
and
let's
not get
advance.
set. But
Ooh. But
oh
we also
no.
got the Templar here.
So
Yeah, blocking.
le sabotage.
And
Yep.
then the less sabotage coming in, probably sabotaging. I'm not sure what would you
Uh,
sabotage, the Frog Prince or the Bumblebee.
I'd go
I'm
for the
assuming the
bumblebee.
Bumblebee.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, but then it's a mini sabotage for them too. It's like they gotta get rid of one of their resources, right? But the
yeah.
Gurlang does have more resources to get rid
They
of.
have
So
plenty of Aegis Templar. They got another one from
yeah,
reserve. I'm sure they have another one from hand. Got the Legate here
nice.
for possibility to create a token if it wants to. There's so many options for going right
Nice.
here. I'm not sure you were watching last game or not with the gold rank player versus Linda.
Yeah, it went on. Yeah, and time expired. Ah, that's so
Yeah.
disappointing. So
Yeah,
disappointing.
that
And
was a very
did they
close
win? Did the
matchup.
Gurlang win?
I think the gold rank won based on time.
Ah, just atrocious. But okay, was it a USA player at least?
I don't remember.
I'm gonna be biased. I'm gonna be biased as Buck right here.
Well, I'm glad
But
someone
yeah,
is, but I know I'm just trying my best for players to enjoy themselves, have a great time, and play for the best
how
outcome.
when this is happening, they let him play, man. Nice job, Lino, with the Ortis spy.
Or Spy does come in clutch to get rid of the Frog Prince, but they also have a Legate to response back
Ooh,
to, just in case they do lose the Hero Expedition here. And there's
what do you
plenty of
play
cards in
on that side?
reserve to get rid of here.
Yeah. So do you just waste another card and play something from hand, or do you actually get rid of the reserve so you don't overflow?
Who knows? I guess we're gonna find out any second here.
And there it is.
With the Orders
Wanting to
Attorney.
draw a card, be like,
Is that I
yeah.
move or I draw?
Let's see the
letting the
response from
letting Trickster advance on the Hero Expedition, so there won't be any possible. I guess technically they could use the Legate from reserve to create a token.
Tricks. But so Trickster can avoid the damage zone. He needs to advance on both of these sides, on this one and at least on one on the other one.
I mean, it would be
Before
nice
they
to
get
try
to 8 mana.
Yeah, it would be nice to keep advancing here, but it's also got to know that they don't want to use too many resources to advance here.
There you go. That's why Frog Prince is so essential. A lot of people take him out from Order decks like that, but when you're facing another Order deck, it works so well because of the cards that have the effect that they don't advance.
Ooh, and they actually had
Literal frog in my throat.
the last Aegis Templar. I told you they had another one in their hand. You didn't believe me.
I kind of didn't want to believe it, man. It made sense, but I didn't want to. You're right.
They
You're
could
right.
use I was gonna say
Yes, and they're going to.
yeah, just to block both sides. No one's moving. The Legate is going to just sabotage one of the Aegis Templar. It doesn't matter which one, so not a big loss. Actually, they actually could choose.
That's a heavy loss for Trickster because he's only one turn away from those tokens actually, being more than just defender. Yeah.
Yeah.
Crud, he's gonna have an uphill battle if he doesn't have like specific strategy for a girl. Like
It's okay. Trickster is a
he's at 491 for a reason.
yeah.
Right? Right.
Exactly.
He's a big dog. So
Not that it matters too much, but
shut the friend. Listen,
I mean, I was talking to Rinku earlier about like there are players who just started playing BGA recently, but they just mainly play on paper, and those players are probably pretty good too. We don't know.
Oh yeah.
Maybe people don't play BGA that much.
Oh come on.
Oh,
50 games in. 50 games in. I think after that, like it has to start counting, right?
sure, sure.
No, no. And we see a monolith gate being played by Trickster from the reserve.
Ooh,
Oh,
field reinforcements. This go around player plays the rare version. Some of them opted out for the common version instead. But I feel
I
like
can
the
see
rare
why.
version is much more beneficial.
Yeah, you get the
Maybe it
option.
does get sabotaged. I
Doesn't it?
mean, it's the
But
chance
you
you
can
got to
still
take.
use it. It's still used as a sabotage sponge just in case, you know, because you can use it twice. The other one you're only going to use it once.
Yeah,
At least a possibility. Yeah, you just
yeah,
gotta
but
wait and be patient.
you do free up the rare slots though. So it's like, what do you substitute in? We do got the
There it is. There it is. Disgusting. Good job, Lino.
you all love the card.
I really do. I really do because it does what it's supposed to do: make Gorlang effective, right?
Yeah.
Gorlang effective. That's yeah, great card for that.
Well, does Trickster
That
play
hero.
anything or just take the L on? I mean, they could get potentially win something on the hero expedition.
I don't know. Hmm. You need double advance more than ever right now because once they start counting, ooh, I have PTSD because of this. It's just I've been like that,
Yeah.
and then they just uh like, hey, I got a family. Can you let me leave?
Trickster is taking their time. Trickster is also on the phone playing, which is wild. Like you don't want to play this on your phone, but if you
Is it
have to,
unique?
you're gonna have to. Oh, it's unique. I thought you're right because Baba Yaga rare is expended.
Yeah.
We do have a unique Baba Yaga 3/3/2/2/2 from anywhere we control token, draw a card from hand up to one target character gains a sleep. You may give it 2 boost.
Nice.
But they do advance, but they can't use the legate to sabotage. It's unfortunate because it would have been good to sabotage the field reinforcement.
And now it's gonna get ugly. Not even with a double advance, does. Oh, it's gonna.
I mean, I have a pretty strong
We
front,
have faith in you. We got faith in you, Trickster.
and that Baba Yaga can still draw a card when played from reserve. Sadly, it's costly from reserve. It's also the 3 costs.
That one extra one. I do think he's going to get rid. Yeah. Well, there it is. Doing its thing.
This Goran player
But
has
that
not
unique.
played any uniques so far. So we have. I don't remember what uniques they have in their deck. I remember seeing them. I don't
Some
recall
of the
what they
spam
were.
token.
I'm pretty
Yes,
sure
right?
that's what it does.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure one of them is just spam tokens.
And
Actually, I
draw
think
a
I
card.
remember. I think I remember what it was. I think one of them was a Ordis liaison. I don't remember it was Lino or not, but it was able to spam token and draw a card when a character joins expedition. I think that was what the unique
When a
did.
character joins an expedition?
Yeah. I'm not sure if that was
Oh,
Lino's Golrang or not, but I saw that. I don't know. I guess we'll find out if they have
the
the
heavy uniques.
yeah.
He's coming in
And the
again.
Baba
Draws that card.
Yaga drawing the card. That's free money right there, you
Okay.
know. Why not take it?
There's another one. 4 left. There's so much possibilities for the girl, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, 4 or
Oh,
5. There's just you guys are just they got so many things they could do here. It's
see, that's what makes it interesting. Uniques like that, you know. Maybe Trickster's got a unique that, you know, per token the opponent has. Like I don't know. I haven't seen his other game. Something we don't know.
so the Trickster has a unique where like if you make a token, you lose a game.
Right. Shouldn't have read
And while we
that.
wait for Trickster to play a card, they are taking their time here. How you doing, Gio?
I am bloated. I just scuffed my pizza before I sat down.
Ah,
Just got home from work and stuff, so Hey, real quick, and yep, they played, and he got rid of the
Yeah,
with
license
license risk
draws
called
play.
Mescatet.
Yeah. Trickster play license draw, get rid of Mescatet. I mean, they have 4 mana left, so they could technically play another Mescatet if they wish to do so, if they have it in their hand here.
Like,
They
that
wanted
would be
to opt
so
in for the
dreadful.
buy.
Do not. Oh no, there's
And then we
two.
see the Orders Accountant. The card is being played more often nowadays, so you could potentially sleep and
Ooh,
advance at the same time here. Ooh, we're getting rid of the Frog Prince. The Frog Prince was heavy on the stats.
it's only gonna get worse with no resources.
I mean, they have Orders
Right.
Accountant. I think the idea is to make sure that the gold rank player uses their resources as much as they can to stop you, but
So, worst case scenario right now, Mescatet comes out. Still got 5 mana to play. The go rank. Right? That would be worst case scenario.
I mean, maybe
That's how I
Mescatet
see
might
it.
not be the best play right now. It would have been fine last round, but or yesterday. Sorry, I didn't say yesterday. It would have been fine yesterday, but today probably not the best. I'm not a gold rank player, so don't quote me on this.
Why not? You
Because
still have 5 mana left.
yeah, 5
For
mana, but
yeah, to do
you know,
a bunch
it's
of
not like they can
shenanigans
play.
with.
Yeah, but the thing is, they use all the Aegis Templars like in the past couple days here. It's been a whole week now.
True.
Or attorney, boosting of the Orders Accountant. I believe it's going up to 2 boosts when your character joins the expedition. So
Yeah.
when it be play, it'll be for all.
That's not bad.
Is that the last field reinforcement? That is the last field reinforcement being played from the gold rank player.
Aegis Templar as well, right? All 3 of them are already.
Yeah, so no Aegis Templar, no field reinforcement. A lot of those good cards that are very good for gold rank are being played immediately here. Usually they see the Aegis Templar being played towards the mid game, not the early game. But
they only got the Ortis Spies left or something like that, like the sabotaging Jack Frost. Maybe now they can't do.
I mean, they can play. They still have mobile armory as an option, so there still is plenty of cards they can still play here. I'm sure you're just trying to decide if they want to play. If they had Mescatet in hand, maybe play Mescatet. If not, then not really sure what else you could really play here. Maybe not as or the turning drawing, conjuring seal.
Wow, just draw more cards. Yeah,
Why not?
Why not?
Nothing bad about drawing more cards.
Not at all. Look at all those resources. 7 versus 2. Yeah, it's an uphill battle you got, buddy.
Yeah, this trickster just I think Trickster's just trying to decide if he want to commit to one side.
Does he want to draw another card or not? Okay.
We just Koboba, my man. This is
a Koba Legion commander.
From anywhere you control 4 more characters, draw 2 cards. Usually I usually see these say draw 1 card. But for a 4 cost character who control 4 more characters in the Orders to draw 2, that is crazy. I have a buddy that
His
does.
Stats aren't that good.
Yeah. His stats aren't good. Well, it is a draw card, so most draw cards won't have good stats, but
compensates with that. And that's a pretty high cost. I mean, 4/4.
Gotta compensate somehow for drawing 2 cards. Even if it does have a condition, that condition is easily met for any Orders deck minus Waru.
I wonder if they know they're live. I forgot to tell them that they were live.
Founding mechanic. I'm not sure. I remember now. I remember this founding mechanic.
What does it
Founding
do?
mechanic. If when another non-token character joins expedition, you may put a card in your hand reserve. If you do, you create 2 tokens in your expedition.
Oh, disgusting.
Yeah, so it looks like they're just training for 1 here. Trickster is 2 moves away from winning. he does get to sabotage something, probably the Cordoba, but he doesn't
Yeah,
draw 2 more cards again. I'm sure Lino was like, "What the heck is this? Why drawing
get
2
rid of
cards?"
them. Yeah.
I
Ooh,
remember the
got rid
founding
of the
mechanic
Mescatet.
gonna be a problem.
Did they?
It's a problem for sure.
They got rid of the other Mescatet. They really don't want it, apparently. Okay.
I mean, they don't need Mescatet right now. Mescatet would have been good earlier, but it was removed from license to draw, so
Fair, fair. What, what
I'm
you gonna
assuming.
do, Lino?
I mean, based on how many spies Trickster has played, which is 0, it's possibility it
There it
could
is.
sabotage the founding mechanic if they run any order spies. I'm assuming they do. I'm not sure why not. Yep, there you
There
go.
it is.
Definitely getting rid of the founder mechanic because it is going to be a nuisance.
Now they're even. They're just as they started, except there's
There's the
the other
best
one.
coming in, stopping
Still
both
got 3 to
sides.
play, and the monolith with the special ability down there.
The Nut Kojo boys are they were they running no uniques for the tournament? That would also be very funny.
What?
Now just reading Freeloader's comment. We do see a scouted Aegis Templar still playing for Trickster here. Trickster could potentially win both sides if the money is right.
Ooh, slow playing.
So a rallying call, simple boost and slow pay.
Still with 2 cards in hand. Dang.
Wow, Freeloader. Unbelievable. You can give yourself a Nug Kojo when you run uniques in a world qualifier. It doesn't even count then.
There it is. So, what you gonna do, Trickster? Are you playing that Aegis Templar?
They could play
Okay.
the Aegis Templar on the other expedition, but yeah, function you can't do it. I know. I know you meant you're not playing the same unique, it's just not the literal same uniques.
Still 2 mana could play.
Yeah.
Played. He's got the free again with
There's
the
still
monolith.
plenty of time. Trickster is slowly losing on time a little bit. It is 3 minutes left on the clock for him. Mine plus also the extra
I
time
think
you
he
get
got it. There we go. Why not?
Founder mechanic. This time not a unique one. You'll see out of faction one. Base simple 1 cost for the 1/1/2. Ooh,
Oh no.
conscription. Spamming the tokens on the left side here. Still be able to use the Aegis template, the monolith legate here.
Yep.
Aegis Templar has been played. Are you going to use a legate to block on the right? They are going to do so.
Of course.
Does Trickster have anything in their hand to respond to this?
Hopefully. If not, do you think he? Oh, nope. Double advance. Oh no. Yeah, yeah. There we go.
We got the trooper.
Yes.
We're going for a 1 for 2
Unpacked.
here. So Trickster is 1 move away from winning, while Lino is 2 moves away from winning. Who do you think is gonna take it from the spot here, my man?
I want Trickster to take it. And I do see him actually stealing it this turn because it won't have the same. He has something on both sides, and Lino will only have on the companion side.
The thing
This
is,
turn.
he will have something in the companion expedition with Mescaten, so it will be boosted as
Yeah.
well. So that will triumph over his little baby token.
Still works for him though. 4 cards. I don't think it's gonna.
And he is the first player here, so
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
there's still a
Unless
lot
there's
of things
another
that can happen here.
sabotage up there.
Yeah, so a lot of things that can happen here.
A bunch. You're gonna do
Actually, just
Trickster.
one move away from winning here. Just one single move. Playing the one cost, very simple, very easy. Trying the best not to show what they have in their hand here. It's very close. Anyone could win here.
I'm guessing he just wants to go resource for resource if they throw that Ortis Spy.
Yeah, could do that. I mean, they could have another Conjuring Seal. Yep, there we go.
There it is.
But it does take 3. They were 11 mana, now down to 8, so it doesn't hurt them too much using those resources. Or using that mana for it to draw 2.
So with that 8 mana left, he can play with 5
I'm
cards because
sure.
I don't see him playing.
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't see
sure
him playing the Conjuring Seal again.
Yeah. I'm sure Trickster did not want to see the Conjuring Seal being played here.
Yeah. What else can you do but go wide? Like Siggy do.
All right. Now Trickster has to play something from his hand.
Yes.
And what it is could be
unfortunate.
anything. The real question is, does he have enough stuff in his hand to do both sides?
There we go.
And it could be a simple removal for all we know. Have we
He
seen
has to have something where if
training?
he loses one side.
No, don't teamwork training or anything like that. It's one license withdrawal. So I can imagine he might have some kind of removal happening.
Hypothermia.
Which is fine. It actually works in his favor a little bit. He could put to sleep his Ortis token in the companion expedition. Still be able to block the right side.
His Ortis Trooper.
Yeah. It's interesting that he actually put that to sleep. I mean, Yeah. Actually,
he knows what he has in his hand. He knows what
he
he's got
knows
in
what
his hand
he's
with those 5 mana.
That is true. Decided to sleep the token on the hero expedition here. Throwing in the Sandman, putting the other token to sleep here. Making it very difficult for the go-around player to do anything else. Does they have anything
with
to
5 mana,
The 5 mana, anything.
Yep.
Maybe a giant unique that has like good stats or something.
Or something. There's got to, something's got to give.
I mean, they play Hypothermia for a reason, and Rally Call would wake up. That's true. Rally Call would wake up the Order Spy or the Recruit if they choose to do so.
And they would only have 4 mana, then they would have to play those 2 cards in hand because I highly doubt that you're playing Hypothermia again. Right?
Yeah.
So, shoot. Hey, that's a.
This is a rough one
predicament
for Lino.
Oh, dang it. But Trickster's one of the best in the world, man. I mean, it's not done yet, but I kind of counted him out, and
I mean, I'm not counting anything out until the last card is played.
I was like, how is he going to get? That's why I was constantly tell the audience he has to do this. Nope, prove me wrong. He snuck up in there. Yep. But again, that's why he's one of the best in the world. There we go. What do our overlords want?
I'm curious about the last card in play here and from the hand. If you want to utilize Dragon Call, it would have to be a 2-cost card.
Oof. So
it's both of the great games here.
To tie up, to put it at 6.
Up. Unless they have like another rally call. Nope, they don't. I would say they had a rally call from hand. They could have potentially
USA.
Yes,
we take it. Yes.
Q is crazy. Someone help me out here. He's on the cage. He's full on pizza.
Was awesome. That's what's up.
That was a good game, though.
Good game, Lino. Good game, man.
And that was round 10. There is a couple more round 10s in Group 1. Do you want to see anybody else besides Runefolk? Because I am refusing to watch Runefolk.
No, I got no problem. Anybody you want, brother.
Okay. Let me see the other groups real quick. What's going on? Group two.
Oh, I didn't know the other group.
Every group is done besides group one.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
Oh, we can go to group four. So the hidden, forbidden group four. I need to find the link for group. Second, I know you it was right here. Do you need the link again, Geo, for group four?
Yeah, please, because I thought just clicking back would take me back to the.
No. Group
the
four
right
had to be
stage.
remade again. So
Oh,
it's a
thank you.
different tournament going on.
Look at that. How
So
efficient.
group
And
four just started up with
you want to see
round
all the
8.
marbles?
Yeah. We've seen all the marbles before, so I think we're good with all the
Yeah, I
marbles.
know. Hey, I'm a fanboy of the guy.
Okay, I know you are, buddy. But all the marbles is doing pretty good at the moment. They are.
Ruthless
It's right now.
Seagull, just because of the name.
Where's that at? What table?
15.
15. Yeah.
All right, so top.
Tables. So let's do.
What about Rogers and Aragon?
And
11.
Argon? How can we do that?
Table 5. All right.
So looking at top tables here, we got Kojo v Kojo match.
Yes.
Dr. Bravo's Geo here. Super excited.
People with taste playing. Finally. All right. And we got USA Italy. Yeah. Aragon versus Rogers.
Argon is
So-
a very known player around here, so I have seen him play several times. And Rogers, I don't know who they are.
Yeah, I think Aaron kicked my ass a couple times. Argon. And there it is, the advance from Argon.
We got a mirror match. With, Roger does have the Haven out early here on day 1, so they will get the benefit of using the boost from reserve here. Unfortunately, they resupply the duel of grit to make it very obvious they have removal in play here, but I guess we'll see what happens if they end up utilizing it or not.
Well, just sacrifice the one, right? I'm guessing he's feeling good about that, only having to sacrifice one expedition advance. There it is. And just in case, Duel of Grit's right there.
Do see the Haven coming in, so now they're both tied on Havens here, but more favorable for Argon than Kojo, than Roger at the moment, based on what they have in reserve here. I guess it depends what Argon wants to play. They could play the Tiny Jin if they wish to do so, or the Pathfinder, but it wouldn't be more ideal to play that.
I'd just go with the Tiny Jin.
Maybe go for the Tiny Jin. Could potentially just block the Hero Expedition that wish to do so.
Yeah, they'd be 1 for 1.
It will be 0 for 1.
No, but I'm like in total. Yeah.
Oh, you mean
yesterday? They won't.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Sorry. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
And they both have their havens down there and stuff. So.
We do love to see good Haven be Haven.
Does he have anything to waste those resources on?
No more Tiny Jins. I mean, they could play another Tiny Jin they wish to do so, but playing the Marvel will remove the dual grit, and I don't think it would have been very favorable. Or not dual grit, or at least one of the cards from reserve. They play another card.
Let's see the mana dump. Every time somebody runs mana, I always question if they're actually going to discard for mana. Yeah, I always question it. Like, are you? Weirdo.
Ooh,
But
we
I'm the
do have
one
a
that's
unique order
unique.
spy. Go ahead, man. This one's lengthy.
Sabotage. You may put a card from your hand in reserve if you do resupply. That's from anywhere. And from reserve, if you control one or more landmarks. Yes, the next card you play this afternoon costs one less. Shut the front door. That is a beautiful card.
Yeah, this is a
Yeah.
very good unique here. Able to sabotage
Yep.
from able to resupply from anywhere if they put a card from hand reserve, and then just playing from reserve, you're able to play the next card for cheap.
That's
Definitely a very
yeah.
powerful unique to have.
Yeah, those are the uniques that are up there. Like when I hear that they should cost like 200 and some, that's like a minimum like up there. It's a very good card. And then I just see cards that just do a resupply and they like
I don't know.
they're marked
Blue
as
don't like this
200 or
card. Blue
something.
likes cards where it will leave expedition.
When
I
it
like
leaves
cards
expedition,
from sabotage from anywhere. So we're both two schools of thoughts here.
ah, well, he's got a point. It's going to leave sooner or later, so it's going to happen.
Yeah,
That's how he sees it.
I get it. Well, we got a rat
And
or a
another.
rat. It's very simple.
Oh,
The unique
mm-hmm. Very.
ratatouille. I'm gonna call it
Yep.
rat. From reserve, draw a card. That's it.
Just the rat. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and it does have a support ability when target character gains fleeting, but most likely
Yeah.
can be played from reserve to draw a card. And that's it.
More than likely.
Very simple card. I like simplicity of cards like this. Cards that have too many words can be overbearing sometimes.
Yeah. How to explain them. So a Brit gets rid of Buddha. I'm guessing.
Get rid of anything they haven't played besides the Order Spy. But most likely, maybe getting rid of the. What would you get rid of? Maybe the Tiny Jin. Oh no,
Tiny
just the
Jin.
Buddha.
Yeah,
Just the
because
Buddha.
he still would have just advanced on one side. So.
I mean, even getting rid of the Tiny Buddha would have been a advancement for both of them. The Tiny Jin was going to go to mana regardless.
True that.
Instead of a 2 for 1, they decided for 1 for 0 instead, which probably is a better call.
Yeah, get that draw.
How's Argon, Ricker? I believe Argon is 6 and 2. Don't quote me on that.
You play the Scotty, right? You
1.
play the Scotty.
Or hold on. Let me see Argon. They played 7 and they're 5, so that's what? 5.
Nice.
That's 6. I can't do math in the moment.
And you exhaust the unique, of course.
Yeah.
Happens to the best of us, Gus. Don't worry.
Let's see. They played.
Smooth brain syndrome is real. There's another unique Tanuki, and he sabotage, and he gets to pay one. If he does, he resupplies. Look at that. Why not? A pretty cool card to draw him into.
Yeah, the Tanuki is it's insane. Sabotage from anywhere. You may pay 1 if you do resupply.
Yep. That's also a pretty good unique.
Yeah, these uniques that Argon has been very awesome, very least to say. Sabotage from anywhere, sabotage from anywhere, pay 1 if you do resupply to a physical training is crazy.
Come on, Argon, just draw the card and get rid of the
so that's
the
wrong.
Pathfinder. That's what I'm guessing, right? Unless he's got something planned.
I mean, they could just use physical training to just get an old out boost.
Yeah.
They could also use Pathfinder just to block and also advance as well. But
he'd have to sabotage at the end of the day anyway.
Yeah.
Why not draw a card from it? There you go.
Draw a nice little card.
They buy
the freeloader's top cards.
The physical training? or Pathfinder?
What do you mean?
You said one of Freeloader's top cards.
Oh, physical training.
Okay.
Physical training. Favorite
He's
card of
gonna be
his.
disgusted by me. I play the common version. Yeah. Oh, Bite of the Tanuki.
They don't
Okay.
need it
I
to
guess
nuke
since there's
anymore.
nothing to sabotage, right?
Or they sabotage. At least the other spy are able to resupply without reducing the mana cost.
True that.
Argon
And
is
coming
one
out with the
head,
Buddha.
and they are the first player, so they will get a Buddha. The other Kojo player, the bottom Kojo player, is really running out of resources here. 2 cards in hand. Not to say it's not doable for them. It's going to be a hard matchup against Argon here to what to play here.
Just give up, Roger. USA has taken this. We've
They're
come
not-
to take over.
They do play Scotty blocking the water here and strong on mountain.
That I like.
I'm
Scotty.
sure
Yeah.
Argon has plenty of cards to respond to this.
What makes you say that?
I don't know. Let me see. They got
Yeah.
one,
One,
2,
two.
and a 3 cards from hand.
And there it is.
The Tracer.
Bravo. Yep. Le Tracer.
Oh, they actually
Ooh.
had a fashion and actually resupplied to something very nice. Something they actually very needed. They definitely needed like a Serengar just to draw here because they are a little bit low here. But the problem is the Order Spy will sabotage that.
Yeah.
The unique sabotage and able to play, most likely play a card from hand, reserve.
Believes. Okay,
They do. They play the Serengar, able to top deck the Tiny Jin. Will they play the Serengar? Probably not. Just keep what you got. They're definitely ahead at the moment.
Yeah.
Nothing's going to reserve here since everything's fleeting.
Oh, let me tell them you guys are live. I don't know if they know that they're live.
All right. I'm sure they know since it's just us 3.
You think so? Yeah, good.
Yeah, they always know. They always know.
They should.
When they see Blue Oak on there, they know they have to know they're on stream and be on their best behavior.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, Blue Oak is there.
Definitely not watching for no reason. But
well,
Argon is like
taking it so far.
Yeah, Argon is 2 ahead. They're doing good on resources management. Otherwise, they have a Serengar to help draw for next day.
Actually, getting mana. That was...
Yeah, they actually drop card into a mana with only 2 cards in hand here. They do get a double boost from the Haven though. Enable to exhaust a card so there are in mountain. Oh, never mind. That's the rare version I'm thinking of. Never mind me.
Just the regular. I foiled this common card. It helped me out so much. Second season. And
oh, we do have the physical training. Probably buffing up the Buddha here. And they could play it again if they wish to do so. If that Tanuki was here, it would be able to sabotage that.
Surviving, yeah, being able to survive another turn with that.
It's a very strong static cards here. Roger might have been low on resources, but they're not down yet. You know, nothing is done until the last card is played here.
Yep. Basically to that point of Sasuke versus Itachi just throwing everything at it. Like, oh, I got this too. Seems to be working, at least you're staying alive.
Yo, don't jokes from drinking water, okay? I'm gonna spat everything out.
So, I should have seen that. I should have seen that. Dang it. Oh yeah, I did return it. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, you almost did.
Argon's just trying, I guess they're really trying to decide what to play here. I mean, they see the physical training, so it's most likely being played here. Ooh, the last a 2 fairy, sabotage from anywhere. And from hand, if you control 1 more landmark, resupply. What
Okay,
a
every single
tough
one of his uniques has to do with sabotage and
yeah.
resupplying with landmarks or something. So
I
he can
think,
has the
yeah,
flexibility to play all other unique, all other rares, and some commons in a specific way. That's really good.
yeah.
That's really smart.
But
Nice
does
deck.
Argon have enough cards to take it from this game? Do they have everything they need here to win? Probably,
I don't think so.
not. Yeah. These stats on the board it was kind of tough for them.
Yeah,
And it sucks for
that
Rogers because they could
5.
have able to draw another card, but the fact that Arca got all the uniques in within all those 6 days was a rough one.
Definitely difficult to counter in that aspect. And look, still ramping up more mana. Yeah, Argon must be feeling pretty confident at this point.
Yeah,
Thinking
if
about
I was Argon, I
that.
would also be feeling confident, especially now that you're on a Buddha turn. You have so
Yeah.
much stuff going on. You got the Haven Serengar on Forest, so you could boost that up.
Of course, you're playing that immediately. And there's
Oh,
nothing in reserve for the
yeah.
for Roger to actually, take advantage of his 2
Yeah.
landmarks.
The
Nice.
only thing, okay, we do have
Oh,
a unique found your armor. Go ahead, my man.
create a bright. Oh, it's only from reserve, but create a bass bug 2/2 token in target expedition. Whenever a character joins your expedition, target character in your other expedition, the one I'm not in, gains 2 boosts.
And it got removed by Mana
But
Eruption.
it's just been eliminated.
That is unfortunate. I think Argon was able to get the nuts on this.
That's it.
He had pretty much every hand, everything in his hand to respond back to Rogers.
Good game.
So it was definitely
USA.
a good game
USA.
for Argon here.
He took it.
And he definitely
Good job, guys. Oh, I played him against Argon. Yeah, I know it. I knew it. Yeah.
So now we are still on 8 here. All right. So group 1, 2, 3 are getting calculated right now. So after that, we're just waiting for this group to finish, and then the top cut will be summarized later today by who's it's gonna be by Simon or by you or Blue? By Blue, which will be on
There you
later.
go.
So at this moment in time, we'll just continue casting here, watching the NA BGA World Qualifiers on Group 4, Round 8 here. Do you want to see any tables, or do you want to go
We can
the
go to top. We can go to table 4.
you want to go to table 4? Okay, they are in
It's
71%.
still, yeah.
We
But
do
there's
have a Chile versus a French player. I've never seen these two players
oh,
before,
this is
but
almost
it
done.
is a Tris versus Fen. It looks like a very close game.
Looks like it. Oof. We still got resources with that aloe
Yeah,
vera down there and the twinkle twinkle, meaning it can both of those can be played successfully.
yeah.
All depends on what Tristan spawn up on this side. Dang, and those are heavy numbers to try to beat too.
Yeah, I mean, all
I
they
don't see
really
it.
need is a double advance. I mean, they also have the Tris hero ability that's still not being used yet. So just gotta wait to see what's going on here. If they're able to sabotage, that'd be great. Vamos, Chile. Let's go, Chile.
Sacre bleu, les France. Yeah, something like that. I don't know.
Viva la Chile. I agree. I'm assuming there's a Chile in the background typing.
It's Texas, but all right, almost. I'm just kidding. Of course, it's Chile. And yeah, just really Aceland just really, or Eckline, or how do you pronounce that? Eckline?
I'll say Aislinn, but I could be
Yeah,
wrong.
right.
Regardless, it's a Fen play versus Triss. They are just deciding what to do here. They're also on mobile too, so maybe it's a little bit mobile issue.
Hopefully. Oh, there we go. The aloe vera being played, and he's going to play.
However, being played, probably just boosting up
Getting that
the
extra.
forest here.
Resupply. Oof. I mean, that's a great card for stats on a mountain, but you need something for forest to be able to block. Or yeah, that can advance actually if they don't play
They
anything
could
else.
aim for a double advancement trade here to go straight to arena. 'Cause we haven't. I don't think we've seen arena gameplay yet. I could be wrong. Someone could correct me if they were watching the entire stream, but I don't think we've seen a single arena tiebreaker yet.
Ooh, interesting. So we might be in the presence of one. You best no. What is it? That quote of the Pirates of the Caribbean?
I
I'll
had
really
no
show my
idea
age.
what I had no idea what you're talking
Oh,
about.
you best believe in overtime. You're in one, or something like that.
What are you talking about?
Dang it, man. Dang it. I just love showing my age, don't I? But I mean, that Twinkle Twinkle has to be played or something from hand.
I mean, it could be a cost reductor or something else too. Maybe something to solidify the stats here. The mountain is kind of weak here, so
And that's a strong card for Mountain that just came out. So what do? You had to put more stats on Mountain. That's what I would do.
yeah. Because sleeping just the axiom salvager doesn't really do much.
On either side, like it
Yeah.
won't do much. Yeah.
I think they just want to go straight for maybe an arena tiebreaker at this point.
There we go.
Reducing the cost, probably playing who knows what. Ooh, another Oliveira here.
Those, uh,
Just getting that 5 mountain.
yeah.
So all they have to do is overcome 5 mountain, but we still have the traceability to activate here. So I'm sure they have something here. But the problem is, do they have enough to overcome not the mountain, but to not overcome the mountain, but stop them from advancing in forest? That A
Some
forest
kind
is
of
pretty
removal for
heavy,
the Haven.
but Exom's not super strong in forest.
Oh, oh. There you go. That
That was
thing.
it. Lou did you the biggest favor, scared the crap out of me, and just
Thank you,
played that.
Blue. You're the best.
And I don't wanna lie, it was a little low quality too, so all I heard was mumble, mumble, mumble.
Well, I heard it clearly, and I'm old. What's wrong, Gus? I guess
I'm old
when you're
too.
not as I guess when your ELL is that low, well, it does affect your hearing.
You're not the only one who's
I'm
old
trying to
here,
resist.
buddy.
Yeah, I am. You'll get to
No, don't
45 soon.
you don't I may not look old, but trust me, I'm old enough to know what's old is. My left wrist was hurting yesterday for no reason.
Oh, yeah, that's what you tell everybody. And in come the gremlins, getting rid of something, just because they have to. They
Sacrificing the bug out bag to summon another bug.
yeah, we're going into overtime. Come on,
Yeah, most
it's
likely going overtime.
it's insane if they have something that brings them up. Ooh,
It is a pretty good card to play there.
yeah, yep.
We're going straight to arena break overtime. They do have Oliveira anchored at the moment, so they are going to be currently headed in stats. And they did draw from Sarengar here, so it's going to be a tough matchup here between the two
Hey,
players.
we thought it was lost for the Tris player when we got here for touching, and yeah, was able to
I
advance
didn't.
and
That
get
was
there.
you.
Yeah, I'm just the pessimist.
I could tell. I'm always hopeful for.
Hey,
I told you, man. Not until the last card is played.
come on,
Just
what
gotta
you
play it
got,
out.
Mapu?
Oh my
Oh,
goodness!
oh
The
no!
double Anansi from reserve. I'm not sure. Some trades do run the.
Oh no!
We got a
We got
unique.
a unique. I gain a boost for each card in reserve, and when played from reserve is resupply. But the gain a boost from each card from reserve is from anywhere. An arrow. Dang, that's a 2-3 and 3-0-1 stats. But getting those 3-3-3 boosts in there, 6-3-4.
Yeah, so now they're
Nice
8-5-8. That is definitely
brother.
rough. I'm not sure
Those are
what
big stats.
happened to the Trist landmarks. I'm not sure they were popped. It doesn't look like it was popped based on what I'm looking from the discard of the Fen player. So I'm not really sure why they lost their landmarks early on. Maybe they used it for Grams to advance here. Are they able to resupply into a card to resupply?
Yay. Never bad, I guess. I don't think
Using
they're going to have the
Nazi
raw stats to be
early.
able to.
Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
curious why the Fen doesn't. I guess the Fen doesn't have anything like a magical training, anything like that. Man, I mean, they used two
Okay.
already. So they have a Nazi unique from reserve. You may put a card from your hand in reserve. If it's a permanent, I gain 1 boost for each card in each player's hand, which is a very nice card. Oof.
That kind of almost evened it out.
Yeah,
Almost, but that's still that
they
they're kind of
still.
lost in Oceanique. But if they
Yeah,
can get them in forest and mountain, yeah.
we'll see. There's still plenty of cards to be played here. There's still time to play a Nazi. Just give it 1 more boost.
Oh, le baguette. Dang.
Oh, the hook is kind of
Ooh,
useless
hooked.
at this point. No,
Dang.
no point of hooking
Just
things
for the.
down. Oh, use the
Oh
cocoon.
no.
Probably getting rid of the Nazi. Oh, hate to see it,
We do.
but
Because that's
that
GG.
might be game just from that play itself.
I don't see it.
I don't
Big
see
hook.
any way to unless they have the same unique twice for 2 costs like that. I don't see any way they have a winning game here.
That's difficult. Oh, all right. Let's just. Yeah.
I mean,
Oh, yeah.
just play it out.
Why not? Pass. Yep. Of course, there's no more man on that side playing the one. Because we go down swinging here.
Yeah, that's true. Just play it out.
There it
Just
is.
let the game decide what happens there. A good game between the Fen and Chris.
Bravo. Bravo.
The Chile did not win this one, so sorry, Chile, for that game. But Fen won that game, so which I think was a choice
Unfortunately
player.
for Gus.
Not for
And that
me.
brings us to the end.
I'm
Still?
fine.
Or
I'm
no?
fine with that.
No, that's what I heard it in your voice. You can probably trick everybody else, Gus, but
We still have one more table here on round 8, which is table 18.
18?
It should be almost done.
Yeah.
It's Golang
Who's
versus
South
Tris.
Where is this from?
Yes, group 1 to
South
3
Africa.
are done, Psycho. They are just calculating everything and waiting for group 4 to be done.
Yep.
And then blue later on will announce the tops. Here we do see Grand Endeavor, which not a card we see often nowadays. The most Tris
Well, kind
player,
of.
not Tris player, most goal rank players just play the best cadet and just try to win the numbers here, but using the numbers and the Grand Endeavor to push forward.
Just because of that, I like it. I like
Now
Grand
you like
Endeavor.
it?
Yeah, I like it. I'm Linear Chris. I can't read. I hope you win.
No, not Chile. No, there was a player from Chile. Chile is not playing. We do see a
Ooh,
unique Quetzalcoatl. I'm gonna say Quetzi. So
Quetzalcoatl.
Quetzalcoatl.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, not Gato. That's
Gato. I know.
bad.
I was just joking with you.
But
Yeah, go ahead.
something's happening. Let me read your card, brother.
Read it
When an
to us.
opponent draws one or more cards or does resupply, create an artist. Yep, whatever Quetzalcoatl does. If you control 4 or more characters, create 4 artist recruit soldier tokens distributed as you choose among a number of target expeditions. What? That's pretty cool. I mean, it's a high cost, but it definitely just spams out boosted tokens and stuff. Cool. Definitely a final play kind of thing.
Are we round
One of my
8 or
favorite
round
cards.
9 on this? On this. Okay. Okay.
Nice. But yeah, the Grand Endeavor is active. Tests on both sides can still take this. Even if the other player ties up, the Grand Endeavor does it not go into effect? Guessing it doesn't. Cool. Just made some problems for him. There it is. That might be game.
Yeah, it looks like to be game right there. That is a
Yep.
lot of stats.
Well,
That
yep.
is a lot of numbers. The Quincy is cracked.
That's a interesting one. And
All right, we're gonna go to the final round of Group 4 here.
good luck to everybody. We go into
I
top
don't
table.
know why it's saying
Luigi.
round 7 for me. Okay, there we go. Let's go straight to the top here.
Yep. Straight to the Arriba.
Finish it off with Luigi and Amari, both top players in this group here, followed by AA Tagfire and all the marbles, leading behind on 4th and 5th here. Or 3rd and 4th, sorry. Not
Hey, it doesn't let me join. Is it not started? I thought it started.
yeah. I think they're just selecting their decks here, trying table 1. What did you want to do table 2? Chris Mayweather.
Okay, so we're going to table 2.
He's going to table 2.
Gotcha.
As much as I love to see Tris Mirror, I don't actually. It's one of my mirrors I do not like watching. That a go right mirror, Tris Mirror, I'm just not that interested.
Wow, look at these. All the marbles then.
All the marbles versus AA Tagfire.
Another
Bravos versus
Asadi.
Lyra here. Saudi versus Fen. I know you're gonna say Astadi's gonna take it, regardless who's behind Astadi.
I hope he takes it.
Well, how do you feel about this matchup in general versus Astadi?
I hate Fen. I hate Fen as a hero. It's just so OP. I mean, yeah, you get more resources than anybody, and it's just why aren't you winning almost every game with the so powerful cards that are out there?
They do.
That's just my opinion. Yeah,
they do have a unique on the reserve here. It is a Haven Serengar. When I leave the expedition, if I was fleeting, draw a card. Sorry. Let me go for it.
No, don't.
From anywhere, if you have 2 more cards in reserve, you may bounce a card from reserve back to your hand here. I hope Asadi wins. I like to watch Fen lose. I think Gio agrees with you too.
Yeah. There we go. People of good taste. Thank you for that.
They use Twinkle Twinkle to put the Tiny Jit to sleep, so it won't go straight to mana this day.
But if you need some advantage against a Fen. You either have to have more mana, something more in reserve, because if not, they'll have resources galore.
But the problem against Fen, against Astadi, or a lot of Bravos decks in general, maybe minus Basira, is the hunger. The hunger is definitely a threat when it comes to flooding the board with reserves with Fen players that typically do. So we'll see how Tagfire overcomes that if they do.
Fear the hunger.
I'm good.
Of course. I always do this when Blade talks because it looks cool. Roger that. My wife's looking at me like weirdo.
Well, you're talking to the screen right now, so I think your wife already thinks you're a weirdo.
Yeah, she does. I'm just talking to a bunch of like cartoonish little images up here. But that being said, that cartoonish little image of Twinkle Twinkle goes back to Le Mano, the
Yeah.
hand.
7 guards.
And
Bouncing back in there. Ooh, the dual grip pushing the penguin out of here.
poor little Pinguino. I think about 15. Yeah, we're gonna go outside right now, but yeah, we're good to finish this one up.
All right.
Of course. Because it's an Asadi. Anybody else, yeah, I'd go with my kids, but no, it's Asadi.
Of course, you got to priorities, you know? First
Yeah, don't tell my
becomes
wife.
Bravos and then your
I
kids.
had to wait for my wife to leave to tell that one because.
See, my partner watches the stream sometimes just to hear me talk. Your wife probably
Oh, there
doesn't.
you go.
So
No, she gets
you would-
enough of me talking about Altered like all day. Like, no.
yeah.
Like,
So
hey, this card can do this. Oh, yes, honey. She pats me on the back like a good caretaker. Yeah.
we do see the Alirera in the reserve here, potentially being played here just for the extra reserve, not reserve, resupply for next day. Still playing the Morton Gale. Got the Mary Union. This is
What a
funny
lovely
because
card.
they played Mary Union, they top deck a dual grid, and now they did it again for another dual grid.
Sucks.
I'm sure Marbles does not want to see that happening, but it's not like there's going to be much removal from the Fen player, as far as
Just the
I
most
know.
unfortunate things happen to all the Marvels when we stream his games.
Well, we did watch a game from him earlier, and he did win the match. I think.
Let's wait for it. I think Endless Snowman in there. Heavy stats for low cost. Yeah. And I can bet that aloe vera is going to be played next, but just a block could be able just to block the water, but why would you? Then you'd have to get rid of something.
Ooh, another Mary Union.
Okay.
Just
what's happening here?
I guess Marble just loves just having family reunions, just having fun with your family, cooking out, hugging your family and everything.
He's living the dream, man.
Yeah, but I don't think Marbles realized that they need to play big characters to use the Sadi's ability.
Any character. Why over there though? Interesting. I mean,
Looks like they're gonna do.
The
They have
grid,
dual grid here, probably pushing off the snowman.
Yep. Still being in front by 2 expeditions total.
Getting out of that water stat, they're kind of weak against a little bit with the current cards they have. So moving up for a 1-for-1 here. Marbles record, I believe it's 8-1. No, 7-1. I want to say 7-1. I think
7-1. He lost his last game.
Yeah, 7-1.
Great player though. Nothing to be ashamed about.
I mean, that's better than what I could do. I'll probably be like 0-5 right now, crying.
Yeah, that's why I didn't participate. My ego's inflated good enough, and I don't want it deflated.
You're like one of those people who play one game and never played again because you won that one
I
game.
play one game. I play 1 or 2 games, and if I win those, that's it.
That's it.
Then I go on a losing streak.
Nah, then you never play again, so you don't go on a losing streak. So we do see a snowman on the board here.
Where?
Ooh, we do see a Kaivara coming in with a tough one, since the tough X is based on the difference of the expedition, which is 1. So any removal or any sleep disruption will cost them a little bit more than they want, but Fen players do have cards in reserve to do cost reduction. So how they respond to this, we'll see and find out.
This is a good. You could have played a lot of other stuff, but just take this out and in order. Oh no!
But they decide to pay for the 1, which is okay.
Yeah.
I mean, the problem is now there's a Kabara threatening on the board here.
Still 4. You're going to advance on both sides, right?
So letting the tag fire advance from both sides. Probably not going to use any more resources they have.
Why not? Why not just to use the? Well, I guess they're going to use it next turn. I get that.
They could
The
use
Twinkle
the Twinkle
Twinkle with
Twinkle
the
next
Requiem.
turn.
With the Requiem.
Requiem
Just get
is
rid of
only
it.
based on hand cost 4 or less, so it would not target.
Oh yeah, right. Yes, yes, you're totally correct.
Otherwise,
I
it
thought it
would
was
be a
any
good combo.
Yep. I don't. Uh, I don't indulge in that color. Ugh.
Pink?
That's why I don't know. No, like in Lyra, I don't know
Yeah.
Requiem that well.
You say you don't indulge in that color, and I said pink.
Yeah.
You're like, no.
Well, that faction, Lyra. No, I got pink tattoos.
You do see a
magical
simple
training.
1 mana after you. Same with marbles. They do have a unique Aja for 6/6, 3/5/3. From anywhere, each character puts the top card of the deck in the mana zone, and from anywhere you may put a card from your hand into reserve. If you do, the top 2 cards in your deck go straight into mana. What is the play here? Oh yeah, the support ability would be the next card character you play this turn gains 2 boost. So looks like they're going to also gain 2 boosts with just a second guard.
Guess they think they have all the mana that they're going to need for the rest of the game, which is almost over, right?
Yeah.
That's still a difficult card to deal with, a 5/3/3. So if they're going to sleep something, it's still going to cost them the 2. They're only going to have 4 resources to put numbers on the board. Yeah.
They don't have any cost reduction besides the Twinkle Twinkle, which would be, I mean, if they had another one in hand, I guess it'd be fine. Otherwise, they will have to pay the extra 1 tough just for this monstrous giant whale, land whale. I guess it's like a land whale, right? They could technically hit the hunger with Mana Flare if they choose to do so, but that will also be a risk you play because they could still have another Twinkle Twinkle in hand and another card to play. It really depends
the possibilities.
It really depends on the situation in hand here. They throw the Inkcaster in. They play the Sakura, pushing them back.
Hate to see it. Yep.
Pretty good stats for what we got here. The Twinkle Twinkle is played here, then that would cost them 3 mana, leaving the 1 mana left, and not really doing much else here.
Not gonna happen.
They
have
could,
to play. No.
I don't know. Ooh. If they had 2 Twinkle Twinkle, I don't know. But then if they had to
not even
discard, they would have to discard the Twinkle Twinkle from the reserve to reduce the cost of the next Twinkle Twinkle. Put that to sleep and maybe play it again to put the Sakurabu to sleep if they choose to do so. I mean, there's so many things they could do here, but there's also going to be nothing they could do here and just call it a day here. There's options.
Yes, Monsieur Tackfire.
It's just what option do you pick here?
Where's the option of defeat available? I think. Yeah.
I think your French is probably how can I say that? Terrible,
horrible,
bad, awful.
Hey, we
don't want to get canceled by the French people, the people who made this game.
What? Yeah, true. They also made baguettes, I think. That's cool. But we gave them French fries. I believe.
French fries. I think you're right.
So what's
Fire is just deciding what to do here. It must have something in hand here to maybe potentially get the situation.
I think that's it. Prove us wrong, Tagfire. Show us why you are at that 5-3-4.
French fries from Belgium. I figured that was right. I was like, yeah.
Oh, nice.
Right, yeah.
Somebody give him French fries, see?
The only thing we have here that we made in America is deep fried, and that's it.
That's how I got fat the American way. Yep. It's fun.
Backfires
And
sure taking the time trying to consider all the possibilities, most likely.
bruh, just let it go, bruh. So close, yet so far from glory. You're not up against anyone either.
French
It
game
is
Americans are
all the marbles.
I
French
don't
game
know.
American.
I
What?
don't know. I don't know what's going on anymore. We're just waiting for Techfire to do something here, and they were I think they were almost tied in time, but now Techfire is really considering the possibility of what to do here. The last thing they want is not to be X and two. Yeah, this
I
is
don't
pretty
think you
much
got
round
it, buddy.
12 here.
I don't think you got it, buddy. There's nothing with 4 mana that's going to remove that Kaibara with giving you stats on the board to deal with that stuff. I don't see it.
I mean, we don't know what they have in their
You
hand,
must,
so they
yeah,
had to
yeah,
have
yeah.
something. This is a very edge of my seat like game. Like, is this gonna be it? Is this the last day, or is this gonna be one more extra day here? Having the Sakurabu coming in out of nowhere probably was not part of Techfire's plan.
Backfire's riding.
I
GG.
think that's
There it
it.
is.
I think they consider any possibility and just like I can't do it. GG.
USA,
Game, all the
USA,
marbles.
USA. Napalm exploding, eagle sounds, all that good stuff. Yeah,
Deal here
yeah.
representing America.
This really did come in handy. Everybody that was from the US of A that we saw won. There we go.
I'm not sure about that one, but I'll
Run
take
it back. Run it back. But yeah. Yes, sir. Hey, appreciate it, man. I'm going to be heading out. You're going to have the
All
lovely
right,
blue with
Gio.
the better shades in here. Have a great one, Gus. As
Goodbye,
always,
Gio.
been a pleasure.
Bye-bye. I'll catch you
Bye
next time.
bye.
All right, here as I am scrolling through, as round 9 is finishing here, we are considering a couple more tables going on here. Waiting for my lovely co-cast coming in here. Any moment now, as I am staring at the wall of text of tables. I'm going to go to table 3 here as we wait for the mystery man himself, Blue Kazoo. I don't know why I said Kazoo, but it just kind of rhymed a little bit. I'm
It
at
does.
table. I'm just watching Argon versus Kim Crazy at this point.
Okay,
But
give me a
yeah,
second. I gotta do one thing for you. Save. All right, let's take a look at what we got going here. Oh, so we just got to watch all the marbles. Technically make top cut, I'm pretty sure, with that win, because they'll
yeah.
be X and 1. Looks like we don't have any undefeated folks here in group 4.
Oh,
So
really?
that's interesting.
Oh,
But what table are you at?
Argon versus Kim Crazy. I'm not sure what table that is, but I
Okay,
think it's like
table
table
3.
4. Yeah. And I think these guys are X and 1 as well. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there. All right, everyone. You are watching the final round of Group 4. All the other groups have been finished, and we're calculating everything for top cut. Deciding who of these players are going to join them in the top cut. That will be played tomorrow. Do not forget that we have a whole day of streaming to come tomorrow. You're gonna want to stay around for that one. Be sure to watch as we move forward. In the meantime, though, let's
Absolutely.
watch some games.
It is a game indeed. Astadi versus Kojo. Him crazy on Astadi, one move away versus a Kojo. Just 2 advances away from winning here. Looks like Argon used a lot of his mana already on this day here.
We do have that unique Tanuki as well. That is a 3 from hand, 4 from reserve, 402 in stats, sabotage from anywhere, and you may pay one. If you do, resupply.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what the study has left. They did play in milk earlier, and it was straight to reserve before you join the table with the Amrock. So they did play a hunger earlier. Looks like just from the discard. We do see a unique founding armor from anywhere. Create a brass bug in target expedition from hand. You may discard mana orb. If you do discard target permanent, getting rid of the Haven Bastion, reducing the power of the Kojo player here. Blue, do you think the starter player has the card they need in hand to win? Actually, they actually had enough. Never
Yeah,
mind.
it is
They
already won.
already won. Never mind.
They just had too much mana for the
Yeah,
Kojo player, to be
yeah,
honest.
that's fair. Yes, Freeloader. This is the Gus and Friends show. I mentioned this earlier today.
Yeah, Gus said he was available the entire time, so we gave him a lunch break, and that was about it.
Yeah, I got a small lunch break. Mandatory union stuff going on here. But good game crazy. Good game Argon. Dottie taking it over again. Any more tables you want to look at? Or you just keep going down
Um,
the table?
I mean, we can just wrap up some here. So I think we have Heaven and Baklut that both have the possibility of going X and 2 here on table 4. So I think also on table 5, it is something similar. Yeah, so let's go ahead and head over to table 5.
All right, we'll go table 5. We got Basira versus Triss. I don't think we've seen a Basira, and I don't actually know we have. We have
Yeah,
seen a
we should
Basira.
have. It's actually tied with Kojo for the highest represented Bravos fact
That's
player.
crazy.
Yeah, so good
So,
amount.
so who's number one?
For overall or Bravos?
Bravos. Probably Kojo, right?
Kojo and Basira are both tied at 52,
Oh, okay.
at least in 1 through 3. I don't know about in group 4 here.
Right.
We didn't get the group 4 breakdown. We can show groups 1 through 3 for everyone if they're curious, but
Yeah. You can probably show that after I'm gone, and Cole can just take over and start complaining that I'm helping him rest.
yeah, what we'll do for everyone, we're gonna wrap up here on the Swiss round number 9 here for Group 4. We'll give a quick recap of things. We'll let you know as far as we're working on the top cut. We'll take a quick break, and then we'll come back and give everyone the recap of the top cut, and then yeah, just so stick around for that if you want to. Maybe grab some snacks or anything, but we will be announcing the top cut here on stream as well as on the Discord. But if you don't want to wait for the Discord, we'll also have it on stream. Maybe we'll tell Simon to just tell us first so that way it can be exclusive until he posts it on stream. I don't know. We'll see. In the meantime, though, we are getting a Mighty Jin play here from the Basira player using all the
Yeah.
mana they have left.
Yeah, the Bushi lets you boost another character when a character joins expedition. So they're able to do Basira and the Bushi unique to boost up characters here. We got a strong Mighty Jin here in play. And I guess the Basira player are trying to win both expeditions here.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Traced is online, so they do have some options here. They may want to throw out that Armor Jammer just to remove resources from the Basira, but at this point, I think they're probably going to hold on to it for the following turn, so that way they can make things work. They can also use that Walrus that we don't get to see a lot of in any version, let alone the common version. I believe in the rare version it does exhaust, but in
Yes.
this case, it's kind of just being used similarly to a Amelia Earhart, just with not as uniform stats. So kind of
Yeah.
weird, but not too bad. And it will be beneficial at this point for getting the water that they need. Not that they needed a bunch more with just the Mighty
Right.
Jin on the other side.
But do they have enough to block the? They do.
Yeah.
They're able to block the hero expedition, stopping the Basira player from double advancing.
Yep. And they will also have that armor jammer and rare to be able to sabotage one of those cards in reserve. for the Basira player. So I imagine it may be the target. They may target the Chiron. They could also target the Mighty Jin. Let's take a look what they have on the board. Yeah, the Mighty Jin might actually be the target based off of
Yeah,
its
based on
emo.
terrain. Yeah,
Yeah.
based on the terrain here, it most likely the mighty Jin with the mighty stats on the forest and mountain here.
Yeah, so we'll have to see if that's the case. But in the meantime, we will get some mana decisions here. Should be similar on resources. Trace obviously will have the ability to work with, as well as that Haven Bravos Bastion. Likely to see a sabotage to start us off here, if not the hero ability from the Trace, just to remove the options for the Basira player. But we'll have to see what they have.
I guess, yep, they're going straight for the sabotage, most likely targeting the mighty Jin. So bye bye, mighty Jin. Just trying to reduce the big stats on the board here because the Basira is one away from winning here versus Triss with 2 moves away from winning. The Basira is going to respawn with a Yu-Gi-Oh! Exodia coming in.
Could definitely happen. You never know.
Oh, you never know.
Let's see.
Any uniques were played was only the instant Bushi by the Basira. Uniques were actually all 3 uniques were played by the Triss player. We won't see any uniques being played anymore, most likely from the Triss, but Basira does have a couple more cards and surprise us if they choose to do so.
Well, they're taking their time here. I imagine they should be able to play all three cards, but I think this is more of a question of the order that they're going to play them potentially.
That's
We'll have to
true.
see what the case is. The Trace still does have the hero ability available to them as far as um, plays, and we will just see the Chiron come out here first for the Basira player. Maybe it was a question on if they wanted to use the Basira ability. It doesn't look like they will at this moment. So we'll have to see what they can do. Traced is only one advance away. Basira has to be aware of that and has to occupy both expeditions in order to prevent the Trace from taking the game. So should be fun to decide who is going to take this one overall.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough one for sure. It's curious to see what all Basira has in their hand here. We are getting kind of low on time here, so that's also to be accounted for. I think most games are pretty much done in this round.
Yeah, I think we were pretty close. We do see a Bravos Excavator come out here, a really good card in Basira that I've started to use myself. So it's been fun to see other players use that as well. Makes me think that we're likely to see some type of boosting happening here from the Basira player. Not sure what it could be specifically with 5 mana. I guess they could be running physical trainings, which wouldn't be a bad situation, especially being able to draw to have another play. But it could also just be another Chiron, could be a fire rabbit. You just don't know, but you have to
Yeah,
assume it's some type of boost trigger for the
yeah,
Basira.
gotta be something here. I would assume physical training only based on the Bravos excavator, but it could just be playing cards instead just so they could win that expedition because it is strong on water.
Yeah, we'll have to see what exactly it is at the moment. Traced in the meantime, taking their time. If they can hold on to that, they should be able to hold on to the hooked, and they're just going to go ahead and play it right now. Interesting.
Interesting. Yeah.
Thought they might have wanted to hold on to it just in case they wanted to open up one side completely, but they have something in mind here.
Yeah. Gotta be something. There it is. The physical training.
Yeah, so they will go with the physical training straight on to the Bravos Excavator, giving them another card to potentially play. And they'll go ahead and trigger the boost. 3 mana left here for the Trace player.
Yeah. This will be
They,
kind of rough for the chess player.
they can still play the Vike from the reserve because they have the Haven exhaust available for an additional boost.
Yeah,
It
but
will
how
be,
would they stop the excavator though? That's a real question.
yeah, they'll not sure what they were trying to set up here. I mean, maybe they're just trying to dig more with the hooked play to potentially find a different way to stop the Basira player, but it looks like Basira just kind of has the advantage. There should be a healthy amount of 1 and 2 cost cards in the deck that they could have drawn into here that might help them even more. So, not sure what the Trace could be playing here that's going to be able to stop things. Because if they do play the Vike for the boost, best thing they can do is block the Chiron, and that's still not enough for the excavator, like you mentioned.
Yeah, this excavator, the physical training, definitely a key card in this battle right here. I'm not sure the Triss can really do much at this point in time. Digging out, resupplying with the frozen delivery, getting the million Earhart reserve. Just still nothing they can really do at this point in time. I'm pretty sure the Basira player has got in this game, but you know, I was telling Geo, you just gotta wait until all the cards are played here. I'm not
At
sure.
this point, it would be difficult to cover both ends.
There's
So
no removal will ever help in this situation at this current point in time. Maybe future ones, but not this one.
yeah.
Because I mean, playing the Viking and the boost kind of pointless because they only have 2 mana left. I'm not sure they're just stalling for time now, or they just have something else. They decided to do something. Oh, they used the Triss ability here.
They are using the traceability. Time could be coming up here, which may be what they're using for. It doesn't seem like that's the scenario. They are
Yeah,
just going to play the Amelia Earhart and go ahead and pass.
yeah.
And it will
GG right
be a
there.
GG for the Basira player to take the victory. That should put them at XN2 with a possibility of making the top cut.
Yeah.
And we'll have to see how that one works out. In the meantime, we will go back really quick to the setup here to see where we are at in
We
this Swiss.
are finished.
We are finished. Okay,
Yes.
perfect. So we will be getting started here shortly with calculating everything on the group 4 as well, while we are doing groups 1 through 3. But I urge everyone to just hang around, if you will, because we will be announcing the top cut on stream for everyone to take a look at. And then we should be announcing it on Discord as well. But if you're excited to see what it is, you'll just have to wait. We will be putting a timer on stream for you to just see for the Be Right Back. But other than that, want to thank Gus for hanging out and doing some casting for us all day, getting a slight lunch break.
Yeah, I
Anything
think
to
I deserve
say?
a little bit.
Yeah. Anything to say, Gus, before you head on out for the day?
No, I hope everyone enjoyed the Swiss tournament today. I'll catch you guys tomorrow for the top cut. I'm excited to see who makes it to the top. Maybe a Muna player, perhaps. Maybe. I don't know. We'll
Didn't
see.
see a lot of them today.
We didn't see a lot of them, but there could be potentially hidden in there. I mean, Muna is always represented for some odd reason. But
Yeah.
anyone, good night.
Yeah.
On my
I've
end.
been this has been Blue Oak TV on YouTube, #ad, be sure to subscribe. Other than that, like I said, we will be going to a Be Right Back screen. We will be coming back. Please do not leave. Even if you have to take a break, leave the stream up and turn the volume up so you know when we're coming back. We'll put a timer on the screen for everyone in the meantime. But until then, we'll see you shortly. Catch you guys later.
started today since it's not automatic.
But
But
still
will
be here
be
early if you're top
yep.
cut.
Yes, yes, yes. They will start quicker if all of the top cut players are here and ready. But the system's already built out. It went super well last time. So looking forward to it. Um, all of the information is in the Discord. We're just the pretty faces that commentate the games, and there's a lot of moving parts. So as of anything else, the games, casting, it was good. It was a good day. I really think it is super beneficial to the team as a whole to have it split into 2 days because both Blue and I have done 2 to 3 events now that were all in 1 day, and man, that is quite a lot to do. So,
Yeah, it is top cut for the entire um best of 3 for the entire top cut, 75-minute round timers. Hell yeah. So, but yeah, other than that, that's it. Be sure to join us tomorrow, as Cole mentioned, same time, same place. We will have to make some adjustments to some casters based off of them doing well, unfortunately.
yeah.
But it shouldn't be a problem. And then, other than that, be excited to see who can make it all the way to the finals and get the championship. We should hopefully have some graphics, deck lists, and all that kind of stuff for tomorrow as well for everyone, just to maybe do a quick review before things or take a look at some stuff or along the way. And other than that, uh, this has been the A.W.O.L broadcast for the BGA World Championship qualifier for the Americas. The second of these, one more that is going to be happening next week, by the way. So be sure to check that out and sign up if you haven't already. And yeah, I've been Blue Oak TV on YouTube. Hashtag ads, subscribe, all that good stuff. Be sure to subscribe to the AWOL YouTube as well as join the Discord if you haven't already. Cole, how about you?
Yeah, I guess I can say if you're interested in things I do, I'm very easy to find just by searching Kohlrabi all over. If you have any questions about casting or wanting to get started, feel free to reach out as well. And I know, technical difficulties are always unfortunate. The way that I look at it is more of this is a very easy opportunity for players to jump into. It's very low risk, very, low effort if you compare it to driving to somewhere, flying, travel, or paying to do something. It's totally free and it's high reward. So while unfortunate, definitely try again next weekend and hopefully things will work out even better. And yeah, we're always doing what we can to improve. And this is nearing the end of another AWOL season. So if you have things you would like to see on the overlays that aren't there now, let us know so we have time to work on those. But that was my very long way of saying goodbye and good night and drink some water.
Indeed. And we'll see you first thing tomorrow morning or afternoon if you're from the EU. We'll have to see which countries actually made it. I didn't check those yet. But other than that, we'll catch y'all later. And yeah, bye.